Music seems oppressive a bit there. Okay, let's get it underway then. It's Dominions 5. It's a rare case of a two-parter, but we'd already played this map for 7 hours after a brutally horrible initial. I failed my expansion dramatically, lost all my troops. It took ages even to get our first province. I think at the end of the first year I had, I don't know, 5 provinces maybe? It wasn't great. Ah, right, yeah, no, I certainly haven't committed to memory where all the references are from TBW. It's like 1,000 entries long, but I know a fair few of them by now. So, in this case, our oppressive start was at least alleviated by the fact that the AIs were not openly attacking us, but we were getting strangled. So, as a recap, we have the crab nation of Yasan. They have lots of crabs. They've got their armor-piercing pincers, and they have insane natural protection, so they're pretty hard to kill. And they are dominating the water. I've only got this tiny little sliver of water here. They own most of this, and the rest is owned by Chasan? Chakar, that's it. They're all randomized nations here, so none of even if you know Dominions inside out, you are not going to know these nations. They were randomly made by Masid. So Yasan's problem is that they're everywhere, and right now they're also brutally oppressing Chalagi, who had taken Yasan's capital. That was amusing, but Yasan is fighting back, and Chalagi is now about to die. Because of our efforts, of course. I stormed into Chalagi, I took their capital before they could really react. I threw in all of my mage corps there, or at least every single mage corps that I could spare, and in one massive battle, I zapped the core of their army to death, and what little retreated out of their fight is now scattered to the four winds, ready to be picked off. Their nation are a whole load of giants with an extreme super thug that they can recruit, but they're done now. Although, you know, they still hold on to the land, but essentially they are done. I think Sarmazega Tuza and Tarentum are their only other forts, and they're under siege. So no, this nation is now dead. And we will be able to enjoy their capital. We already have it, and we're currently putting our dominion into it, which will put our superior scales there. But this is a good opportunity to check the difference between growth and death scales. Chalagi went full death, and I went full growth. My capital has 38,000 people living in it now after 45 turns of growth 3, and after 40 or so turns of death 3, their capital has 23,000 people living in there. Difference of income? Well, ours isn't quite double, but it's a whole lot more. More people, more resources, more recruitment points. We're just better. So I like growth a lot. If you're going to play with death scales, you want to win fast, or at least be so incredibly powerful that you don't mind having a crummy death environment because you go and take other places that didn't have death. But sometimes I like to just keep letting my map play out for hundreds of turns, and when that's the case, death is, well, it's not very good because you're going to end up with empty provinces. Anyway, that is taken care of. We will be eating up the rest of their land as much as we can, but Yasan is going to be fighting us for taking those lands, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ton Kolomark and Chakar come in on that as well. Speaking of which, Yasan's in Mount Moon, but Chakar was to our immediate south, and we had to race to block them off at Blobhemia and Ash Canyon. Chakar are a nation of... Hang on, we can even see that here, can't we? Yeah, there we go. Here's Chakar right here. Nagas, primates, they like hot land, which conflicts with us because we are a cold nation. Well, we're not a cold nation, but we've got cold scales. We don't have any particular affinity to the cold. These guys, on the other hand, have quite the affinity to the heat. So they are scary to deal with. Their bless is all about pumping up their strength, something fierce. So these divine hands end up smashing us with 20 or so strength. And that means their battle axe comes in and hits for about 30 damage, and it will hit with attack skill 13. They're slash resistant, they're sacred, they're a real pain. And then there are these little monkeys, which in a way are even more terrifying, because they pack tighter to a square, but they get the same buff on the strength because they're also sacred. So, scary, scary stuff. But we haven't had to fight them at all, we just blocked them off. I forget if we bumped or not, but even if they want to come and get me, they got to get through Ash Canyon or Blobhemia. I put up a lot of forts, a lot more than I normally do, because I really wanted my land secure from attacks. Alexandria was what I gunned for, because that is this awesome great iron mine and is surrounded by farmlands. But I even put up a fort in Shitatsu Show's holiday home, and this is the extent of my lands. I do not have a lot of land. I don't even own this province. It's a level 2, maybe a level 3 fort? Throne, rather. Yeah, it's the Throne of Elements here. Great throne to get. Nice bonus, extra gems, but 310 units here, including... Let's see, the Lion Tribe warriors are a joke. Those guys are just naked tribespeople. But there are a lot of shadows, which are ethereal, lots of big scary lions, and fire snakes, which will hit us for magical fire damage. And it's got a sphinx, so they've got a pretender chassis there as well. Scary stuff. What else is going on in this map? There is the nation of Tonkollamark. That's the nation we've had the least to see and do with. We did scout them out, but our scouts died away, and sadly at this point in the game, against the AI, your scouts are useless because the AI just knows to grind them out with patrols. I'll see about getting Eyes of God up if I can, though. I would love to be able to see what's going on in the map, even if it's going to cost me a lot of astral pearls. Ideally, what would you need to take on this province? I think I already have what I need to take on this province. The problem is my army is busy over fighting against the remnants of Chalagi. But I actually think I could win this, because I have magical weapons, which counters the Shades. Because they're ethereal, they'll just die to that, although I think Shades also have very good protection, so that could be a problem. Anyway, with them and even my my Slave Knights, which also have a magical weapon, and significantly better ooh, god, no, they also have crappy attack. Anyway, I reckon if I centralized this army, maybe over in a Hyrule, and back them up with a decent air mage, I would be able to take that on. Not to mention my Iron Flies would work pretty well as well, because they're a hard counter to the fire snakes that they use here. And I do mean hard counter because the fire resistance here, I think, is higher than their fire attack, so they're very unlikely to get anything done. Thinking about it, I could probably take the province just using my Iron Flies. They've got decent attack skill. Their magical attack will destroy the Shades. Their fire will resist the fire snakes. Yeah, maybe I could take the thing only with my Iron Flies, but I will use both. Always good to combine my arms. So that's something I'm going to work on. I'm going to take Bahia in a few turns. Yeah, I'll centralize my army in Hyrule and then smash it. Take the throne, and then I might even consider an attack on Yasan, but I'm very scared of fighting Yasan because they dominate the waters, so they could attack me from here, they could attack me from here, into there, even around here they could strike Alexandria, and my army can't be everywhere, although my mages can. They can fly in a heartbeat. And thinking about it, so can the Iron Flies. Anyway, Tonkollamark are the nation of the tiny little hobbits that are riding animals. We can see them here. I played as them before and I failed miserably, but these crocodile companions have insane defense and they also have quickness. So they bite and tail swipe and hatchet and bronze lance, and because they're quick, they do it all again a second time, except for the lance, because that's one use only, isn't it? Yes, it is, thank goodness for that. It still says Baria, exactly why I added the name. I'm saying Baia. It's not a hard R. What else do we have? I think we already looked at Shekar. Yeah, we did. There's another nation, isn't there? Let me think. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're the 5th, I guess. Yeah, that's a lot of us. Okay, so what's going on now? I will continue to crush Chalagi, take this throne, and prepare for war, most likely against Yasan. But since we're actually into a reasonable chunk of the game, we've got a lot of research done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on getting a lot of summoned units on the go. Because there are a lot of units we don't see a lot of, because I usually just go, haha, I have Wraith Lords now, and now all I will do is summon Wraith Lords and win. Whereas I'd like to see a bit more variety. And if we can bring up the Dom 5 Mod Inspector tool, which I'm pretty certain we can. Yeah, there we go. I've immediately got some units that I would really like to see. Ooh, he's kind of see-through because of the filtering. Hang on, let's see if we can get rid of that for a moment. Dom 5 Mod Inspector, Chroma Key Filter, away you go. There we go. So I really want to create and deploy Miss Netherlands 2023 here, the Ancient Presence. You need a lot of paths to call the Ancient Presence and a lot of research. She's a max level conjuration research. But for 25 water gems, you can bring this thing up. Not as a commander though, just as a unit. Whether or not I commander them, I'm not entirely sure. I might just use them as units, because commandering you will be expensive. And getting 6 water, 4 nature, not trivial, but a Nide, I think they're called, should be able to manage that. Anyway, I want to get Ancient Presence on the go, but I also want Fallen Angel. Oh, what a cool looking unit. There's a lot of things you can do, but I think I'll thug you. By thugging, I mean I will give you some awesome gear, and then I will just have you jump into battle and fight. What I will have you do is use Phoenix Pyre, Soul Vortex, if I have it, reverse damage, and I will just watch these things wipe out entire provinces on their own. They're so cool. And unfortunately, they're not available to many nations, and my blood economy, I've only just started it on turn 45, which is very sad, but... Anyway, I want these two, but if there are specific requests for other summoned creatures that you really want to see, then I will take the requests. And if you don't know the game whatsoever, and you're like, how am I meant to know what to ask for? Well, I will paste the Dom5 Mod Inspector website into chat. I think that one's going to work. And then when you load it up, you just go to the Units tab, and then if you click on Summoned, and then you click Generic Only, then you're going to see a list of lots of summons that are available for every nation. That's what generic means. And if you see something you really like, if you look at... what's a really cool one that I like a fair bit? Passed on, what's his name? Abomination, yeah. If you look at, say, Abomination, you think, wow, this guy looks cool. Jake, go and get us an Abomination. Then I will go out of my way to call myself an Abomination. It might take some time, because, for example, I have Astral Water Crosspath. Anyway, that's an example of something that I could go out of my way to get. But that is for you to call upon, and bear in mind, it will take time. It will take turns to get them on the go. I won't be able to just click my fingers and make them happen, but I will try. Right, Sturm is coming in first, and they're requesting to try out Manifest Vitriol in case you get a Water Fire cross. I certainly do not have Water Fire. I have no national access to fire, and I think my only chance at fire is rolling the Enchantress, so that is beyond reasonable right now. Right, what am I doing? Well, we've cracked Tarentum, so we are going to storm Tarentum. We're going to take that, we're going to take the Silver Throne for more money, and... oh, would you look at that? Fire access. Don't pay any attention to that. Who else is around? I need to refamiliarize myself with what's going on here. I need a lot of preaching done in Callaghy, but you guys don't really help out with preaching anymore. We're already at Dominion 3. Even so, I guess I will have you do it. Can you research? No, you can't. Just help out with the preaching then. More Dominion, more Gift of Health helping us out. Speaking of which, we have Mother Oak for 10 Nature Gems, Gift of Health for healing in our Dominion and extra health, and Earthblood Deepwell for extra Earth Gems. However, the AI of Ton Colomark have the Eyes of God. I really want that enchantment. I will fight him for that enchantment, but it's going to cost me a lot of Astral Pearls. I would actually like the real decoy here to forge us the crystal coin. It's going to cost us more of those Astral Pearls, but I need him to boost his Astral, so that when he fights over the Eyes of God, he'll be better at it. Then again, Ton Colomark... what was Ton Colomark's god like again? I can actually check that since I built them using Choshrau's build, I think it was. Ton Colomark have a 10 Astral Fountain, which probably cast that. That means I would need to overcast a huge amount for Eyes of God, so I don't think I can reasonably get that anytime soon. Even so, I'm going to get the Crystal Coin, because you're the only person that can make it with your Death Astral Crosspath. And I said I was going to move all my units into Hyrule, so fortunately the... well, these guys... well, it's not as much leadership as I thought. Why did I think you guys had much better leadership? It's magical leadership I was thinking of. Even so, the Canadian masquerading as a Scot should be able to grab most of these, yeah, all of these even, and bring them over to Hyrule in one fell swoop. Trash Canyon, I can grab a couple of you to grab the army. Huh. You know, of all the guys here, I grabbed the wrong ones. Actually, ooh, this is a bit of a problem. I don't have units here that are well suited for ferrying troops over. I could bring lots of them over. How many do we even have? You know what? Those 55 guys can wait there. I'm sure they'll be fine. No, wait there. There we go. I want you guys. You guys can bring over a reasonable sum of these units. And a nice thing about leadership is that you can take 50 magical beings and 55 living units here. Do we have another one of you? Yeah, we have Jadwiga. Jadwiga, if you could toss your feather over, and you grab the rest of our slave units, which have terrible morale, and they're not going to be led by someone that's going to give them particularly good morale, but get over there anyway. Hyrule doesn't allow me to recruit anybody that's going to be particularly good at leading them, and I haven't, well, I've really been skimping on recruiting good units for leadership, and I'm recruiting you guys for blood hunting purposes. I need some leaders, actually, and I think Blobhemia is going to be that place for good leaders. And by good, I mean leaders that can lead a fair number of units and give them a morale bonus. Now, here's the question. Would I rather have Inspiration 1 with... well, I suppose it's Inspiration 2 and formations, or Inspiration 3 and no formations. Every bit of morale counts for these relatively useless guys, but I think I'm going to use Commanding Champions. They're really fast, they're already armored, and fast I mean they have good map move. And not too expensive. So yeah, you're going to crank out a lot of Commanding Champions so I'm able to move my units around better. I've got quite a lot of these monsters here. Ooh la la. Could you please grab them and take them over to Hyrule? And Babby, you move over to Edinburgh and take over the monster training. Shitatsu shows Holiday Home doesn't have enough units to really justify bringing them over, I would dare to say. For some reason the game disables the value for moving on the map. Right, Lorabo, you are going to grab the army, and you're going to move them over into Hyrule. And we already have a connection to Bahia from here, which is fine. But who's going to go into Bahia? I have some units that can lead some units. I suppose one of my problems with these guys is I'm not really offering them much support. It would be really good to bring in an Heir 3 who could call down some nice helpful spells, but I don't have an Heir 3 here. Because I have access to Fog Warriors now. But you know what? I don't think we need Fog Warriors to manage this. Also, Fog Warriors wouldn't help out that much because the Lion Tribe's benign attacks are pretty weak, and the other guys have magical attacks that would pierce through Fog Warriors anyway, so I would be countered in that regard regardless. Sakines, I want something out of you. I want you to grab... oh, well, there's no hammer for you to grab, never mind that. I want for you to forge me the Cloak of Storms. It's expensive, very expensive, but those 4 temporary air gems are pretty damn sweet. And if I have those, I'll be able to cast air things without needing to ferry around any gems. So I'd quite like that. And I would also quite like the air helmet. But I suppose Rick Astley could forge me that if I wanted it this turn. But I don't have the 25 air gems to do that, so never mind. Boy, I need more air gems. What's air gems again for their global? I'm gonna want that. It's Galegate. Thaumaturgy 8, and I haven't done any thaumaturging. I need those air gems, I use them a lot. So I would like Thaumaturgy 8. But I really want my blood magic too. Thaumaturgy 8 is expensive. Get it anyway, I want Galegate, and then I'll get working on my blood magic. Okay, continue to preach there because my Dominion is very weak on the borders. Crazy Dave, you just wait. Giant Nerd, you just preach as well. And what about in the capital? I have a lot of slave units that I want to move in here, but I don't necessarily have a lot of leaders. Got Liu Kang there, I got Ven Fairweather. But yeah, not a lot of actual commanders. So I'm going to forgo one turn of grabbing you, and I'm going to grab 2 additional commanding champions. There we go. So with any luck, we're going to take Tarentum, no problem, and then we need to grab as much of this land as we can, which won't come easy because my units function really as one combined big army, not so much as something I can split up. But oh well. Ven is the real name of the Majesty narrator with the subtle accent. I had no idea. That was Ven, short for Ventuswil or something. Right, Morgana continues to grab me blood slaves, which is good because I need those. And there was a battle in Tarentum before my battle at the fortress. So Loggy once again uselessly attempts to stop me taking the province. And yeah, they don't stand a chance. Zap. Good lord, I like these iron flies a lot. It's a shame that they pick up afflictions. But the afflictions also don't really bother them much. Never healing wound, reduction of hit points. Okay. They barely take damage anyway, so it's not a big deal. And with that, we can just pick off the fortress itself. God, I love seeing this army. The only problem is the lack of mage support. Ooh, speaking of which, I don't like the fact that their archers on the wall immediately fire into my my Heart of Mages here, because these guys are not well protected, a lot of them. Like Radar Car here. Okay, I gave him the lightweight scale mail, but his head is just an open target. Marriageable Woman is a better example. All they're wearing are robes. They have no real protection, and their hit points are really low. Although slightly higher than that of humans. Please stop shooting my units. The priests can banish the ghosts, although the ghosts... 12 magic resistances there, here and there. But with this, with the iron flies, just when fighting a fortress, it's so good to have units that can fly around the back. There we go. And the flying also helps us with taking out the wall forces. So we lost 2 units, they lost everything. Although dispossessed units are hardly something to count as a loss, those things are practically free spawn. We got a magical sight here. A powerful wizard was hung at the local gallows. Isn't that hanged? Below his dangling feet, magical gems have formed. The gallows here. Okay, so underneath the hanged wizard, we just generate death gems. I'll take it. Can independents hold a fort? No, they cannot. They just kind of sit around outside the fort. At least I've never seen them hold a fort before. Alright. Easy peasy. Tarentum is ours. Let's make sure it stays ours. Where the heck is all my money going? I think I'm doing a bit too much recruitment. I think I'm going to move my unit production away from the capital for a change. It sucks because a lot of these guys are really nice and cheap. I know. It's the slave knights that are costing me. So I'm going to stop spending all my money on slave knights. These Zenken followers are hardly that expensive. I still want more of those. They're quite efficient in a lot of ways. But yeah, my treasury can't handle these expenses so much anymore. God, even those commanding champions are costing me. That's a slight problem. Alright, I guess I'll have to just make do with the 2 of you that I got. But I've got to ease up on my recruitment now, sadly. But I still want blood hunting. Yeah. And using the Keeper of Choking Traditions for blood hunting is a grievous misuse of his skills and his cost. How many blood hunters or potential blood hunters do I even have? I got Higgins de Valois and Win Lobby in addition to Morgana, which ain't great. Big fatty lad. There's my bottles of wine. Here are my additional quills. Real Decoy can have that. I need to get back to having my hammers on the go, but I also need you to cast Earthblood, not the Earthblood Deep Well, but riches from beneath. There we go. That's going to improve my economy somewhat and improve my resources massively, although resources are no longer the big problem. But I'll also probably stop with the owl quills. Those are no longer quite so necessary, and I could do with saving the... why are you not researching? Because caps lock is on, that's why. Go and give that hammer over to Higgins de Valois, and you stop making me endless bags of wine. Hand that over to the Win Lobby. Win Lobby, Higgins de Valois. I want you two to forge me a couple of sanguine dowsing rods. Timbuktu will grab one when they can, and then they will be able to blood hunt even better. Okay. Right, I've got my army over in Hyrule, and we're going to go for it. But how are we going to go for it? Well, Jadwiga, take as many of these as you can. Canadian masquerading as a Scot. You're actually the better one to take as many of these as you can. But there's a limit to that. Why don't I just shove all of them out here, actually? Easier to organize when they're all stuck here. I don't know why they don't organize them by type, though. Like, why are they spotted around here? Are they sorting it by experience? Because it doesn't look like it. Oh well. I guess it's hard to make a UI here that has to scale for thousands. Right, I know there are requests coming in. I'll look at them once we've sorted this out. Canadian, grab as many flies as you can. And then grab as many of these guys as you can. Wow, that's a lot of units. These are the ones that need the morale the most, in my opinion. And then we dish out these guys. Oh, you can only have one formation. That's kind of funny. But that's okay, because bodyguards don't count as a formation. Although if I'm going to have anyone guarding, I think I'd rather have these wee guys attack. Okay, okay. Still not ideal, though. Yeah, why is Ulala leading troops anyway? You certainly should not. There we go, that makes a modicum of sense. Sort out the units here. I just want you to line up. I want the flies to just jump in and hit everyone they can. Probably going to split you. Oh wow, man, I got a lot of these things, don't I? You're going to attack closest. And you guys are probably just going to box up here. Right, so you guys are going to attack rear. You guys are going to attack rear, so I just charge in with 2 large loads of my of you guys. You are also going to attack rear, and the smaller bunch of flies are going to attack closest, funnily enough. You're going to hold an attack on the center, and my center, you guys are also going to hold an attack. And I'm pretty confident this will take care of it. I want a bunch of casting done. And I'm actually quite confident this is going to be able to take Bahia. We shouldn't need more than that. Okay, there we go. So what was coming in, right? Could we get some Jotuns? I'm going to specifically need to know what you're talking about with get some Jotuns. I don't know all of the rituals myself here. Tarask. Tarask is really late, isn't he? He's Conjuration... Yeah, he's Conjuration 9, Awaken Tarask. But it can be done. You get these giant poisonous dragon things. But yeah, Conjuration 9 is super late game. That's a tall order. Anything that requires magic level 9 requires a ton of research. The cubes are an enchantment 4. Wrong thing. Boy, I should never have opened this up to people suggesting it, because it throws a lot of spanners in the work now. Where in the world are the cubes? Drake, Celestial Hounds... Oh, you said enchantment, not conjuration. Enchantment. Vile water for summoning gelatinous cubes. Slides forward and swallows everything it passes. It only costs 2 gems, but it's very not mage turn efficient, and I don't have a lot of water mages for that. It's been a long time since I've seen an Alicious stream. I'll see quite how focused you can remain. I don't have any water mages for that. Well, I've got Sakeen's here. There's not a whole lot you're doing, so I'm going to have you on a monthly ritual of casting... now this is a horrible waste of your time, but we'll do it anyway. Where is it? Vile water. Also, the cloak that you made, I could put it onto... Where are you? Santi. Put away that Staff of Storms for now. Put away that other thing that you're wearing. Wear this Cloak of Storms. Your protection is not great, but you do have invulnerability, which is rather nice. Wish I had a helmet for you. I want to make that air helmet. But with this, I actually think you're able to cast Fog Warriors in battle. And that is, funnily enough, all that you're going to need. Yeah. While we're at it though, I'm going to give you this so that you can aid our units with some actual supplies. Although I'm not seeing it on you now, am I? Yeah, there we go, there's supply bonus. And now when you are in combat, we don't need any summon storm power out of you, do we? I just need you to cast Fog Warrior. Ooh, it's a level 5, isn't it? In that case, I do need a booster for you. But fortunately, we can do such a thing using the guy I just told to make me all that vile water. Who else could I turn to in my time of need? Sucks to get Utter Dark, one of those forced things to wear. Hey, Rick Astley. If you were to forge me the helmet, what level do you need? 4. Alright. Rick Astley, you put on this bloody shirt and forge me the winged helmet. You cast the riches from beneath. I don't think I have any spare hammers for you unless I take away your one, which I can. And then if I give Rick Astley the hammer, he's going to save me a staggering 2 air gems. And I need you to train Monster in the Temple. Am I going to bring you guys in with more of these slaves? I don't think so. I think you guys are just going to wait so I have someone to move units around from the capital. But yeah, I need to call Canny on my recruitment. My treasury can't handle it for a little while. It's going to suck if this fails because you really have no support, do you? But I'm pretty confident you'll be able to manage taking on Bahia by yourself. If nothing else, those Ironflies will surely carry you through it all. Right, Tarentum is not very well defended, and they're almost certainly going to want to attack it. But I'm pretty sure it can hold out long enough. What we can do is we can go to Diamond Heights, the Ryokan Hei, Djibouti, basically just claim the north. Although that does have its own problems because Ton Colomark could well attack me. Then again, no, I already have a border with them, so it might give them some new and fresh ideas. Really sucks to not be going underwater though. What am I doing here without units that can go underwater? Well, we do have... I mean, Penitente has the underwater units, doesn't he? Yeah, all of these guys can go underwater. Even the Iron Flies could go underwater. And the Iron Flies would actually probably be quite good at going underwater. Hey, Radar Car, why don't you hand over some of them to Penitente? And Penitente's Iron Flies are going to flank on attacking rear. They won't be able to fly underwater, that much is a given, but I'm sure you can manage. And it hurts morale to have so many units on us, so I'm actually going to combine these up. They don't get formation, but that's just too bad. Penitente is going to take the Obra Dinn. Yeah, let's just advance on. No hold and attack, just attack. In fact, no orders whatsoever, they'll figure it out themselves. And no need for holding. I need to get rid of a lot of the fancy things that I set up for the big fights. Okay, so you're going to be able to take the Obra Dinn, and the rest of you are going to take Probably not the south. I will go north. Diamond Heights, and then we carry around. Or actually, Djibouti's where his army is. Why don't I do Djibouti and then go around? Aeromorph tells me that there's a well-organized militia there, so go and check out Diamond Heights as well. I've got a couple of units here that can just wait for anyone that needs to be ferried around. The Red Eyes Black Dragon. I thought it was a blue-eyed red dragon. Oh, I suppose that's what it is, isn't it? No, there's no blue there. Anyway, you're over in Caligay. I'm going to stop recruiting more of you for now. I will continue to recruit my Ice Lance guys here, because I might need them as reinforcements. But keep the preaching going, brothers. And also, I don't think I'll temple up in Corin's Isle. It's quite vulnerable, but I mean, no more vulnerable than Blue Blob is. It'll take a bit to get there. Mistral, I'll go and throw a temple down on Corin's Isle. Did I get those sanguine dowsing rods yet? I did not. And I'm also going to throw around a few more of my feathers for research. There's more and more to do as each round goes on. Right, Oberdeen will be mine, Djibouti will be mine. Hopefully the Iberian Zoo doesn't come on the war march. It certainly could. Actually, it would suck if they go into Corin's Isle. I did give it a lot of defense, but he's got a lot of troops. Maybe I should move Bob-on battlefield units over there just to protect it better. In that case, Gabriel Knight, you're in charge of the Moose Brigade. You're going to be joined by Kickle Cubicle with even more of the Moose Brigade. And I'm just going to shove them in there quite unwittingly. Will I? Kind of. 33, 25, 28, 30, 29, 29. Attack rear, flank them. You guys stay at the back. Casting spells. And then if you two get in, then I actually don't need to put in Mistral. You can continue to preach there. Nice thing about Bob-on Battlefield is it has huge amounts of my dominion. So these slave knights have loads of health. Almost double what they're expected to have because of my chunky dominion. Get on with it. Right, there we go. We're thaumaturging our way towards, I think it was Galegate. That sounds about right. Yeah, we've already done 6, but every level is twice that of the previous one. So 500, 1000, 2000. Not exactly that, but pretty much. There we go. We've got our first little gelatinous cube. First of many, no doubt. They're not even commanders, although you could Gift of Reason these things into commanders. I forget if it's Gift of Reason or another thing to make them mindless commanders, but 70 hit points, no protection whatsoever, size 4, and absurdly slow. Combat speed 2, map move 8. But they don't take afflictions, and they have some fairly unique modifiers here. So Swallow on Trample, this means that they're going to eat whatever they trample upon. Acid Splash, it's very expensive to get as a Bless, this. But if you hit this thing, you take armor-piercing damage back at you. Very heavily nullified by long weapons, though. They don't need to use their eyes to see, so they're blind. But blind doesn't come with downsides, so it wouldn't matter anyway, they can't attack. Hilariously enough, if you made this into a commander, you could actually graft on a pair of arms and give it a sword and shield. It would be a huge waste, but it would be possible. Speaking of huge waste, it's a huge waste of your time to be making these. I should grab some crappy Water 2 mage to do this. Maybe I will, actually. I mean, there's nothing stopping me recruiting Lord of Vile Traditions instead and have them take over. Enlarged, ethereal, flying gelatinous cubes are super fun. How do you enlarge a size 4 thing? Wouldn't you have to point buff it? I don't actually know how you'd be able to do that. Rick Astley, get back to your research, put away your hammer. And now... Oh, right, we actually need to see the battles that were done. Riches from Beneath was cast successfully. So now we get the resources plus 20% times Dominion, so pretty much 100% extra resources in all of our provinces. The province income is rather nicely boosted by about 20%, And the mines go up, although I don't have any money making mines. So it's a not insignificant increase to my income, but it means whenever I want to crank out a lot of units, it's a bit more on the cards now. I'm more limited by recruitment points than anything. And since these guys are cheap, start bringing in a whole load of those guys. And they are cheap. But they are very cheap. It's kind of tempting to keep cranking these guys out regardless. I mean, they are so cheap. But I already have a lot of them. It's always nice to have more army, right? More army, more better. Wow, you can get a lot of them. I bet Alexandria can get a ton of them. Not as much as I had thought. Probably because they're sharing resources from a lot of surrounding areas. Anyway, the low morale of these guys is a bit of a problem, but with some fluffing, they'll just be very hard to kill. Boost their natural protection a bit more, give them fog warriors, and this thing's just a horror show that many nations will, or many units will have a hard time getting through. So I think I'm gonna, yeah, I will be easing off of making the cavalry and stick to making more of these guys. Even though I just undid a lot of these guys' recruitment, we're gonna recruit them anyway. Not that expensive. Maybe I should ease off the cavalry over in Charlie. Well, it doesn't matter, that's being taken care of. Right, so what actually happened here? Blood slaves were grabbed by Morgana. Morgana, here's your divine or sanguine dowsing rod. You two, I actually want you to make more sanguine dowsing rods, please. And then I will properly get on my blood hunting affairs. I need more blood hunters. I've got a lot of astral. Get me the Lord of Vile Traditions instead, so we have a bit of water access for change. Crippled units dying, and there was a battle in Obradine. A little risky if he put in a lot of province defense, but he did not. I mean, it's an expensive nation, so he's a hard time there. Our units are completely unhindered by water here, except for our flies here. In fact, they've got miserable combat speed. Okay, I didn't consider that. They're going to take forever even to get to the battle. They probably won't do anything. But there we go. These guys have a very hard time piercing through our 18 protection with their crummy little stone spears. Although netting is kind of cool. Being netted is... there we go. Cannot do anything until you break free. Strength versus 20. So you're going to have to roll a 9 or better on a d6 dice to break out of that. Not likely to happen anytime soon. Oh, one of them just did. It's okay though, you have enough cohorts to help you out. Oh, this guy knows what's better for him. The H-Tid Lord runs away. His units are gobbled up. And these fairly useless shamblers just run around granting us more morale. What happened to you? You lost an eye. Well, you don't need 2 eyes to hold up a banner. You don't even need 1 eye to hold up a banner, so keep holding it. Obradine is ours, no losses. However, Chalagi want their capital back. Even though I invested a fair bit of province defense in this, it seems that they weren't taking no for an answer. Also, my province defense is garbage. Like, surprisingly high morale on them, probably because it's home dominion. But, ugh, 19 hitting Coral Club with weak poison. And then these just the slaves that I mass cheaply, and I don't even get a lot of them. Normally your national units are coveted, but here they just get crushed. And it seems that he's raising his own skeleton army. These were all conjured up during the fight. There's a lot of point buffing I see on your archers of all things. Anyway, miserable fight for a province defense. However, even with that, I think he's going to have a hard time tearing down our fort. Well, maybe not. That's some good strength. We'll have to have a look at that. Our walls are damaged over in Chalagi. Right, the fight for the throne over in Baya. Right, so we've seen this place before. Might as well refresh. A lot of giant, scary lions with big, strong attacks, although they are magical lions. So if you really wanted to kill these guys, you could use a Moonblade. Shadows, which I can banish. Their magic resistance isn't very good, so banishing them is an option. Otherwise, though, they're going to die very easily to our magical weapons because they have no protection, and Ethereal does not protect you from magical weapons. The downside for me is that Shadows have surprisingly good defense skill. Defense skill 15, plus our attack skill of 11 on the on the ice lance, 11 on someone with experiences, 10 for someone that does not. And as for you guys, attack skill 9. I think that's roughly 30% chance to hit. Could be even worse than that, so I'm relying on my mages to banish. See all these red numbers? That's from banishment destroying some of their undead. Thanks to my priest. Sorry, I got the hiccups here. The priests. These naked tribesmen are of no concern to me. These snakes are, so I actually want my iron flies to deal with those, because they'll resist the fire. Speaking of which, there are my iron flies. Tanking the javelins like pros. There we go. I still don't know what that thingy did. What's all that white flashing? Isn't there a way to see the log? Show the log, please. I think there's a way. Here we go. Pull from the grave. I don't know. I don't need every single bit of detail here. Just give me the standard log. Decay, pull from grave. Oh, was it wooden warriors? No, they still have 0 protection. Rickbeard and vulnerability, that's on self. Iron warriors? Truly, I have no idea what they were casting on themselves. Anyway, I don't actually like having that back line. There we go. So their back line is being menaced by my iron flies. There's a real meeting of giants here between our elk riders and lions, but they're also interspersed by my iron flies. At size 3, they fit in quite neatly with these guys, and they're actually shocking the lions. I don't know if it's magic resistance that stops you from getting shocked. Maybe so, maybe no, but these guys... Wow, actually, that's very good magic resistance. Normally animals have terrible magic resistance, but I guess since these are magical beings, rather than strictly animals, they don't give a damn. Alright, we're getting into flank their god. Their god has 20 protection. That's a lot of protection. And you don't have earth magic. Oh, but you're invulnerable 25. That's okay, we deal with that. Where'd you get all that protection from? Truth be told, I don't know. It doesn't matter though, we will bite through that and destroy you. Please don't let Johnny Bravo die. Funny, I was actually thinking about Bravo Bravo recently, which is where on Cartoon Network you could phone in to speak to Johnny Bravo, and he'd have little competitions you could play. I wanted to do that, but I never did because it was based in America. The white effect was the pretender casting Astral Healing. I'm unfamiliar with Astral Healing. I am familiar, however, with completely eradicating this pretender chasse's army. It's snowing, that should help put out some of our fires. We undoubtedly lost some units here, but not a significant amount. And that's a total rout for my enemies. Many of them won't even get away, because the iron flies are going to fly away and take care of the stragglers. Well, I thought they would. I guess they were too busy chewing down on what they were zapping at there. Right, anyway, Bahia down. Minuscule losses for me. Total annihilation of them. But I need to go and take this throne. My prophet isn't available right now, but my god can come and claim this, so we're going to send in the real decoy. And Djibouti, this is us on the offense against Chalagi. No, much smaller force without seeing all the Atlantian slaves, however, not like we even needed much of a force to take them out. Vermilion's given us misfortune. Ew, dead rats in the harbour. Shitatsu Sho's giving us some extra money. Melodiana tells us that in 3 months, the People's Death Match is going to happen in the arena. Spellcasting is not allowed. You're going to get a slave collar to make sure that you don't do any magic. Pretender gods and disciples are not allowed to compete. Any pretender breaking the rules gets to keep the slave collar. That's quite funny because you can't take it off. Or can you? There are ways. Well, I'm not very interested in winning those, but it's always nice to go in and kill your enemies. Right, under siege in Chalagi. How damaged are we? It's a giant fort. It can hold out for a couple more turns. That gives me an opportunity to... Man, the province defense in Djibouti is terrible. I'm going to take out sewer level, and then I'm going to take out well, I'm going to take their units out here. As for you guys, good job on the Oberdin. I think I'll have you guys move over to the Iberian Zoo, just to seal this off. Look, it's only got crappy units here. Even so, I don't trust them just being crappy units, so I'm going to move in with everything I have here. Well, everything I have. A bunch of things that I have. We are going to move back a bit, because I don't like being too up close and personal here. That's not a lot of magical flies, is it? You get back here. Spells, spells, stay behind troops. You do whatever. You guys attack rear. That's fine. Really don't like the lack of formation. You know what? I'm just going to eat the -1 morale, because it's not going to last very long. Hold on, grab a couple of you, move you over there, 25, 25. That way I can split you up there to have the resemblance of a formation. I'm also going to bodyguard up Penitente, just in case he gets jumped. And you guys are going to enjoy a few bodyguards as well. There we go, just because I didn't feel like I had a lot of defense on my bodyguards. These guys are on attack rear, good. There are not a lot of you actually, so I will actually have you hold an attack rear rather than jump straight in. I wish I could tell them to hold for 1 turn, but I cannot. So now I am somewhat split. I've got a northern force and a somewhat southern force. Just trying to eat up what I can before Yasan takes it all. Not that these swamps are that great, but we're working on it. Can a dead god be revived? Yes. In fact, a dead god has a very special way of reviving them. Normally when something dies, it dies for good. Unless it was a Hall of Fame member, in which case there's a special ritual to bring them back. But some units can die constantly, and those are the immortals. How in the world... Are you an immortal? God knows. Anyway, immortality, or being twice born, allows you to come back from death. But a god, assuming they don't come back from one of the other ways, if my real decoy fat grubby bugger here died, I would be able to use my priests, and I would use I'd use something called Call God, which I don't think we have here because he's not dead. But if he was, all of our priests just throw down their weapons, raise up their hands and go, ah, and eventually your god gets called back after a certain number of priest turns. So losing your god early is horrible because you need a lot of priest turns to call them back. The AI, being the cheating bastard that it is, gets a big bonus on that. I actually need to take back Chalgay quite soon, just in case they call their god back, which is not what I'd be looking for right now. Toga Boy, you should be preaching there. Aeromorph, friend... Oh, they do have another fort over in Lutetia. Go and have a look and see what's happening with that. Bai is all mine, and the real decoy is going to claim that throne, because it's a damn good throne. Spreads Dominion 3, gives me 4 gems, all very nice. Not sure I'll use the evocation bonus much, but it's nice to have the option. Go and grab what we can here, and I'm notably not doing a lot of site searching. I do regret that slightly, but I think at this point I'm going to be doing remote site searching more than anything else. Ah, would you look at that? I actually have a bit more blood hunting capabilities than I thought. Alright, if that's the case. I still need another 3 sanguine dowsing rods. Grab this hammer, forge me a sanguine dowsing rod, and then once that's done, you guys just go out and start blood hunting for me. I know we need it. I'll build the laboratories when I have the money for it, which is kind of now. And you put on that fancy helmet, and look at you now. You can cast Fog Warriors. It's going to exhaust you, and it's going to take forever, but you can do it, and I'm fairly certain you'll survive at 28 hit points and, well, 10 invulnerability, plus if they hit you on the head, they're not getting through that winged helmet. I'm a bit baffled about your lack of protection on the body, but you'll be fine. I might even give you the 1,000-mile boots, just so you can keep up with everyone. Those flying guys can be pretty fast, can't they? No, better to keep this around for the flexibility. I'm sure you'll be able to keep up with others. Let's see... You're moving over to sewer level. Why don't you... Oh, right, you can't even move from here. Am I being too greedy and going for sewer level rather than Chalagay? Yes, I am. Kill them. Kill them and have Sante assist you with a break siege. I always forget the command for that. It's capital E. I shouldn't need my mages here. I'll just keep them researching. As for you, just in case something goes awry, keep yourself some bodyguards. Actually, keep yourself these things as bodyguards. No, not everything. There we go. I don't often use these guys as bodyguards, but we'll do it anyway. They've got pretty good map move. So if you break the siege and you have all these guys coming in, I'm pretty sure we will just destroy what they have. Attack rear, attack closest. The main thing I'm missing is my main core of slave soldiers. And I would like more slave soldiers. So I'm going to bring reinforcements in of the slaves, actually. Botan and Seymour Guado. You guys are in charge of... Actually, just one of them. I shouldn't need that many. They're kind of slow, so it's going to take a while to get over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Go and guard Botan the smuggler. Yeah. Nah, we're going to give it over to Seymour. There you go, Seymour. And you can actually divide them up a bit more. You don't have standards for them, which is kind of a shame, but they haven't been routing that badly, so I'm not too fussed about it. Stay back. Make my core. Flies be flies. Hold and attack rear. Do whatever, guard. Seymour Guado cast spells. And Seymour Guado, go and join in the fun over there. It'll take a while. Actually, maybe go via Forlorn Muskeg. Why did you want to go via Third Rome? God knows. But one thing I do know is that I want you to have a bit more supplies for them. Speaking of supplies, I don't make enough of them. God, I need more hammers, but the real decoy is too busy. Well, when lobby, hammer or no hammer, keep making me endless bags of wine, please. Oh wait, I think I saw it. Illumina. Oh, of course you're making the sanguine dowsing rod, which I do want you to use the hammer for. Damn my lack of hammers. You're still making me the vile water, which is fine. Another idea for a pretty good summon that should be easily accessible. Winter Wolves. Winter Wolves, Winter Wolves. I see you're doing me absolutely no favors by telling me where to find it, but I'm going to assume it's a water conjuration. Winter Wolves. Summon Winter Wolves. 3 water, 8 water, number effects 5+. See, water summons aren't so good for me because I don't have many water mages currently. I can easily get them, but... Where did you see... Oh my god. Look at that unrest. That's pretty terrible. I could just lose the province like that. I need to actually keep people around. Maybe we should patrol it down. There must be a villain lair or something. Oh, this is a problem. Shades, unrest, death gems. Yeah, I think we're gonna sit here and patrol this down a fair bit. Yikes. Although patrolling might be pretty bad for it. If the unrest is too high, we get nothing out of it anyway, so we may as well. Miwako, not much left for you to do here. So you can just wait while we're at it. Yeah, you know what? Let's get those winter wolves here. You know, this was a terrible idea. It takes so long between things, it's hard to suddenly spin around and go, ah yes, we'll use these effectively. I should have thought of a better way to present this idea. There we go. Well, that's okay. Some ideas are terrible. Right. Ash Canyon is still struggling somehow, so keep up the preaching there. Otherwise, Uela, preach aplenty, and that's everybody busy enough. Kind of looking forward to seeing how this combos with Fog Warriors already. That's an independent god. It's an independent god chassis. They themselves are not a pretender god, though. Right, so we got our Winter Wolves. Have a quick look at them. There we go. Absolutely no protection, but they are ethereal. Now that's pretty good if you're fighting against benign units. And you could always fluff these guys up with, well, since they're already massively cold resistant, you could give them armies of steel and whatnot and not worry about it. 2 attacks. No limit on the amount of frost breathing that they can do, and it's area of effect 1. Yeah, these guys are actually really good. You also don't have to pay for them. They're mindless. Winter Wolves look really good if you just overcome their low protection. They even have half-decent attack and defense. Yeah, these guys are good. If you had a lot of water gems, you could actually base a strategy around them. They have no encumbrance, so they would take quickness really well as well. If only they were sacred. Anyway, that's really cool. I will try to deploy them in a fight whenever I can. And you get 5 of them per cast. Neat. 5+ as well. So if you had someone with very high water, you'd get even more, but it's kind of a waste of your stuff. Right, go and claim that Throne of Ascension. Loggy has their prophet back, but I hope they don't get their god back, because their bless is painful. There was a battle in the Netherlands. How do we know about the Netherlands? Doesn't matter how we know about it. So here are those nasty claw guys again. Some of them are horror marked for some reason. Maybe they were in a province that horror marks randomly. Okay, I mean, they're going to have no problem taking the Netherlands here. Oh god, they were flying. They have quickness, blood surge. I don't remember you having flight when blessed. But maybe you do. Let me just consult that. Chakar, Tonkolamark, Yasan. Yasan do have flight when blessed. So not only are these terrifyingly strong and almost unkillable crab creatures, they can immediately fly over to me. Ooh, God. God almighty. What do you do against this? Electricity gets through the protection, but if they fly over, then they're not going to be ideal slow targets. And they're not even that slow because of quickness. Yeesh. And their massive encumbrances taken care of by their massive reinvigoration, aided by blood surge. Oh man, didn't I say no cancer builds? Ha, that's funny in a number of ways. Right, Iberian Zoo. This is us going in down south. No fancy mages helping us out here. But honestly, we got these guys taken care of. Loggy's fight I'm a bit more interested in, because this is the first time I'm properly fluffing up my army. Fog Warrior takes 2 turns to actually activate. And of course I didn't tell my flies to hold, but that's okay. There we go. Now, all of my units here have Mist Form, which is very, very powerful. All attacks made against this unit will only do 1 point of damage. That might seem absurdly overpowered. Why are so many of them already injured? What in the world happened here? Oh, I think that's just, they're not actually injured. That's just a byproduct of maximum hit points being higher due to Gift of Health. Very misleading. They're not actually injured. Anyway, to get through this, you either hit them with a very heavy attack, or you use magical weapons, or you roll on that 1% chance of just breaking it. But that even applies to our iron flies. Good luck hurting these things. You're going to need it. Even when my units are completely surrounded, it takes a bit of work to take care of them. Yeah, that's what we need. Very large pots of boiling water for the crabs. Sadly, the only real pot we have is the pot of broth, and that won't help us out here. Oh, this guy's trying to get over. It's a good thing I left myself some bodyguards here to nibble away at you. This was not my main army, but it's doing... Oh, it's very handily destroying this detachment of Loggy's. Well, in a way it was, but I've kind of split my army. It's hard to say what's main and not now. Anyway, down you go. And we had no losses, largely thanks to Mist Warriors, or Fog Warriors. And all 105 of their guys are very dead. Bahia is diseasing our units, please know. Although we have Gift of Health, it's not a big deal. Disease. A lab gained, and Illuminata has joined us. Oh, there already was a lab over there. Guess I thought wrong. Not Djibouti. Vermilion City. Oh god, Illuminata. You're stuck there. You're very stuck there. You're just going to research until you die. And you will die because you're old. Oh god, there's loads of misfortune here. There must be a... No, we have someone else's misfortune scale here. But at least we have magic, so get researching Illuminati. Vermilion City was where we got that. I'm not going to give you that. I will give it to someone who's more likely to actually survive. And hey, we've got our sanguine dowsing rods, so we can hang up our hammers here. Grab our sanguine dowsing rods and go and find us some virgins. Might sound very nasty, but don't worry, we're just drugging them and then sacrificing them. Western Roman Empire and Big Blue Blob are almost half decent for blood hunting in, but populations below 5,000 can fail on blood hunting. Despite the risk, I'm going to start doing it in Third Rome as well. So we'll do Third Rome, Providence Ridge, and Corinus Isle. Higgins de Valois, you head over there. I have one more that I can do. Hyrule was tempting, it's not so tempting anymore. Alexandria is quite tempting. Blobhemia is even more tempting. So, win lobby, go over to Blobhemia and search there. Just like a real life fly, it takes 10 guys to kill one. Yeah, but these ones bite you with electricity that kills you. Captain Oil. No, Captain Olimar, the Master Bishop. Am I still recruiting here? Oh yeah, let's call Canny on that, shall we? I'm not made of money. I'm made of fire. A lot of researching going on here, which is cool. But maybe a couple of you want to go and research in Big Blue Blob, which is a lot safer now. I'm going to send all three of you over to Big Blue Blob to research. Seymour Guado is on his way to go and help out. A little worried about Yasan coming in here now that I see that they have magical blood-surging flying crabs. God, I'm getting nothing but crappy province defense units around here. Right, you three, do you combine up with the main army or do you not? Santi, you're going to be joining the main army. Is this really all my main army is? It's not a lot of commanders, but let's get the reinforcements in on the cavalry. My cavalry's been really suffering of late. God, we've got a really poor iron fly over here. So this iron fly is feeble-minded, mute, never healing, and oh, this is the same one that lost its head from ages ago. If you see a unit like this and you get attached to it, you can promote them to a commander and thug them out. I don't know what slots an iron fly has, but you know what? Let's check. Unit, iron fly. If you make them big, what do they become? Amazingly, iron flies come with 2 hands, a head, body, feet, and 2 misc slots. They have full slots. That's mad. I mean, he's not going to have a head slot, but I could make you into a proper commander. There's just, I don't know what I'd do with you. Why would I thug out a fly? Why would I thug out a fly with no skills here? Also, do these guys benefit from Gift of Health? I haven't had them in my Dominion for very long, so I don't know if they'd heal up, but I get the feeling that Gift of Health wouldn't help inanimates. I don't know, but they are getting the hit point boost out of Gift of Health, so I don't know. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, why not? Well, the why not is that we're not out of the woods, proverbially speaking. We still have some strong foes to take care of. Right. I think we should take the northern way around over to Lutetia. So sewer level, and then work my way around. And then, fortunately for me, Iberian Zoo is a choke point for getting into my lands. From the Netherlands, at least. Unfortunately, I also want to take Deception Island, but I might be better off not pushing my luck against Yasan. We're not at war, and I'd rather keep it that way. If I go into Forlorn Muskeg, I'm almost certainly going to bump with them. So I think I should just hold the units here in Iberian Zoo. It's strong enough to at least put up a good defense against whatever comes our way, but those crabs would cut their way through these guys, no problem. And their attacks are so heavy, they would actually probably pop Mist Form if I had it. Yeah, if I had Mist Form. Right. Right. I want more air gems. I don't get anywhere near enough air gems, especially for an air nation. Mingal Empire guy, however, at Ash Canyon, they're struggling on their Dominion. Penitente and friends, you guys just wait here. Don't cause too much trouble. Actually, maybe you could construct me a temple here. I certainly want a temple over in Tarentum, so I'm going to send a few of you guys over there to preach and to build. Conis Isle was meant to have a temple, and it's going to need a... It needs a bunch of things, and Nico Bellic will take care of all of that. He'll build a lab and a temple. But I get both done in the same turn if I send over the captain. Aeromorph. Let's see. The giant fortress here must be sieged. It's quite well organized. You wait there, see if there's any big fights going on. You'll probably get routed out and destroyed, but if you don't, it's good news for me. I don't know if he's mounting up for an attack against me here, or just moving around his units. Either way, my province defense would die to his very strong claw guys. One thing is they might be pretty poor at sieging me down, but they do have the strength buffer, so I don't know necessarily. Well, these guys aren't too shabby on fort defense, at least, so I'll take some solace in that. Pound for pound, you're a lot better than using the slave knights. And one other thing is that I should be able... Oh, right, I don't have loads of chaff for jumping in. Not chaff, but my crappy little research guys. I'm going to continue to draw out the water guys in the hopes to get more blood for more blood hunting, because there's some blood summons that I really want. Otherwise, we carry on. Gift of Health works on undead, but it doesn't mention inanimate. My guess would be that it would work. Well, I could always send a flyback and find out. Right, we found 4 slaves in Timbuktu. That's tiny, you know, you want like 100 slaves a turn for a real economy. Real Decoy has grabbed the Throne of Elements. Good for us. Thaumaturgy, what happened in sewer level? Where are my Fog Warriors? Oh, we never got it cast because blip. Fair enough. Djibouti... Oh man, all these diseases. I think this is because of the Throne of Pestilence, but it could be something else. Festivals held in the honor of the Real Decoy, the armour. Everyone was celebrating. Faith has increased in Blobhemia. Lack of supplies in Iberian Zoo. Oh, I thought I gave you guys stuff. I guess I did not. If that's the case, how much disease is spreading? More than I would like. Well, if that's the case, Seymour Guado, you've already got some on you, but British tourist in Spain, you go and grab another bit of supplies, and you bring them over to the Iberian Zoo, and you two preach a bit while you're here. In fact, you guys don't do that much research for me. Let's bring quite a lot of you over to help preach Iberian Zoo, because if I get my Dominion here, I might be able to cure some of that disease without moving any of them back. And I don't want to micro moving them back. Microing is a pain. Speaking of which, I want you guys preaching, except one of you needs to construct a temple here. And on Conis Isle, I need a laboratory a temple, and I need you to blood hunt. My blood hunting economy should start taking off approximately now. You go blood hunting, I will want a laboratory up there. You're already blood hunting. You blood hunt in Blobhemia. Where's my blood hunter? There you are. Maybe I should blood hunt Hyrule, you know, just a touch. But I need more blood hunters to begin with. I don't really have them, and I don't want to... Whoa! Dong Zhuo came out with a double blood. That's pretty big. That's pretty sweet, actually. You know what, for now, grab this hammer and forge me some... sanguine dowsing rods. And once we have a few of those, you'll grab one and head on out. And I'm also going to want some laboratories set up. You set one up here. You set one up in third room. Maybe a temple as well. But look at this. I am a little scared that Yasan want to fight me. It actually feels like a bad idea to blood hunt third room, because the moment they just come and attack me in third room, I am DED. Hey, the unrest went way down in Bahia. Good on you, Real Decoy. I strongly suspect that they want to fight me for the throne of Bahia. Having my god there makes my god a bit of a liability. And there's not really much he's... Well, I mean, there's some nice things he can throw down in a fight, but I'd rather not lose my god. Plus, he's a bringer of fortune. I want that fortune on my capital. And losing him loses his global enchantments, so sorry, I'm pulling the god back. However, this is still something I need to take care of in a manner of speaking. So... Ugh, unfluffed army. Not ideal. But it's a pretty strong army, even without its fluffing. Pretty strong. Alright, we've got the patrolling done. Let's get ourselves a temple here. And I'm not going to fort it up. If Yasan attack me, I move into Mount Moon and I fort up Mount Moon. It's just a much better place for a fort. Otherwise, the rest of us just keep patrolling here. Yeah, my glorious advancement to the rear. I expect nothing less. But I also expect nothing more. Right. Not often you see that. 3 different move speeds. Anyway, move over to Djibouti. Then the Ryokan Hiei, then Diamond Heights, then Lutetia. You guys are just going to secure the north. Mingle Emperor... I feel like that's not the spelling of Mingle. Mingle Emperor, over you go. Guile is in Hyrule, and I just keep cranking these guys out to help with my preaching. Why are you here on Shiva? I'm sure there was a good reason for it. I think I sent you guys over here to research, and oh, I've got no quill pens for you, how unusual. Okay. Okay. Little worried about Yasan. They are mounted up on my border. I mean, it could be that they're just done dealing with their, dealing with Chalagi. But yeah, since they're right next to my throne here, and I know they want those thrones, that could be exactly what they're thinking about instead. Bah, humbug. Alright. What am I really working towards here? Thaumaturgy 8 for Galegate. I can have that in a couple of turns if I have the air gems, which I don't, but I think Galegate only costs 60 gems. So if I just don't spend air gems for a while, I should be able to get that. On top of that, though, I have a ton of nature gems that I'm not doing anything with. Am I still making... Yeah, I'm still forging endless bags of wine. Let's do that on the relatively cheaper. I'm a long way from having the blood that I want. No clue what's going on, says Invictus, but you're my favourite random game streamer to watch. Thanks for streaming. Aww. Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. My heart isn't completely made of stone. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I do want, but I just don't quite have the setups for what I truly want. Stellar Focus I do think is a largely waste of time. I guess we're getting going on Blood once we have Thaumaturgy 8, and I want Blood 8, right? Blood 8. No, it's only Blood 7 for Ascendance. And I really want Rescendance, so blood 7 is fine. Although if we're going blood, I might as well get blood 9 for damage reversal. God, do I love damage reversal. Only requires 1 blood, and if you ever hurt whoever has damage reversal on, take a magic resistance check or that damage gets done to you. That is going to make my fallen angels delectable. I also need to put some thought into Miss Netherlands. Actually, what is Miss Netherlands from? It's not conjuration. What is it? Enchantment? Oh, maybe it is conjuration, but water. Yeah, ancient presence. How do I get water nature cross path? It's nigh something or other, isn't it? There is someone you bring about who has water nature, and I always forget her name. And I'm pretty sure there's a way to get her on the cheap-ish. Maybe it's water it's Naiad. Oh, maybe it's Naiad. Well, you know what? This is exactly what we had a Dumbfied Modern Spectre for. Is it Naiad? Go away, Ironfly. Naiad there is our 3-3. So I want Naiad. And for Naiad, I need 3 water, 1 nature. That's a problem because I don't already have water nature cross path. How do I get water nature cross path? I already have water. Well, I already have nature, and I have water. And I need 3 water, 1 nature. I could empower. I have a lot of nature gems for empowering. I could roll the enchantress, but I'd rather not. I think I just grab one of my esteemed mages, someone like Sakines, and then just give them the nature path. Yeah, you just kind of sit back with what you have, and you're old as sin. But I think that's exactly what I'll do. Yeah, then you can contact Naiad and we can use it. But doesn't Naiad have like homesickness or something? Yeah, you hate being away from home. So I actually want to summon you in a swamp. None of my forts are in a swamp. Actually, excuse me. Doesn't it not matter since we have Gift of Health up? Nature Blood is a nice cross path as well. I'm actually unfamiliar with Nature Blood. If it's that good, maybe I could put it on one of my other esteemed mages. Ah, but you don't have the water. No, I will put it on Sakines. Right, Sakines, you're going to empower nature in preparation for getting Ancient Presence. It's still a long way away, but I'd rather be ready for it. And what I can do is, you're pretty fast, I just have you hop over to Western Roman Empire, contact Naiad, and then hop back. Of course, Naiad is vulnerable, sitting in Western Roman Empire. It's unforted. It's not that well defended. It's defended by useless troops. But I don't want to fort it. Although, honestly, I wouldn't lose much by forting it, would I? No, I would not. I was just checking to see if I had any other better placed swamplands. The Western Roman Empire might be for the better. You know what, it couldn't hurt to at least have a little palisade there, so... I feel like I'm putting too much into this. Nature Blood gets the armour that increases blood magic by 1. Isn't that a horrible armour that has all sorts of curses and things that you don't want? Well, that I don't want. That's what I remember, at least. Kinda wishing I had a way to fluff you guys up. I want another air mage that's able to absolutely thump down some nice... Oh, crap, I didn't mean to press E. Okay, never mind that. There we go. Pardon the muting. I figured you didn't want to hear me coughing there. Right, we empowered over in nature. So now you're able to contact Naiad. You know what? Since Naiad only needs to temporarily make the ancient presences in Western Roman Empire, maybe it's not a huge deal. Even so, get over there and call her out just to be sure. You are able to contact her, right? Yeah, there we go. 35 water gems, which I absolutely do have, so get over there and do it. What are you doing here? I think I wanted a laboratory here, so construct a lab. And over here, construct a lab. And then our blood mages go straight into the blood mage pool rather than just sitting around on the commander that found them. So Tonkolo Mark got their profit back. It's Shaya the hero. Wow, they made their hero there. So Ven and Higgins didn't find a blood slave. What's up with that? Well, with one blood, I think your chance of finding a blood slave is 60%. With one blood plus one dowsing rod, I think it's 90-ish%. Anyway, if you want to make sure that you get them, you want to have blood level 2 plus a sanguine dowsing rod or blood level 3. But we'll make do with this. The occasional failure is fine. It could also be when there's not enough population, but we know there's enough population when there's over 5,000. Still, that's not a very good blood economy. It needs to be much better. Djibouti gives me bad things. Blobhemia gives me disease. Iberian Zoo gives me death and population decrease and disease. But at least the radar car driver stopped there being a great disaster over in Djibouti. Wasn't there already a disaster in Djibouti? Yeah, okay. Try harder. That radar car carried me through Godzilla, the NES strategy game. Great game, by the way. Province income up, bunch of gems coming in, and misfortune. And a huge number of people moved into Big Blue Blob. Interestingly enough, that makes Big Blue Blob a very valid blood hunting site. So we will go over there. Actually, Dongzhou, you should probably just go straight over there right now. So drop your hammer, grab your sanguine dowsing rod, and go and harvest all of the virgins from Big Blue Blob. Real decoy, you can get back to thinking about casting things, but probably not casting things. What is Kenzoku? The Kenzoku Commander. I think I looked him up before, but... let's see, you are just a pretty good commander, but nothing amazing, and certainly nothing worth investing into. You are sacred and ethereal, but I don't have a good bless. You're pretty cheap, actually. If you had a lot of astral pearls and a great bless, you could probably just thug him out and send him in to fight. But he's no Wraith Lord. I do like my Wraith Lords. Right, difficult thing. I would love to start getting Ashric Knowledge operational so I can get more gem income, and I will. And I'm probably going to melt down my Earth Gems and my Nature Gems to make Astral Pearls to start searching. However, it's a waste for the Real Decoy to do that, because I already have other three Astral people to do that. So, painful as it might be, considering the lengths we went to get these Earth Gems, a gem is a gem, so I'm just going to turn them into pearls, same with the Nature Gems. Did I have a use for these things? Maybe so, maybe no. Anyway, 100 Astral Pearls, and 3 of you are just going to cast Ashric Knowledge on the places that are most likely to give me good stuff, which is Bahia, and... It thinks Chibi has good stuff in it, but I think Tarentum has good stuff in it. And... we already checked Big Blue Blob and Western Roman Empire, but we haven't checked sewer level. But if the game really thinks there's one in Chibi, I'll believe it. What's your bless, by the way? If you can make some magic penetration gear, Thaumaturgy 6 Imprint Souls gives you a lot of sacreds to use. It's pretty non-existent. My bless is... that cold resistance isn't even my bless, that's from a throne. Magic leadership plus 50. Master Smith plus 2. Temple Train Iron Fly. And Farcaster. And that's it. So nothing reasonably for combat. Yeah, not worth it. I didn't want to build a combat bless for this one. I wanted to rely more on my amazing strategic ability rather than clubbing something. Right, there's a lot of preaching to be done, so do please preach. One of you don't preach, but instead train me some monster flies. And same story here, preach, preach, preach. Get me some monsters. Regular priests are certainly better for that. In fact, I will just start cranking out priests wholesale from Tarentum. And also, We won't get a lot of them, but let's get some Atlantian slaves here. And you guys make your way over to Diamond Hat. Why can you not go to Diamond Hat? Oh, crap. Because you took this, I can't get over there. Can we swim at least? Yeah, everyone could go to Tarentum and then to Diamond Heights at least. I am tiptoeing around Yasan. I'm really doing the appeasement strategy with them. That will eventually bite me in the bum, I'm certain of it. Right, all of you guys keep preaching. Why do I have an additional person over here in Bahia? Swamps give the highest gems on average, but it's decently close. Decently close with what? Do they give more than Thrones? I thought Thrones had much better chance than anything else. Then again, I have been bitten on that before. Why is a Lala here? I recall putting a Lala here. I probably threw you over here so that you could train a monster in the temple. That would make sense. Well, that would almost make sense, but it also wouldn't. Build a lab, get blood hunting. By rule, continue with the blessings, or the preaching rather. And you continue with the blood hunting. We've already got stuff here. You, however, go and train monsters. And Seymour... Wait, actually, weren't you coming along with Seymour? I can't remember. Probably not. Seymour. Wow, our supply usage is actually too much in the Iberian Zoo. Even now, that death is unpleasant. Kinda makes me wish there was a laboratory there to help out, but nah. What I could do is tell Nico to grab some supplies and bring them over for you as well. You can't preach, but you can help in your own ways. Iberian Zoo is the choke point into here, but I'm kind of worried about Forlorn Muskeg. I might have Seymour turn south, actually, and have his army stand in Arborang ready to dissuade Yasan from attacking. Seymour, except for Seymour himself, can go entirely underwater. But yeah, I think you're going to hold Arborang just in case they get any ideas about attacking there. Because I don't really need the reinforcements for the fight against the pretty much dead Chalagi. The throne modifier is added on top of the land. I think a throne in plains is better than a swamp. Yeah, I think a throne is plus 40 and a swamp is something like plus 25. But yeah, it's all stacking modifiers here. Anything else to wonder or care about? Probably, if we carry on. Right, there was the arena, which I ignored, but let's go and see what the fight was. Chakar versus Yasan is nice. You! The biggest hero in the game currently is Rosalina the Prophet. And yeah, so I didn't realize this. Well, I realize it now. But there was a champion's helmet that you can win, but that got overwritten by the champion's headband. Pretty nice. Inspiration 3. Oh, I wouldn't mind having that, but it forces you to fight in these arenas again. You've got the slave collar, enchanted sword. Well, are you going to win again? Oh, but look at what we have here. A fully charged Plock War Chief. Massive protection. But aren't you ethereal? Yeah, you are ethereal, but your protection is low. But you've got Demon Bane. That's a magical weapon. I think the crab's gonna have your guts for garters. Defense skill 28? The hell did you wish on this person? 28 defense skill. And you're not even using a shield. Getting through that with 11 attack skill might be a tall order, little crab guy. Well, that helps. The copper plate stunned Rosalina, completely crushing that defense skill and leaving you wide open for the Clabby Crabs. Now that copper plate is a very cheap air item to make. And just like that! Okay, so all because of that copper plate, which gives that one charge. Were you horror marked at the start of this? Or do you have horror mark on attack? I think you might have horror mark on attack. I recall seeing that in one of the builds here, although I don't think it shows here. But it did. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, just because of that cheap, crappy copper plate that no one would ever normally care about. You just went and paralyzed them, negated their defense, and just shanked them. Oh, it's mutually assured destruction! Wait, it said you're routed, but... Oh! You are routed, but I think the slave collar prevented your routing? Wow, okay, so actually Rosalina made it through. I am surprised by just about everything I saw there. Guess there's just no stopping Rosalina. And your prize is the champion's Gladius. Jesus, man. When I encounter you, I want to kill you. Right, Ashric Knowledge. 3 sites over in Bahia. Sages Guild. I can recruit sages. I won't. You cost way too much money. Well, whoa, actually, that's not a lot of money for your research. I thought sages were expensive. I guess I'm dead wrong. Pretty sweet, but I won't go out of my way to do that. That was already there. That's 1 extra nature gem and 1 extra water gem. Well, that's the whole reason you do Ashric Knowledge for gems. 2 things found in Tarentum. The Temple to the Raging God. Hello, my way into fire. That's a pretty rare find. Fire Lord for 2 fire. That's pretty great. Combat Caster as well. 50% chance of using a spell in melee. God, you're delicious, but I don't think I want to change up any strategy just to have you here. And a High Priest for even better preaching. 2 fire gems is lovely, the turmoil is not. God, I will concede I am tempted by recruiting you. Just have access to fire. But then we don't really have any fire gems. Well, we're getting fire gems now, that's for sure. And what else is going on? Adoring Fan finds us 2 sites in Chibi. Death and more death. Well, fine by me. Alexandria has given us a damned merchant. They probably give you blood slaves. Yeah, 1 blood slave a turn. Not a lot to write home about. That's just the fight in the arena. Curiously enough, how did you fare on the first turn, Rosalina? The one time I sent my pretender god into the arena, upon winning, the slave collar remained equipped. Yeah, that's because it warns you don't send your pretender, else you keep the collar. So with 9 attack and 9 defense, you're already dead. Splat. Just consumed by venomous fangs. Hank Hill was discovered in Cool Cool Mountain. That puts an end to his propane dreams. Why am I under siege in Tarentum? Oh, there was a battle in Tarentum. Chalagi just won't give up. But again, my province defense is sheer garbage, so in a way they're not even worth paying for. Okay. Pretty sure I'll be fine in Arborang. Tarentum is right there. You know, all my army is in Tarentum. I could just step out and destroy you, you know. I probably should have moved and patrolled rather than anything else, because now I have to break the siege before I can move on. But we'll still get it done. At least I keep my my temple to the Raging God. Oh, but Yasan has cut me off once again. Yasan's just getting everywhere. Those crabs. Those damn crabs. I'm not even sure my build would work very well against them, but I do need to push against them eventually. Well, I could consider that time is on my side. Now you there. Cast me, my friend, the Naiad. Nice thing about Naiad is they can summon more Naiads. I don't know if they're sacred or not, I should have looked into that. Right, Nico, I would like you to construct us a lab here. Actually, would I? It's kind of a waste of time, isn't it? Don't bother doing that. Curiously, can you train a monster in a temple? Doesn't really matter. I only brought you to bring over this endless bag of wine to give to Penitente. Just do that and head back to Chalagi. It's got our dominion in it now, which is great. Can finally undo all the death that was done to that province. Illuminati, drop off all the blood slaves. Same with you, Ben. Drop off those blood slaves for me. Dongjuo, now that you're over in Big Blue Blob, you get to hunt for blood slaves. Not search for magical sites, you dingus. Shift B, Bloodhunt. Right, that was pretty good on searching for sites and getting more gem income. I think I will continue to liquidate what I have and put it into asterisk knowledge, just so I can get loads and loads of gems, because gems are, well, they're necessary for all the summons, and we want to do a fair bit of summoning. But the thing is, I also really want Galegate. And now that I have the option, getting Eternal Pyre and Well of Misery aren't out of the question either. Basically just all the gem generators to just funnel it into more and more summons. Galegate tempts me the most. And we already got the Thaumaturgy for it. Need 60 air gems, huh? Do I actually have someone that cast Galegate now I think about it? You need 5 wind for it. Sakina's is 4. If he took off his helmet, Santi could put that over. I kind of need you. Actually, what boosts air magic as well? Doesn't Bag of Winds increase air? That's expensive. He's thinking, trying to reach my way up to grab 5 air for that. Rick Astley, enlighten me. Bag of Winds gives you air magic, but it costs a staggering 40 gems. Scary, very scary stuff. Hey Santa, there's practically nothing in there to worry about. Why don't you grab a hammer and forge me a Bag of Winds? You are 2 level, yeah, that's right, you're not sacred. Just remember to summon Naiads where you want to park her. Yeah, I'll pretty much be parking her in Western Roman Empire, though. It's a little risky a province, but only a little. Sure, I could get attacked by Chakar from Tiny Huge Island, but I don't think they would do that. Keynes is level 4. You could actually forge me the Bag of Winds, but that tears into my air gems something fierce. You could make a Ring of Wizardry, assuming you're willing to invest to get there. I never normally do the rings. Ring of Wizardry requires Astral 7. However, I do have that, but it costs 80 pearls to make. Holy crap. That is absurd. Wait, isn't it sorcery? No, this is... Jesus, 80 gems for that. I'd rather make the air thing. It is amazing though. Is it though? I mean, sure, it's +1 to all of these if you have something initial. And I'd be swapping it around like nobody's business. Jesus, 80 pearls? Who's got that to spare? Then again, I could liquidate some of the stuff that I do have to get access to that. And the real decoy can already forge it. And that would get me the access faster, would get me a Galegate faster. Alright, to hell with it, let's go and make it. Alchemy... How many death gems do I get? Plenty. Alright, then we're going to liquidate them now. 80 Astral Pearls though, Jesus, I feel bad about this already. Ow. Ow. Ouch. Well, at the very least, use a hammer to save me 2 additional ones. There we go, Ring of Wizardry, Magic +1, bang. And I suppose when it comes to it, he could also make us the other ring if he really wants to. Of course, I don't have the gems to do Galegate yet anyway, but I will eventually. Krummer, there's not much for you to do, so go and retreat back to Zenken to do more research. Penultimo in Tarentum, keep the preaching going. And Scorpion, keep the preaching going. And Mithra, there's nothing much for you to do here unless I wanted a temple. And you know what? I don't, because it's way too vulnerable. But I do, but I don't. Tricky. Go and build one in Timbuktu instead. And Hyrule guy, you also go to Timbuktu so you can summon the monsters there. And you guys just get back to researching. You probably need it on Naiad later on as well. Will I, though? She starts with water 3, +1 for the ring, +1 for the robe. Yeah, that brings you up to 5, and I'll still need +1, so yeah, it'll probably go into you eventually as well. And then the nature booster is even easier. Right, Naiad is here. There you are. Homesickness. If it leaves its home province, it will take a percentage of its maximum hit points and damage every month. You could always put a Ring of Regeneration on that. But we'll just leave you there, and it's a long... I shouldn't have made you so early. It's a long time before you can actually help me out with stuff. That's not necessarily true. You could equip a hammer and start forging some of the water stuff I need. I'm going to need the water bracelet for one, which is nice and cheap. And then I'm going to need the robe of the sea, which is not nice and cheap, but I'll still want it. What else is going on this turn? Slaves coming in, 12, 30, 40, yeah, about 50 coming in is nice. Morgana rolled low on finding them in Timbuktu, but you go and help us out by having a temple, please. Now, finding slaves does increase unrest, and you have to make a decision between patrolling that down and not. I should really be blood hunting in Bahia. Why am I not doing that? Because I don't have another blood mage. That's the problem. A problem that will be dealt with. Now, Lutetia. Crabs fighting the remnants of Chalagate. I mean, that's kind of good. Keeps them off my back, but it also stops me taking over the land that I want. And much to my surprise, Chalagate's beaten up the crabs. This is good. I mean, I always want stuff that prolongs fights between my enemies, but I should just come in and utterly crush whatever you have here. Oh yeah, not a question. Not even a question. And it was a shame they were there to begin with, because now I need to spend some time moving away. Do I want to take this helmet off of you? I'm going to need that helmet off of you for gale gating. And I don't want to make another one. But by taking the helmet off, you can no longer cast Fog Warriors. Why don't you guys just wait here, actually? Why don't you patrol here? So now, Yasan, if they want to come and attack me, they have to go Iberian Zoo, or Tarentum, or Arborang. Unless they go by the water, but why would they do that? Oh, why would they do that when they got all these units over there in Uedora? Anyway, just patrol for now. Take off that helmet. Maybe even take off the Robe of Storms. You can't use Fog Warriors unless you're leveled up anyway, so there you go. And it was Sakin's, right? You grab the helmet and the ring, and now you're at level 5. And now I'm very scared of having you just sitting there very vulnerably. I might retreat you to the capital where you'll be a lot safer and cast a lot of stuff for me. Yeah, I'll keep you in the capital and keep you safe. So you're going to do Galegate for me very soon. Next turn even. Nico, you just research while you're there. Yong Kim? Why are you... Oh, right. If I ever have this situation, it's because my Dominion dropped down, preventing me from researching further. Seymour Guado, you just hold out in Arborang. Yet more priests for yet more preaching. Gordon Ramsby, if you can't research, preach. And Real Decoy. I feel like I should be doing something with all those earth gems, but what would I do with you? None of this jumps out at me. Tatsu Commander. What is that? Tatsu Commander. Tatsu is a dragon thing. Isn't that one of the god chassis? Hang on, let's bring you up here. This here is Tatsu. Go away, Naiad. Who are you? Go away, Jiggy Whatsits. Tatsu. You're a poisonous dragon with a 2 random roll. Although for 19 earth gems, you're a pretty tantalizing summon. Flying, flies and storms. 13 natural protection. You're not amazing, but you're something. Certainly cause the enemy some headaches. Even so, I struggle to think of a good use for you, but... Oh yeah, you're not very thuggable. You take one head ornament and one miscellaneous item, and the only head ornament you'll take is a crown. You don't even loot particularly well. Well, at least we know. I'm very unfamiliar with the Tengu summons, so I'm learning here. I think we looked at UGD before, and that wasn't very impressive. So just get back to researching for now. Real Decoy, I dream of the day that you can have Eyes of God up. Krumer, research. And here's my load of water mages that are very sadly not rolling blood for me. However, we're getting there on the blood. I just need to research blood 7 so that I can get my fallen angel. And then those fallen angels are going to be scrumptious. It's kind of a shame that they're sacred because I don't have a good bless for them, but I have ideas for them. In fact, specifically, I want to make sure that I already have... is it Alteration? Yes, it is. Soul Vortex and Phoenix Pyre. I got both of those. If I get those two things, the only other thing I really want is... oh, what is it? Damage Reversal at Blood 9. If I get all of that, those super thugs will probably win the game for me. God, I'm getting excited already just thinking about it. The question is, what would I thug them out with? And let's go and look at the Dom 5 Mod Inspector to consider that. Here's my Fallen Angel. They have full slots. They're already scary. They already resist fire. You know what? I could actually have them do Heat from Hell as well, but that's kind of good when we're there, outside of the cold. But yeah, that's Phoenix Fire right there, that's Soul Vortex, that's Damage Reversal. What other awesome blood spells are there? That's probably my weakness in thinking here. I was thinking about thugging, but I'm also still thinking about spells. Blood spells that can be done in battle to help them out. And it can be Blood Death and Blood Fire. I mean, it could be Hellfire, but I'm looking for things that either buff them up or do a battle enchantment. Assuming you can kit it to the point where it survives fighting horrors, Hell Power. Does Hell Power give horror marks? Anyway, I don't want to curse my awesome units here. Or horror mark, rather. Hellfire. Area of effect 3, number of effects 2, 1 blood slave, armor piercing. How does this help? Oh, that's Hellfire, not Hellpower. Where am I looking for Hellpower? There is Rush of Strength, but that's probably not worth it. Not for the fatigue cost that it costs. Blood Rain drops morale. Now that would work really well, but it costs a lot of fatigue. Arm... Rejuvenate. Well, these things are practically ageless, so that's not necessary. Bloodletting. All blood goes to the mage's life force. Again, very expensive. It's only blood 2. Hellpower. I don't think the Fallen Angels are mindless, are they? No, they are not. But they are demons, and there are some pretty big anti-demon counters. For every minute the battle lasts, there's a chance that a horror will materialize in the vicinity of the caster. Gives magic boost plus 2. That's magic, not sorcery, right? So it's not going to affect death or blood. But the attack, the defense, the strength, the precision, the morale, the magic resistance, the protection, that's all really good, but I do not like horror marking my units at all. It affects every path, but I thought magic was different from sorcery. I mean, I trust your word over it, but... Magic plus 1, sorcery plus 1. If it gives plus 1 to everything, that might be quite nice, but I don't want to risk the horror mark. Forget it. We do Soul Vortex, we do Phoenix Pyre, we do Damage Reversal once we have it, and then we just go to town. And I can almost get you. Oh man, I can taste those Fallen Angels. Yeah, but the question is what I thug them out with, right? That's what I was trying to think about before I got distracted. They need some protection. They already have invulnerability 25, but that's heavily countered by magical weapons or evocations. So I actually need to give them good protection on the head and the body. Any old cheap piece of crap will do, though, but I want these guys expensive. I practically want them super combatant rather than just thugged. You get infinite amounts of fallen angels. Who cares about horror marks? The fact that I want to thug them out is why I care. But you make a good point. I don't need to thug them out with items. But I kind of want to give them temporary blood. Just so they can do damage reversal. What kind of temporary blood things are there? I'd probably need to check a blood mage for that. Frozen heart? No. The cardiac cask. Only costs 15 blood and gives 2 blood slaves. Armour of Knights is cheap, but with cold, perhaps a Remy Hoberg. Cold resistance, ice protection, breath of winter. They're probably going to be fighting outside of my dominion, so I don't want to focus on cold. But yeah, Armour of Knights is a really cheap option to give them some good protection. But there's the question, maybe I just give them no equipment and tell them off they trot. They're not immortal, but with lots of blood slaves coming in, I practically should be making one every other turn. But yeah. You know what? Between Soul Vortex and Phoenix Pyre, they should be pretty fine at keeping themselves alive. Yeah, you know what? Let's not invest in gear for them. Let's just invest in blood hunting enough to get loads of them. But that means I need to continue to get more bloodcasters, and we're not getting them. Also, something I want to think about is dealing with my money problem. Enchantment 9 gives Gift of Nature's Bounty. It's level 7, but we have a nature caster, painfully German here, who is at 4. They become 5, 6 with the big treebeard staff, and if I graft an extra arm onto them, they can become 7 with the thistle mace. That means I need a fire, earth cross path. I forget if it's 3 fire, 1 earth, or 1 fire, 3 earth. Actually, which one is it? I need to quickly look up item. I believe it's called the Copper Arm, and it is 3 earth, 1 fire. So if I empower my god with 1 bit of fire, he'll be able to do that. You don't even need the extra arm. Really? What other nature booster do I have access to for you? So if I drop the Coral Blade and give you the Tree Lord Staff, you're only at 6. How do I bring that up to 7? I can't think of another booster that I have access to. Come on, Asselkur, don't leave me hanging. What do you know that I don't? I have no idea. There you go, keep your Coral Blade for now. We'll sort this out. What do I have here? The Boots of Nothingness. They just let you kick. Who would even have that? Oh, the ring! Of course, the ring! Although, my ring only does magic, not sorcery. But yes, I could make a ring. That would probably be cheaper overall than all the other stuff. God, my astral pearls are in high demand right now. The ring. Akins, you should probably drop the ring at this point. Oh, right, no, I still need that on you for you to cast Galegate. Arms are much more fun. Screw the ring now. It's very expensive to get ourselves over to ring. Okay. Looks fine to me. And again, that blood magic 7. You need 4 blood, 1 astral. Do I have anyone 4 blood, 1 astral? I think about it. I'm pretty sure we rolled someone with half decent blood. Yeah, we got Utter Dark, who's on 3 blood, and he's got the 2 astral. Was there another bloody mage, like a hero or someone that I got? You can always check here and check for blood characters. Basically, does anyone already have 3 blood or more? Dong Zhou has 2, but he doesn't have the astral. Sakins has that blood, and he's got 2 blood there. I think Utter Dark will be my man for it. Although, you know, Sakine's is already being invested into. I think well... Utter Dark is over here and in a good position for deploying such things. So I will probably have you do exactly that. Of course you need the blood. And to make the blood, we're going to need a blood booster or two. The blood thorn is one of them. But I would need one more. The blood nature path, which I can't remember if I got or not. No, I didn't. Blood booster, without the blood death or blood fire. I could just empower you in blood. It's a little dangerous. You know what, Utter Dark, it's in your name. Go and drink yourself 45 blood slaves. We have time before we start summoning them anyway. That ring you made gives paths in blood. Really? Hang on, does this really actually give +1 in non-sorcery stuff? Oh wow, it does! Crikey, I thought I needed the other ring. I've been dead wrong about that ring. Okay, well... Well. It gives every path. I thought magic was these 4 and sorcery was these 4. Guess I'm completely wrong. Alright, I won't risk empowering you though, because empowering with blood can leave a horror mark, and then they die to horrors. Okay, right, we're all learning stuff, mostly me. Get back, there's a lot of stuff I need you to do. Okay. Does that mean you can combine the 2 rings? Then you get +2 on sorcery. Not a lot of good blood slaves this time. Dominion up in Western Roman Empire, money in Bahia. The fact that I'm not in a big war right now is really giving me a lot of leeway to just do all this, basically. I just hold down the line. The enemy is too scared to attack me, although he's still mounted up on my borders in an intimidating manner. And I really want Galegate operational, so I'm going to alchemy myself a few air gems and have you cast Global Galegate. Bang. Bye-bye all of my air gems. Barf, we bring you up in water in order to bring you up in water even more. And we will have Blood Magic 7 this turn. With that Blood Magic, I need Utter Dark to... Too low level to forge a sight. Oh, you don't have Master Smith, that's your problem. Do I have a blood guy with Master Smith? By which I mean they have to be sacred to me, and I don't think I was dishing out enough of those sacred things. Why did I bring you back down to Ash Canyon? I wanted you over in the capital for doing this stuff. Keep you safer. Anyway, you do have that, so you can cast Galegate, and then you can make the knife. And then, wow, Sakine's is going to be doing a lot for me. Galegate, knife, hand the knife and the ring over to Utter Dark, and Utter Dark is going to start crapping out those fallen angels for me. That's my brilliant plan, and it is brilliant. You, while you're there, just research. You're not doing too much harm by sitting around out there, and if you die, you die. And I want to send... Oh, you're moving over there to start summoning more iron flies. You consider doing the same thing in Third Rome. And would you actually look at that? My dominion is starting to spread. Putting down all these temples and holding the line, although I'm failing to do it right here, is actually causing my dominion to do nice things for me. Although not enough here, evidently. Keep the preaching flowing, brothers. Magic is all, elemental is the left, and sorcery is the right. Elemental, that's what I should have been thinking about. Gift of water breathing, now that's kind of cool. Because what I can do is I can give that to Seymour Guado. Except I can't, but you could, Nanavan. And now Seymour Guado could actually go into the water with his army. I mean, the army's already able to go into water, it's just Seymour who cannot. But that also means that I could bring him over a bunch of these guys. They won't fight well in the water. Gift of water breathing through this thing is 100 size, so that's about 30 of these guys. That's 20, 29, 30. Over you go. I think this only affects units and not commanders. So I'm just going to toss this over to Seymour Guado, so he's flexible. Means he can go into the water if he needs to. Fighting crabs in water is not necessarily good for us, but I'm just opening up my options here. Not much we have to worry about. We can batten down the hatches, and soon we're about to drop a whole load of fallen angels on my foes. I already have an underwater province, so I could do Maelstrom. And whilst I do poo-poo Maelstrom, at this point I do just want every gem I can get. More Blood Slaves, Galegate is up. And now that we have Galegate, I want you to forge me a Bloodthorn. Do you have a hammer to make that slightly cheaper with? No, you don't. I should really have more hammers. That's your job, Real Decoy. Make me more hammers. And you there, Metal Mario. Go and alchemize me some more Astral Pearls, because I want you to cast Ashric Knowledge. Apparently it thinks that Corin's Isle has all the best stuff, so I will trust the game on that. And Barth, go and put on your robe. And now you're ready to call Ancient Presence. So I hope you don't get like jumped and die here. That would be very sad. But it is a real possibility. So what I think I should do is forge you a Ring of Regeneration. I don't know. I just feel it's a little too risky having you hang out here. Nah, no risk, no reward. Just hang around there for now. I don't think there's anything else for me to worry about this turn except for the battle in Lutetia, which we have a spy to keep an eye on. Yasan's really failing to bring in the crab numbers for this. I'm wondering if they're busy doing something else. Arborang gives me unrest. Gangplank lowers my money. You'd almost think I'm not good with my scales here, but come on. Get those fortune scales spreading out. Train the monsters here. Give me an additional temple here. Hand over the gift of water breathing to Seymour so he can do whatever he wants. And construct another temple there. I feel relatively safe in my position, so I'm templing up practically everywhere that I can. Not Vermilion City or Gangplant, obviously. Was Barth summoned in that swamp? Yes, so homesickness isn't doing anything to her. Don't know what watery stuff I could possibly want you to forge here. There's an argument for Boots of Quickness for my my deadly fallen angels. Thinking about it, they're not very killy, are they? Let's have a look at them here. They use a Dark Fire Sword, which does extra fire damage, but there's no area of effect, is there? So in a sense, they're really not going to kill enough. I'm just hoping that they spook the enemy, but if they get covered in, say, the undead, that's a problem. So I'll have to put up Fire Shield, actually. I'm trying to not invest in thugging them out too much, so if I just give them Fire Shield, then everything attacking them will be attacking themselves. Brilliant idea, Jake. One of the long line of ideas that you've had that have been great. Wave Breaker for the guy leading the army, perhaps. Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker. Oh yeah, Friendly Currents is really sweet. And you know what, that's not very expensive. If we do end up underwater with these guys, we will want that to negate. Well, no, these guys aren't even poor amphibians. It'll just be good to actually give them some actual stats. Great thinking. Never even considered Wave Breaker. Hyrule. You know what? Not been doing in Hyrule? Training monsters there. Please fix that. And. Can I hand back that helmet, please, now? You've got too much air, and I have not enough air over here. So Sandy can now have that, and now you're able to cast Fog Warriors once again. Beautiful. And you still need that ring to make the Blood Dagger, but once we have that Blood Dagger, Santi... No, it's not Santi. Utter Dark. Utter Dark will be my go-to guy. And I'm going to also forge... If I can find... Do I even have a spare hammer? No, I never have a spare hammer. Right, I don't need more endless bags of wine. So surrender your hammer. Get back to researching. And find... you there. Mother's little helper. Grab this hammer, and you now forge me a battle saint, and we'll alchemize it out of earth gems. I just want one of those on hand so that if I desperately need someone to have Master Smith too, I can do that. I consider forting up the summoning swamp. Yeah, I have the money, so there's no good reason not to. Just go and throw down a palisade there. Although I could use 3 red seconds. Everyone loves 3 red seconds. Nah, just a crappy little palisade will do us. Okay. Nothing found in Chorus Isle. That's what I get for trusting the game. Small amount of blood slaves coming in. Shaligi giving me 19 death gems. That's lovely. Oberdeen has disease. That's that throne of pestilence. I really want to kill it. Yasan's crappy little... What kind of scout is this heavily armoured crab? How conspicuous can you be? Killing brigands, killing brigands. Alright. No more Mr. Bloody Nice Guy. Grab your knife. Grab the ring. Who's got the ring? You had the ring, Sakins. The ring will allow you to get the ancient presence, but that's not a big deal. Do I want Blood Magic 9 before I get Enchantment 9? I think I do, because I really like the idea of damage reversal. But hang on, if I'm not thugging them out, they're not going to get damage reversal anyway. Oh, but damage reversal's so good. So good. Yeah, let's go for Blood 9 for damage reversal. Then Enchantment 9, and then we're just going to fill up everything else. Right. Utter Dark. Grab your ring. It's kind of a shame that I'm giving you this ring, because you kind of need to hold on to the ring to always do these summons. Is there any other blood booster that we have? I'd need Blood Nature to get the thing that sticks into their body. Is it Blood Death or Blood Fire? Either way, actually, our Angel can do the last little booster. Anyway, cast, Blood, Reascendance, monthly. That's going to start being really nice for us. Third Rome, you train monsters there. Nervine, I thought I wanted you to build a temple. You did build a temple, so train monsters in it. And the fact that we have our Dominion here means that there are no diseases here. And in Iberian Zoo, we have cleared away most of the diseases. Ain't that sweet? Even with Gift of Health up, the disease does keep chipping away at their health, so you have to hope that this gets cleansed. But if he dies, he dies. It's not a big deal. Grab yourself your extra... oh, you can't actually handle the magical units. But Kickle Cubicle can. There we go, that's pretty good. That even raises morale nicely. Sakins, didn't I want you to do something else? I don't know, but I'm going to bring you back to the capital. Oh, you have the nature blood. You can make this, the Armour of Twisting Thorns. It's cursed, but it gives blood and nature bonus. Which actually befits you more than Utter Dark. You'd benefit from the nature. But I don't need the nature boost, and Utter Dark wants the blood boost, so grab a hammer and forge that Armour of Twisting Thorns. And let's have Seymour Guado. Oh, he doesn't have we don't have a lab here. Alright. I want a couple more of you. Don't repeat it. And have Kano bring that over for our prophet. How you doing, Barth? Good? Yeah, great. what was Ancient Presence? It's Conjuration, right? Keep forgetting that. Conjuration 9 for Ancient Presence, so maybe do that before we get Enchantment 9. Because I really want to see Miss... I want to see Miss Netherlands in action. Armour of Souls would be nice and possible with that Mastersmith. Armour of Souls. Armour of Souls. Which one is Armour of Souls? That's nothing I'm seeing there. Blood 5. Wait, really? Oh, this is a... Oh, wow, it does give blood, blood +1. And it can be taken off. That said, it's considerably more expensive than the Armour of Twisting Thorns. But, you know, it's not like I don't have the blood slaves right now, it's just I want to get my... I'm impatient to see my angels, that's the main thing. The angels, by the way, can they enter water? Sacred, magic, flying, need not eat demon spirit sight. They would need something to let them enter water. And by entering water, their skills would be significantly reduced. Now, if I'm going into water, I should bring my actual watery units for that. Tempting, but... No, it is tempting. You are too low level to make it, though. You wouldn't be if you had the ring, or the knife, but we're currently using that. Nah, just forge that armor, it's fine if it doesn't come off. Go and help out with the preaching there, and... You already made me what I was after, so you can get back to research. Drop the hammer. Also research until you can get your swamp children on the go. Alright, finally get to see this thing in action. More blood slaves coming in, reascendance done, and after all this waiting, we finally have Doctor Who, the Fallen Angel. Demonic, spirit-sighted, they even have Master Smiths, so they can do fire, death, blood stuff. Demonic Reader. Ooh, tainted. And expensive. Ancient Casket. Starting with Curse, 4 temporary death gems, now that's nice. Yeah, and you also have access to the Skull of Fire for boosting fire. God, you are good. There are so many nice things that you could do, and I'm using you as a thug. But I am using you as a thug, so... Hey, would you like to have some Ironfly bodyguards? Or would that be a waste of your talents? They would die. The thing is, you're not going to die very easily unless you're hit with magical weapons. Magical weapons do you in something fierce. That's worth considering. So, the most important thing is to have you cast Soul Vortex. The second most important thing is Phoenix Pyre. The third most important thing is Fire Shield. It's very low level, but it is actually important to have that so that your enemies hurt themselves. Anything else worth having? We can queue up 2 more things. I don't really think I want Hell Power, and I don't want anything that's costing me slaves, because you're not bringing slaves with you. He's thinking. You're already fire retardant, so that's okay. Skeletal body is surprisingly good. Invulnerability 25 doesn't stack with existing invulnerability 25, so you don't get invulnerability 50 out of that, at least not to my knowledge. Yeah, skeletal body does have all incoming pierce damage, but am I really going to want that enough to care about? I suppose it's something, right? If you're already engaged in combat at this time, it's not going to make much of a difference. Wrath of the Ancestor. A host of wrathful ancestral spirits is summoned to decide the battle. Summons ancestral spirit. I have no idea what you are. Ancestral spirit is just a spooky ghost thing. One of the really crappy ones with no protection and 1 hit point. Why would I want that? I guess it's a host, but... Wait, no, that seems weird. Let me look up Host of the Ancestors. Wrath of the Ancestor. Ah, it brings in 20 of them. But even that's pathetic. Who would spend death gems on those things? They're terrible. Okay, that's good enough. After you have that, just go on the attack. And we want you to do it from the back row. And we're going to save this to number 1. And Doctor Who, I'm immediately going to see what you can do against... well, this is actually a problem that I have. I'm not at war with anyone other than Loggy, and Loggy is dying. So, by deploying you, I am basically going to war. Which I might not necessarily want to do right now. But I could certainly take the fight to Yasan. They are the scariest nation. And they are pretty damn scary. Problem is they're really underwater, really entrenched underwater. Also, how well do I think I'm going to fare against those crabby claw guys with this thing? Fortunately, they fight me with benign weapons, so they're going to have a hard time getting through immortality. They're sacred, you can use them as suicide bombs with the right bless. Oh, the ancestral spirits, yeah. Yeah, nice synergy there. Where's my... There you are, there's my Doctor Who. We've got a lot of preaching going on here, more than I think we really need, but I think the big problem is I've got a lot of my mage core here, which is screwing up me figuring out what is what here. Right, Doctor Who, where are you going to go? What are you going to fight? I could actually take the fight to Chikar instead. Rather than risking war with Yasan, I could just have you go and raid down and destroy Chikar. But I reckon that Yasan would just take advantage of that. I mean, they took advantage of me crushing Loggy. So yeah, I think I actually have to take the fight to Yasan. So we're going into the Netherlands, and I'm going to continue to crap out these things as often as I can. No Ring of Wizardry for you anymore. You're going to put on this cursed armour. Still gives you the blood though, so you can still cast blood, reascendance, go. I might not be able to do it every turn, but I'll try and crank out as many as I can. And I've got a lazy eye open for any blood mages that we get here, which we sadly have not. I want to try my hand at getting more blood mages though, so... Bob on battlefield, you are also going to recruit some potential blood mages. Sakin's back in Trash Canyon. You've got the global up, I need you safe, so I'm bringing you back to Zenken. Lion Tamer, keep preaching. Kano, give that over to Seymour Guado. Friendly currents won't do anything since we're not underwater. There was the argument for going underwater and casting Maelstrom, wasn't there? What's Maelstrom? Evocation, perhaps? Yeah, Maelstrom needs water 6. Highest water access I have right now is 5. Could be 6 with the... Well, I don't have the gems to do Maelstrom, but I will consider doing Maelstrom on you. Okay. God, your province defense is garbage. Even so, even if you're not going underwater, I think it's a good idea to head on over and besiege Forlorn Muskeg. You've already got all of those. I wanted to give these over to Seymour Guado, but he can't afford any more units. So give them over to Kano, and Kano's going to join you over in Forlorn. And this fight... Get back there. Not amazing, but it's something. That's some very unsupported units, they won't be happy about that. Alright, in that case, maybe you could call in a few more. They won't get there in time. But head over to Arborang regardless. And if I am going on the warpath, I might as well make it a rampage. Oh, that's owned by Chakar. Ryokan Heifei is owned by you. Not all of you are able to go underwater here. I'm just going to leave you behind. You guys are slow. Right, you guys are one hell of an attack force, but what do I do with you? For one, the Outerloper really doesn't need a skull talisman. I'm going to give him a bag of eternal wine. And probably have you head via the Iberian Zoo. Yeah, that way the path cleared by the angel can be followed up by the main army. Kind of a waste, though. Maybe I send you guys in here. You guys follow up. Just in case I'm going to add even more wine. But is there somewhere better that I could send the angel then? The fallen angel, that is. Don't want to cause any ruffled feathers over here too much, since it's right on Ton Colomark and Shakar's border. Hey, you know what? You could make your way over to Florida and Mount Moon. That's all Yasan land. And if you think it's not close enough, I can give you the boots of the billion-mile striding. And then you can get all the way over there, no problem. Hey, there we go. Right, get into Florida. And as for you folks, continue the rampage. You're heading over to Mount Moon. I know your consumption is awfully high, and you're completely unfluffed. But even so... Not you, Cinder. Or you, Pop Fury. I don't really know why you guys are here. You guys just wait and preach and whatever. Canadian and Laura Bow. You grab the supplies, move into Mount Moon. There we go. Unfluffed. And we don't care. We're going in regardless. And one other thing I need to do is start preparing for taking over underwater. Fortunately, I continue to recruit loads of units here. And I didn't give them commanders that can go underwater. But that's something that I can change in a quick turn. These guys can go underwater. They taskmaster quite well, although they don't get formations. I can give items to make those leaders go underwater as well. That might even be a better idea. It is a better idea. Keep more of these guys coming out. And you folks who know your way around water, go and make some rings of water breathing. Do I have hammers for you? I do, actually. Save those. There we go. Then these other leaders can go and grab those and go underwater, and they can even be supported by water mages. We've even got level 3 water mages that can help out there. Alright, sweet. Should have what we need to go on the war march here. Starting the war with only a single attack, you can take like 5 to 6 provinces turn 1. I'm doing exactly that. Moving in on 1 province, 2 province. I'm bothering in that one. 3 province, 4 province. There is also Castle Malloy here. And there's Cornwall. I might just get moving out big time. Chai and Suspiciously Wealthy Furry. You might not actually be well set for taking Cornwall, but it's better just to push my enemy. Yeah, let's do it. Kinda glad that these guys are somewhat militant priests. You just guard that, and if they're bringing in any of their fancy priests, the other guy can take care of it with some banishment. Cast spells, cast spells. You guys guard, you guys on the back, go and attack rear. And then what do we have here? Loads of my slaves. Hey, there's even the trampling cube thing. Right, do we make our way onto Castle Malloy? Unfluffed. Yeah, it sucks to not have mages set up to fluff these armies, but hey-ho, we'll work with what we have. There might be some undead, but even so, let's just get you guys over there with the army. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Oh god, no. I gotta stop selecting my generic priests. They're white, that's why I think that they are one of the other ones, but they don't have wings. Right, thunk. You guys are the bodyguards. Can we lead wolves? Can we lead this? Yeah, we can. Okay, that little slimer thing is going to do its utmost. Probably going to die horribly, though. It's so slow. I might as well just set it out on its own at the front. Probably just going to die horribly, though. Right, you guys are going to work on Castle Malloy. Flies will help with the sieging. But you might be there for a while, and they're probably going to counterattack something fierce. But that's okay. Some fights will win, some fights will lose. Just send out that cubey thing right at the front. You guys flank on the side. You guys maybe hold and attack rear for change. Do whatever, do whatever. Do attack on the rear. And you just do what feels natural. You guys all cast spells. Again, we're not rustling Chakar's jimmies and all of this. Where are all my flies here? Have I not been... Oh god. Gone all this time without actually training monsters in Ash Canyon. That's a damn shame. Otherwise, though, I think I have got or deployed... Yeah, I deployed loads of my iron flies for the attack over to the west. However, there are a lot of flies in Providence Ridge and in Western Roman Empire. So if I grab a couple of my flyers, Altoona over to Providence, Rook over to Western Roman Empire, in a couple of turns you'll be able to move those flies around. Alright, let's go for it. War against the crab people. We get the first strike. I'm just wondering if there's some obvious opening that I'm missing here. I don't have to go to Forlorn Muskeg, you know. Seymour could actually enter the water into Heart of Texas. He has the build for it. Kano, however, does not. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Kano's not moving with you down into Heart of Texas. I might do that rather than doing Forlorn Muskeg. Reason being that you're going to bolster Arborang anyway. Yeah. Sorry, Kano, you won't be joining underwater. You're going to be waiting here. But Seymour's going to take the water, so we'll see how that works out for him. Alright, let's go. Lots of attacks. Have at. Boy, the music really goes up and down a lot, doesn't it? I think it's a lot between Dominions 4 and Dominions 5. I need to look into audio equalization at some point. Another Rescendants, another Fallen Angel. Blood Magic is 8, soon it'll be 9. Maybe I shouldn't bother with 9 if I'm not going to be doing blood damage reversal. Forget that for now then, we'll do Blood Magic 9 later. Some Blood Slaves, not an amazing amount of them. Right, all of my attacks. Let's see how he likes being surprise attacked. First off, is this Castle Malloy? It is, because look who's here, it's my gelatinous cube. And he's probably not going to accomplish anything because he's just too slow. Go, wolves, go. They're ethereal, so I don't care much about these benign attacks, although one of them did eat it. It's 1 in 4 chance of getting through ethereal. These guys are not cold resistant, but that massive protection is bothersome. And we did a tiny amount of damage, but we did chill them. And actually the chill aura is bringing up your fatigue. And look who it also is. The flies. The flies don't care much about the crab people defense. And that's pretty cool. The cold aura on these guys at 6 is pretty damn good. And it froze this guy solid. All of these fatigue things just piled up on him. He did not have the resistance to it. And the extra cold in the area is making it worse for them as well. Man, these winter wolves are really cool. I mean, that frost breath is area of effect 1, armor piercing. And the chill aura combined with the ethereal. If you could just fluff up their normal protection, boy, they would be amazing. Right, now come on, bring on the crabs, skewer them. Poor gelatinous cube just has nothing to do, it's too slow. I suppose what you want are flying gelatinous cubes then. But I can't think of any way to make a gelatinous cube sacred, so You'd have to give them mass flight. And I think you can only summon these things one at a time, so they're very mage turn inefficient. But it could be an entire strategy. If you have a nation with great water access and air, you could spend a lot of turns summoning these guys, and then you could point buff them with quickness, but I don't think that's worth it. I mean, their combat speed will go from 2 to 4. But you can give them mass flight, and then they would just jump onto the enemy and start absorbing them. You'd want to do something about their protection, though, so maybe get someone with nature to put in... Yeah, they're already fire resistant, so you could actually make these guys wooden warriors. Starting a war... yeah, that one attack thing keeps throwing me off. We did more than one attack, a lot more. Notably, the Winter Wolves froze some of my regular units. In fact, a lot of my units are stamina'd out already. That's not a big deal, though, because you only start taking damage from being fatigued out at 200 fatigue. And these guys are fine-ish. Why are you still freezing? What in the world is still hitting you with cold? Was there lingering damage there? Anyway, Castle Malloy. We took some losses. Not our gelatinous cube, though. Oh, all of our iron flies died. That's a shame, I wanted them for the siege. Anyway, Castle Malloy is now under siege. So, will we bring in more to aid it? Probably, because I doubt that siege is going very well. Cornwall. Very small attack. Oh, yeah, I think we'll be okay. Go, my iron flies. Kind of throwing their lives away here, which is unfortunate. Iron flies are wasted on militia like that. This might not go well for us. In fact, we're already routed. These cowards. Alright, so the battle on Cornwall, not so great. The enemy had quite a lot of province defense there, and honestly, just sending in a handful of our crummy slaves completely unfluffed wasn't going to accomplish much. But I had a dream that it was not very well province defended and we just stroll in and take it, so... yeah, rotten way to go. Florida. Finally, we get to see you in action. Now, these guys aren't going to reach you in any good time, I think, so you should have time to get all of your fluffs up. So, Soul Vortex, an aura that drinks enemies' fatigue and health. Phoenix Pyre, practically unkillable when combined with Soul Vortex. Fire Shield, anyone attacking you hurts themselves. Skeletal Body, any piercing attack is going to do half damage, but that's after protection, so if it deals 4 damage, it deals 2. Ah, there you are. And you're also scary. Did you immediately take some damage? Ow. Did you? Maybe you didn't. Current hit point 74. Anyway, there you are, get to work. Now, like I said, you're not very killy. You're actually going to have a hard time killing lots of people. But generally, thugs just kind of stick around long enough to do the enemy in, rather than... Where'd you go? Ah, okay, there you went. I thought you'd retreated. You even got Tangle Vine there, which is a shame. However, because I put Fire Shield on you, anyone attacking you risks setting themselves on fire. Including our crab friends. Although... you're not invincible, don't forget that. You're actually profusely bleeding right now. So I need you to absorb health off of your enemies. Jings, actually, they're doing a fair amount of damage to you. That bleed is doing 4 damage per turn, you just got hit for 10. And these aren't even magical attacks, they're just punching through that 25 invulnerability. Even so, a lot of the enemies are running away, and your Soul Vortex is bringing your health back. So, nothing to surely worry about, although please stop bleeding. There we go, loads of people around for Soul Vortex to drink and give you health back. Yummy, yummy, yummy. You are weakened now, but that's okay, you don't usually do most of your damage through strength attacks. Alright, not too shabby. I mean, that was 95 including really crappy units. But at least getting those kills in is going to give you quite a bit of experience. So if we go and look at you in Florida, there we go. You're experienced, building up your attack and defense and all sorts. That's some damn good morale as well. And weakened strength -4 is no big deal. Mount Moon. We know we took it, but how did we take it? Man, the AI just shoving in loads of their province defense feels kind of good to destroy. And destroy it we shall. Zappity zap. Total encirclement, total destruction. Thank you, Mount Moon. 2 flies and a slave knight down. Well worth it for destroying a lot of province defense and raising their temple. Heart of Texas. Why it's in the water, I do not know. So here we are with friendly currents. Oh, it's dark down here. Wait, where's my friendly currents? Does friendly current not do what I think it does? Move further every turn, less exhausted. Damn, I thought for certain friendly currents aided your attack and defense skill. But I guess it just does combat speed. But I think it also affects the enemy combat speed, right? Yeah. I was dead wrong though. I thought for certain that it affected attack and defense. On the plus side though, our units have good vision. They're less affected by darkness. The enemy units... well, some of them are less affected, but these Kulus are not, so they should die horribly. What am I thinking about that gives you extra attack and defense skill in water? Oh yeah, the flies can't do anything from the back. I should have put them closer to the front, but that's okay. I'm quite confident in our slaves here. They're not poison resistant. And actually, there's a very good chance that they get spooked due to low morale, but... even so, we mulch our way through. Eat the crabs. Wonderfully done. And then the Netherlands. Wait, the Netherlands? Okay, I was thinking about another province. And it was a good idea bringing in the priests, because they got some soulless here. Bong, 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 away they go. In come the flies. Not a lot of them, but they really help out with that flank. Militia against my slaves. Sorry, but slaves beat militia. Annihilation. No survivors. Only 6 of ours died, and again, they were only slaves, Ramesses. So, out of our 6 expansions, I think only 1 failed, and that was Cornwall. Although Castle Malloy might be hard to capitalize on. Radar car driver once again preventing great disaster, thank you. I wish it told you what the bad event was. Feels like a waste saying, oh, you saved yourself, and you go from what? Like, you know, stuff. Shaligi giving me a free Starshine Skullcap, which is an astral booster, a handful of gems, and some money. And moderate damage in Castle Malloy. Starvation in the Netherlands. Perhaps I should have given you some more boosters there. Sarmazegatusa calls out to me. What do we do about that? How much disease are we talking about? Barely any. Oh god, we've got an elk. Just throw the elk away. The elk makes them all... well, all incorrect. Why don't you work on Forlorn Muskeg? These guys can also aid in Forlorn Muskeg. And that leaves my additional Fallen Angel to go and deal with Bubble Gloop Swamp. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. And the main army, which barely needs any supplies, in fact they use negative supplies, are going to go down to the Netherlands and then take on Sarmazegatusa. So then I will proceed to hold on to my holdings, besiege Forlorn Muskeg, and then the army will be in position to siege Sarmazegatusa. Heart of Texas, get some... ooh, okay, we're kind of surrounded by possible ways that this could be counter-taken. But I think I'll take out Blood Kelp Zone. How much of a siege power is this? Not a lot, actually. Maybe you guys would be better off raiding. In fact, raiding along the coastline stops me from being counter-raided here, which is rather nice. Doctor Who! You can go obscenely far with map move 46. You might go over to Mumbo Mountain. Florida here, we have a bit of a buffer, and Mount Moon. I always wanted a fort in Mount Moon. This is my main army, though. I might actually continue the march over on Chikar. Well, it's not my main army, and they're not fluffed, so maybe that's not a great idea. What I'm thinking about is bringing in the Queen of Elemental Air to fluff up this army. Should be able to cast Fog Warriors on him, no sweat. Problem is that I don't have many boosters for that. Sakines can make the Winged Helmet. And... where was my Air 3 guy? Actually, change of plan. Sakines can make the Bag of Winds for Air Magic +1. And I swear I had an Air 2 guy here. I think it was Gordon Ramsay. I'm not going crazy, right? I'm sure he's here somewhere. Where the bleeding heck is he? There he is, and it wasn't Gordon Ramsay, it was Rick Astley. Anyway, Rick Astley, grab a hammer, and you make me the helmet. And then next turn, I'm going to have Sakines summon the Queen of Elemental Air. Queen of Elemental Air is going to jump over to join the Mount Moon army, and then fluff them up with, well, whatever they need. And then they will be able to take the fight. Whilst waiting on that, though, Jadwiga, bring me a temple. Laura Bow, construct me a palisade. The rest of you just preach. It's kind of a waste to put much province defense here, but I'll slam in 10 for the heck of it. And then you guys will be poised and ready to lead the assault on Chikar. And we're just going to go 1, 2, 3 and destroy their capital. All the while they can't really counterattack much because I'll have a palisade here. And yeah, I've got the rest of this temple forted up. Didn't you want to save those air gems for something else? I was saving them up for Galegate, and I already cast Galegate. I didn't cast Galegate. No, I did cast Galegate. I don't think I wanted my air gems for anything else in particular. Although if I did, I've managed to forget, so no big deal. Still getting those Dwarven Hammers out, still wishing I had more Astral Pearls. If I got some death boosters going, Well of Misery wouldn't be outside of my range. Well of Misery is... what exactly? Oh, it's Conjuration 8, although we're working on that. But... I don't know. My angels are what I use for that. Right, whilst you are there, is there anything you can do to help us out? Well, maybe, but I can't think what I would have you do right now. I need more blood mages if I want to cast more of my angels, and pretty much all of my blood is going into angels these days. Fallen angels, that is. Didn't expect this to be a fallen angel run, but I did see them and think I wanted them, so that's okay. You guys had to retreat from your failed attack on Cornwall, right? Yeah, you did. And what a dramatic failure it was. Will I bring an army over to deal with that? We have a fair army in Trash Canyon, but I think we'll just hold the line here. They're going to have plenty of raids to worry about. Oh yeah, there's Castle Malloy. Castle Malloy was a success, but it's not going to be very good on the sieging, so maybe I will bring in some units from Ash Canyon for that. The supply situation isn't great there. So let's just grab what we can. And you guys go and help with that siege. And then there's quite a lot of help that could be brought in from here. It's 18 move from here, and you guys move 18. So, if I have people that can command those troops, I will, but I don't, do I? No, not unless I wanted to send a whole lot of air mages to their doom. But maybe I do. Air 2 is a whole lot better than Air 1. I just need units over here that can move them around. You know, I can make units that can move them around. Commanding Champion commands solidly. And I think, there we go. Just creating units now to move my units around rather than getting more mages operational. We have plenty of mages, we don't really need more. Although it's always nice to have more, isn't it? Difficult choices. The 6 socks coming in, showing their love for dominions. A love I share. Apparently it's only 18 for you to move over there as well, which surprises me. And I'm actually dubious about that. But it doesn't matter, these impalers can't get there fast enough. But what can get fast enough over there are some flies, so at least bring in some flies to aid the siege. Oh god no, that's the fat fingering I was talking about. Accidentally hit G instead of H for hold, and that made them on guard commander. No, I want you to hold and attack rear, and the flies got chucked out because I pressed G, and they're very hard to select. How do you even select? It can get a lot worse, especially if it loads of dead. You can have like 2,000 undead in a garrison. And they're mixed kinds of undead, so you want a specific kind of them, maybe like a long dead archer. Good luck selecting them and only them. I do not know why they're not grouped in type at the top. It would make them a hell of a lot easier to select. Right, anyway, Theo Fumus, get over to Castle Malloy. 12 flies might not seem like a whole lot, but honestly, with that's a decent amount of added siege strength, if nothing else. Hyrule guy... I guess I'll have you down in Mount Moon. And from the inn, what were you making? What did you make? I think you made the Ring of Water Breathing, right? Yeah, and I actually think I want a couple more of those, although I want my water for doing Maelstrom. So, drop your hammers for now, I'll make more if I need more. And then El and Shala. Grab as many of our underwater fighters as you can, and do your best to make them fight well, because they are not going to want to fight. Guard. Add more. And just cast while you're there. Okay, there you go. Probably not going to go our way this fight, but I just want to go on the offense. I have a lot of resources to throw at my problems, and throw them I shall. September, I want to see Silent Hunter. Or else more Dominions. Oh yeah, I guess September's drawing to a close. Things have passed by pretty rapidly. Right, I'm just holding that line, which is fine. We are raiding pretty heavily over into Yasani. Nobody's moving on Deception Island, but the main army is... You don't really need the preachers. Why don't you bring in the British tour with you? I don't even need to train more monsters here. All of you get on the move into Netherlands. LHN, you just wait there and continue on. I feel like I'm missing something. I already checked for another Blood Mage and I didn't get another Blood Mage. Although I'd love to do more... Wait, wasn't I also trying to recruit Blood Mages in Bob-omb? Yes! And we got Yan Liang. Okay, great. Yan Liang, grab this hammer and forge some additional Sanguine Dowsing Rods. And then we'll get out and do some more of that. Good old Yan Liang. He has only ever been a generic in Dynasty Warriors, just like Wen Chao. Kind of a shame for them. Very low turnout on the Blood Slaves. Kickle Cubicle's cripple dies. And Yasan is trying to relieve Castle Malloy. But we brought in reinforcements. Not a lot of them, but something. Go, crappy single fly. I think that's the thing about the flies. Individually, they're pretty crap. And if you just deploy them straight, they're also kind of crap. Ooh, nice job. You actually gunned down Square Enix, and I might even steal his shoes. because you have already completely fatigued him out. He casts Legions of Steel, which does increase the armour of the units here, which is a problem because they're already pretty freaking protective, but not a big deal. Are we trying to banish the Mound King? Good luck with that. I mean, it can be done, but good luck. This is a pretty great opportunity for the Iron Flies to shine, though. Isolated commanders at the back, eradicated. And that's going to... Well, I'm surprised they're not already routing. But this guy is technically a commander? Yeah, he is. He's crap, but he's a commander. And soon there will be no commanders. Approximately now. Now there are no commanders. Get out of here, you son. When the time comes, show Santa Claus, the pretender... Are you drunk, Sixhawk? You lost me. Right, we did grab the Boots of Quickness. Chai grabbed it. Does Chai deserve it? Not really. I'm just going to put those away. Oh, right. There's no way to put things away currently. I do like those Boots of Quickness, though, so I'm actually going to bring them back. What else happened? Lutetia, the endless fight between Chakar and Chalagi. Because wait, Chakar? I thought it was Yusan and Chalagi. Everyone wants a piece of Chalagi. After yours truly ripped the heart out of that nation, everyone's been coming to claim their piece. It really feels like the end of the Great War. There we go. You're going to need to commit if you want to take them out of their last province. Bubblegloop Swamp. This is us raiding with our singular angel, who I'm starting to wonder if I scripted correctly, but that looks fine. I want to see a Christmas-themed pretender. Huh. You have to put some thought into that. Don't know how it would be done. I should look into modding this game. I mean, if you can have a clown mod, I'm sure you can have a Santa Claus mod. Alright, Brent Halligan, job well done. Heart of Texas, we actually got counterattacked then. And this is the crappy province defense that I put in. And it's only a few crabs, honestly. How could they possibly fail? Well, you could fail because you're fighting Legions of Steel. 23 protection against your 15 attack claws. Doesn't look good for you guys, does it? Even surrounding them, it's not enough. The crabs are too powerful. This is just their regular crappy crabs. And they just walked in and took the province. 4 of them. I couldn't... Well, okay, we killed one of them due to lingering poison, and that's it. That is how much better their crabs are than ours. And again, look at these guys. 30 gold each. 24 upkeep. 5 total coming in, tearing apart 30 of these guys. It's also a testament to just how terrible Shamblers are, and they are terrible. Right, Water Temple. I think this is us advancing in the waters. Yes, indeed. Oh god, there's a lot of you guys. And it's not dark down here. I might actually lose this, there's a reasonable chance of it. They're smothering us, they're also going for my commanders. But the flies are there, the flies will change everything. Oh god, complete encirclement. Come on, slaves, show us your backbone! No, they're only showing us the back. However, I think we routed them as well. So it's a question of who routes first. I mean, my guys want to run, but... No, we're good. We're good. Victory. A lot of retreats, though. 32 units retreated, of which 9 dispersed. But we still came over and took that off of Yasan. I had to go and fix that. Forlorn Muskeg. This is our army converging on one of their forts. Zippity zappity, down you go. These guys could really hold out though. Jings, that armor is no joke. There we go. Right, took some losses, nothing spectacular though, and that was just crummy province defense. Their province defense is a lot better than mine. And Mumbo's Mountain. Why are we fighting independence? Huh. Oh, I see. Due to their misfortune, they lost this province to a particularly strong set of monsters. I believe this is based on the developers' Dungeons and Dragons guys. So we have Bogus the Troll with a precious ring, a greenstone armor. I think this is the only way to get greenstone armor. And a wraith sword. That could be a problem for us because it's magical. Very powerfully magical, actually. Bogus is a big problem for us. Another problem, that true shot longbow almost always hits and it does a lot of damage. There's a very good chance I die here. There's another magical weapon, and another magical weapon. I don't think my very expensive angel is going to survive this very well. Look, you immediately got shanked for loads of damage, and you're immediately moraled running away. In fact, you're dead. Wow. James, you just immediately keeled over there. And you're not immortal, you're just gone. That's 80-something blood slaves I'm not going to see again. Painful, but I couldn't have known what was coming there. Well, maybe I could have. Dark Knight. It was just an unknown flag when we came in there. Very unfortunate. Should have given him armor. Yes, but no. If I'm going to give one of them armor, I should give all of them armor. And I don't have the Earth Mages to crank out loads of armor of the Watsits. But it's a very compelling reason to get some. Do I have any way to make Earth, well, a reasonable number of Earth 1 commanders? I could certainly summon some Earth Trolls, but those guys are expensive. Also better, like I said, my goal is to not thug them out. I just want to cram out as many of them as I can and just send them off to raid, but yeah, on reflection, maybe it is worth thugging them out. Because that was just easily peasily destroyed. Yeah, maybe I should try and somewhat super combatant them up. Alright. In that case, I need to think up what exactly I give them. I almost need a mini industry for that. What would I give you? What can I give you? I don't think they particularly need any fancy boots, so I think I can ignore the boot slot altogether. Can't imagine anything. Boots are mostly for reinvigoration and map move, and they're already pretty good on both of those. I could give them quickness. What's their encumbrance? Encumbrance 5. But Soul Vortex will take care of that handily. So it's not unthinkable to crank these out for them, but that's not free. I guess keep hoping they never meet many of the long list of enemies that can kill them. Alright, you sarky bastards. Right, still need some Earth Mages though if I want some nice Earth gear. Iron Face is a bit overkill, I think. Just a regular helmet of sorts would do them well. 10 Earth Gems. Vine Shields are always nice to have. And in fact, you guys can make Vine Shields rather easily. God, where am I? I really need some Earth help. But I don't think I have anywhere that can actually make me some Earth Mage. Hang on, what about you? 10% on nature. 10% on Earth. 10% ain't good enough. I need some pretty much guaranteed Earth. But I'm not seeing it. Random Earth Mages are pretty rare to just find. I could do the summons, right? Nothing stopping me casting Troll King's Court to get myself a level 3. But at that point, why not just bring in the King of Elemental Earth, get 2 of those, but having them just forge gear is a big waste. There must be some summonable Earth Commander, right? Let's go to the Mod Inspector again. I am looking for a generic, summonable, actually not generic only, we can check specifically for our nation here. If I can find it on the list. Zenken. Can we have any available commanders with Earth? She's showing a lot of things that are not reasonable for us. There's Troll King, of course, but he's kind of expensive. Troll King's court is for 55 Earth Gems. And again, he costs quite a bit of upkeep. It's showing me... this ain't right. Maybe I should just go for Summoned, since that's the way I'll be getting them. There's Jin, Troll King... Yama no Kami. Contact Yama no Kami. Conjuration 7. And he's a 3 Earth, and he's Sacred as well. Those are some nice paths. Okay, Yama no Kami is a pretty good option. Mori no Kami might be an even better option. And we get you with Summon Mori no Kami, a 3 nature ritual. Honestly, I could do both. Dai Tengu is another option. Contact Dai Tengu. That's air earth requirement though, we don't really have that. And the problem is getting more Yama no Kamis requires 4 earth, and he doesn't have 4, he's got 3. Hold on, I thought you had earth. Oh, you have a forest shape. How does that work? They can rule their forests and everything that lives within. They can summon wild beasts to aid them. They will shrink and lose power if they leave the forest. So I want you in a forest. Mori no Kami is a Conjuration 5. Let's have a look at it. Conjuration 5, Nature. Mori no Kami. Can only be cast in forest. Do I even have forests? Wow. Not a single forest province in my lands. That's tragic. How unusual. Normally forests are everywhere. I mean, we'll have Castle Malloy soon enough if we want to do it there, but no one's nearby for doing that. Which leaves me with the option of Yama no Kami. So if I have you cast Earth, contact Yama no Kami, why can't that be done? Can only be cast in Highlands and Mountain. My goodness. Well, I can bring the real decoy over to Blobhemia and start summoning them. And then what were the other things again? The Mori no Kamis. That's Nature 3. I don't have a lot of Nature 3. I don't want to use Barf. I got Painfully German Channel Member, but they're quite delicate to bring out there. I think this is going to take a bit of work. At that rate, I would be cheaper off just doing something else. So I gotta use a turn to move you there, I gotta then summon the guy, make him some earth boots to summon more guys, and this is just to get some very base level forging going on. Maybe I should forgo the earth forging then and find some other way to deck out my angels, because this is taking too long. I certainly want vine shields, right? That's a given. So you guys, I need to find all my hammers and kind of bring them all back for this. I do kind of want you still making sanguine dowsing rods, but yeah, I do really want you making more sanguine dowsing rods. Who is hoarding my hammers? Sankins, you don't need that hammer. But I did want you to grab this, and then I want you to cast summon the Queen of Element. Oh, I don't have Conjuration 8 yet, so we're not doing that just yet. But you will very soon. Who else is wasting some of my precious hammers? The real decoy has one, and he doesn't strictly need one. Although he is holding it to make more of them. Barf has a hammer and doesn't need it. Yeah, Earth is so useful for many things. Rick Astley, you don't need a hammer right now either. Who else is holding one of my precious, precious hammers? You can check in this column to see who all has what item. Going to be a lot of feathers for my research. The real decoy has his hammer to make more hammers. Yan Liang has it to make more dowsing rods. Both are fine. And that's it. Wow, man, I am short on hammers. Something fierce. But we have 5 of them. So I'm going to have Wolf and Plum grab hammer and hammer. And you guys are going to forge me... Actually, maybe just one of you can make vine shields. Is there anything else that's worth giving out, though? Poison resistant. I don't actually know if they're poison resistant already. Any items worth giving them? There is Ring of Regeneration. It's a consideration, just in case their Soul Vortex isn't up for the task. It's not free though. I mean, together these things are going to cost me 16 nature gems a turn. I do like having those around. There's also something to be said for reinvigoration in case they do end up phoenix pyring. But I think the Ring of Regeneration also makes it less likely to get afflictions. So I will Vine Shield. I will do that. I will have Anne from the inn grab a hammer and crank out Frostbrands constantly. Yeah, Frostbrands. So I don't have good fire access for doing something else, so monthly make me Frostbrands, please. I have a lot of death gems. There's a lot of temptation to forge the scary helmet. Because you could come back and forge the horror helmet. And again, if anyone else with death right now. Spectral Mage summon with death gems. Spectral Mage. Spectral Mage. Spectral Mage is summon Spectre 3. They're not sacred. I mean, I've got many other things that I could do with 3 death, surely. But I could give them something to make them sacred, and then they'd be able to forge whatever. I think. Rather than bring you back, I could actually just throw down a laboratory where you stand, and then you're going to forge stuff from there. So I think I will go Horror Helmet, because having a load of Fear Aura is probably going to spook their enemies something fierce. Can't think of a better helmet to give them, although I'm sure there is a better helmet. Nothing's coming to mind. Because it needs to be somewhat affordable as well. Although, Horror Helmet is 10 death gems, but I have a lot of death gems coming in. And I do dream of having Well of Misery at some point. So, Vine Shield, Frostbrand, Helmet thing. What about the armour? That's the question I need to answer here. It needs to have decent defense. But also be quite cost effective. Damn it, that's exactly where the Earth one comes in. Aren't they already ethereal, these? They're not, actually. The Fallen Angels are not ethereal, but they are, They are already invulnerable. Invulnerable ethereal doesn't stack as well as just good armor. Enchanted ringmail armor is quite cheap, but I'm not drowning in astral pearls. God, no, in the end I do want my my earth going. Alright, in the end I am just going to cast Troll King's Court and get myself that Troll King guy. Oh, but what about Yama? No, screw it, we'll get Yama then. Right, get down there, get Yama, get my earth stuff going. Get your lab operational there as well. It's stupid. It's really stupid building a lab there. Get back to Chalagi with your others. That's going to delay my expansion with those angels a bit, but in the end I do think they need some gear. 88 or so blood slaves might sound... Well, with a good economy that's no big deal, but I don't have a good blood economy, so I won't be doing that. Right, you guys, move on Sarmazegatuza. I spent too long not proceeding right now. Rook in Western Roman Empire, you... Why did I even bring you in here? I think it was to grab a load of flies, and those flies can aid in Castle Malloy's siege. Similarly, I brought Palin Watsits to grab these flies, and also go and help with Castle Malloy. Shala and El go over to Bumbley Beach. Seymour Guado, put down some basic defense here, and honestly, you are not holding out here to save your life. So just take a step back onto dry land, gather up the fallen, and do what little you can with that. Hey, for some reason nobody made their move on Adventure Island. Odd. You folks can just sit back here. You train monsters. Jadwiga, you preach. George Fane, I had you in Trash Canyon to grab... And not just you, I had you and Galuf, I believe, in order to grab this army. So that you can go and help out in Castle Malloy. And since we're going to be muckle hungry, go and grab some endless bags of wine. Don't want that supply usage causing me problems. Although at this rate it probably will, because you two eat quite a bit of supply. Supply that we don't have in Castle Malloy. Also, they are not happy with me being there. That's... Oh god, we are going to get eradicated out of Castle Malloy, I can feel it. Alright, you know, sometimes you need to know when to just dial it back. Get out of Castle Malloy. Guarantee you they're going to kick your arse there, and there's no reason for us to be so gung-ho here. I got nothing to prove. Get back, and while we're at it... I have the nature gems for this, so just get me some endless bags of wine. You two just wait there, you're around to command armies if we need it. Rick Astley, you've done your job, so go back to the researching. I think I can finally stop cranking out mages here. Not that I'm able to anymore anyway. You have a 1 in 2 chance of getting at least 1 Earth with Spectral Mages. True, but I only have... I don't have anyone with death other than these guys, so I can't really mass up Spectral Mages any faster than I can mass up guaranteed Earth guys using the Real Decoy. My access into Earth and Death is terrible. If I ever want fire, though... Maybe I should make myself some Fire Lords. I'll just have some hanging around here for whenever I need or want them. Forlorn Muskeg is just under siege. Income down. Injured mage. I bet they've got tinied, right? No? No, sometimes it makes them tiny, but instead they just lost an arm. They'll survive, don't worry. Palisade's done. Malloy is moderately damaged. Forlorn is severely damaged. Forlorn lacks supplies. Quite a lot of supplies are lacking there, but it has a little bit of my dominion. British tour guy. You go and join them with your supplies. Alright, they took back Castle Malloy. Unsurprisingly, they're throwing everything they can there. That's the problem, we really poked the beast, and now those crabs want a piece of me. Well, we retreated into Alexandria. They'll have a hard time taking this down anytime soon, but they would be able to, so we need to be somewhat ready for that. We fought in Bumbley Beach. This is us heading into the water. We actually like the darkness, and deep waters are dark. Makes it easier to kill those guys. Splat. And Shamblers are awful, so even if they're assisted with their crab friends, our crappy slaves can take care of that, nay bother. Water Temple is just them coming back and taking what was somewhat rightfully theirs. And what was Sarmazegatuza? Us on the rampage, of course. Go, Fog Warriors! I should be a little afraid of them being able to jump into my backline and hurt me, though. I gotta be careful of leaving my back row undefended against their sacreds. So... I'm actually going to use the flies as bodyguards, I think. Everyone gets 3 bodyguard flies. Because at least the flies are a nice counter to their nasty crab things. The flies can defend quite alright. They will get crushed on protection, but at least when they bite them, they're going to get right through all that armour. They won't even notice the armour. And get back, by the way, I noticed that my mages were in front of my cavalry charge. Not a good place to be. Also, calling them mages is a bit extreme. They are holy mages, hardly the same thing. Timbuktu gives me gems, moderate damage in Sarmazegatuza, a breach in Forlorn Muskeg, which we will immediately put to use. We're still over-consuming supplies, so disease is rife among my, well, my living beings at least. Go and storm that castle. Make sure the commanders are at the back, where they will probably be shot. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to take out Sarmazegatuza. Did I ever actually give you a job? I think I wanted you to forge these things monthly, right? Oh, but oh well, I only made one, I didn't make it monthly though. And now we're getting to the point where organizing these items is going to be a royal pain in the bum. Because we're getting quite a few items per turn, and this screen is just nasty. Have a dedicated space for helmets. What about that ring? I need to bear in mind to put that to use in some way. Okay, right, now with you down here, where there is a mountain, you should be able to cast Contact Yamanokami. In fact, go and cast that monthly. I need his earthly abilities. And now that I've got you back here, I want you to grab a hammer, and I want you to forge the horror helmet. Fear +5, unless you got something better to do. Death magic up, fire magic up. Ethereal. Having you guys be ethereal sounds cool, but those are very expensive, so no, just make me the horror helmets instead. Terrible waste of your skills. Alright, what do we do here? We just continue raiding. You gather the fallen. Let's go back to researching. We have our bags of wine now. Although, I think I will give one of them a hammer and tell them to make bags of wine forever. I'm out of hammers now though, so let's hope we don't need to do too much more of that. Gonya blades. Oh, you guys are on repeat, so no thank you, just wait that out. Although Alexandria is in trouble. I want to check something. Where's Murdering Winter? It's an evocation, I believe. Does Murdering Winter affect just the enemy? Look, enemy army camp, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. I suspect that they are going to attack Alexandria and put it under siege. I should be able to hold out with the units that I have in there for a wee while, but prior to that, I want to Murdering Winter them whilst they hit me. Murdering Winter, level 7. Yeah, but I'm right next to Conjuration 8. Alright, well I'll grab 8, and I'll see if I can't make my way over to... I will not be able to get 7 in time. It's going to take me a couple months to get there. Man, Murdering Winter, armor negating 8 magical cold damage. They have a lot of undead, but it would certainly do a lot of nasty things to their crabs. Then again, how much hit points are we talking about in those crabs? I have some people that can put Murdering Winter to use, but it's also kind of expensive, isn't it? Well, expensive or not, let's be ready for it. Let's have some water boosters at the ready. They're not that expensive, those things are only 5 a pop, although I am putting off my Maelstrom. What did I need for Well of Misery? Well of Misery is 6 death, that's a bit away from me. Yeah, boosting up to 6 death will be tricky with only 3. Although I have a lot of gems, I could always empower for it. Right, Rook at Alexandria. In fact, quite a few people are here without knowing what to do. Just preach for now. And be grateful that you've got extra supplies. Drop those boots away. Sort out what to do with you guys in due time, but we're almost certainly going to be put under siege here. Bit of a deadly and dangerous siege. A little bit of defense there just to stop the weakest and most pathetic of counterattacks. Maybe picking a fight with Chakar at this point isn't a great idea, but at least we can hold this line and stare them down for a wee bit. Blobhemia is sitting on a very healthy amount of units, which if I had them in a position to help defend Alexandria with a bit of fog worrying, they could really cause some pain. So let's grab who we can. Guard, guard, guard. Grab all the rest. And at least go over to Trash Canyon for now. Making as many of these slaves as we can. At least they're great for just throwing into the blender. Still making more cavalry there, but that is fine. Loggy should probably be making me additional slaves. Tarentum doesn't really matter so much. Alright, that is a big Yasan army, and battle at the Fortress of Forlorn Muskeg and Ardania, but not Alexandria. Right, we've got Yamano Kami. Let's have a look at you. Your name is Silplain. You are good at Earth. What are we going to have you do? Because I would honestly like to have more Yama no Watsits. But we can't afford it with you. I could make you do it again. Hang on, you come with an entourage. Oh no, you just summon more. But you are free. That's kind of cool. I actually hate Dominion summoners when it brings in crap. And wolves are kind of crappy. Well, at least you can lead them yourself, but sometimes it just clogs you up with units that you don't want. Very nice paths on this guy. Holy crap. Nature 2, Air 2, Earth 3. Well, for one thing, I'm going to give you a hammer, and I'm going to tell you to forge more hammers. And that'll be your job. And then I'm just going to keep cranking it. You guys are my gateway into Earth spamming, for one. Grab more of your Fallen, Seymour. Even more of them over there. Maybe you're just going to join this this attack stack, because on your own, you are insufficient. Right. More blood slaves, more better. And this is our attack into Ardania. Should be fine. Shark Knights, how cute. I mean, that shark bite hits pretty damn hard, and that coral spear poisons as well. But big size 6 units, it's not like they can trample. Oh god, the shark is bleeding. Does a shark get excited by its own blood then? What a question. Right, forlorn muskeg. Easy peasy, no doubt. The flies alone should be able to zap their back. Yeah, already handled. Splendid. So, whilst not all of our fronts are going particularly well, this one is, and we can capitalise on that. Resources up in Western Roman Empire, province income up on Blobhemia. Sarmazegatusa is under siege by our... Actually, I'm surprised it didn't pop. Okay, they're severely damaged, but Forlorn Muskeg is ours. And I need to ask myself what these guys are doing. Well, we're getting rid of the elk, which is undisciplining my units there. Why do you guys have -1 morale? Formation modifier. Please don't be in skirmish formation. Damn those individual elks. Right. Fairly happy with that. I need to push forward. We're going to move over to Bubble Gloop, and then at least rank and file army can deal with these guys, no problem. Dagath and friends, you made my boosters, which is fine. I want you over in Bahia so you can cast Murdering Winter if the need arises. Hopefully it does not. Although if it does, it's a pretty cool thing to cast at them. Conceptually, it's not something I have much experience with. Uedora and Adventure Island. I'm going to take my chances at fighting you and Uedora. But their large army here could really do me in. And you guys aren't amazing at sieging, but I may as well put you to a bit of use. Or I could go for Adventure Island, or I could actually go to Bahia Sea. Take out Eudora, put them under pressure underwater. Elliot Chen and friends. Surprisingly, they didn't attack us in Alexandria from Castle Malloy, they just disappeared. What are they doing? What are they planning? I don't know. However, I do know that you guys are going to need some more supplies. Thank God we broke into nature. Imagine doing all this without extra supplies. I don't want to think about it. 32, 32, basically 100, and we have space for 100 more over here, so bring them in. John King, Wario, and Bed Chamberlain Wilhelm. Stay there, stay preaching, but grab additional supplies. You may need it in due time, if not now. And more blood, more better. So let's have you cast our favourite, more re-whatsits. Forging that horror helm. That's good, because I want those out. Helmets over there. Miscellaneous items down there. Actually, that's different from boosters. Go over to boosters. Weapon. Misk. Misk. Booster. Shoes. The shark cares not whence the blood flows. Well, doesn't matter. Shark died there. Right. Who's coming over here? Why am I sending Theo over to Mount Moon? Who's the other guy that's moving as well? Why am I sending a bunch of you guys over there? I don't recall ever wanting people moving over there. Maybe I misclicked when selecting these guys. I think you can click... Yeah, you can click through the little spaces between these and accidentally click between them. If it was a conscious decision, then I've forgotten why, and I'm overwriting it. But Yasara's capital is over there. If we can rip that out, we rip apart their ability to make some of their unique units. In particular, their sacred and very scary crabs, and I don't want to deal with those. Would be really nice if you could get some good fights in. This is my ultimate attack stack. Good combined arms, amazing fluffing, and they're not even that injured from battle. And a lot of them are quite experienced, and experienced slaves. It's a scary thought, but there is no Emancipation Proclamation in my nation here. A quick check on the thrones. 12 are needed to win. There's no way the AIs are going to get 12 at this point. I need to prevent myself from getting 12 if I want to keep this fight going until it's total victory, and I would like total victory. But why do I only have 2 thrones? Could have sworn I had other thrones within my territory. I did claim the Throne of Ice. I did claim the Throne of Ascension. I never claimed the Silver Throne. Ah. Not that it does that much, but it spreads dominion and gives gold, so I do want that. What is the way to get Bishop Fish? Does anyone remember? Well, it's not really a question of memorizing, it would be knowing, but does anybody know? Spirit Air Guy. See you there, Sakins. Make me a... No, not that. Amulet to the fish. There we go. Actually, you would be a better use of making me an amulet to the fish. You're better at researching. Alright, there should be conjuration. It's probably water. Bishop Fish. 15, 3... Okay, do I have a water mage at the ready for that? I highly doubt it, but maybe. I mean, I got Barf over here. Barf could go into Gangplank, Galleon, but it's not a very safe place to be. It's also homesickness, and we don't want you getting homesick, do we? How about we get the Patriarch with a robe of water breathing. Patriarch grabs the robe of water breathing, leaps over into... Shibi's not particularly safe. Oberdin is, but it's a little far. That's where Boots of Quickness can help get you over there quicker. Go over there, throw down a laboratory, summon me a Bishop Fish, and the Bishop Fish goes and claims that throne. That's the grand plan, and it's a pretty good plan. Also, I can have you summon the Queen of Elemental Air, and she is good. She is real good. Alright, there we go. Conjuration 6, Water 3. Thank you, Esselkur. Right, we have ourselves our scary fallen angel. Queen of Elemental Air has been answered by Nefeli. It's possible all 3 queens had been summoned already. In that case, you get nothing and you waste all your gems. That is a painful thing, and it's hard to keep track of where they are and if they've died or not. If they die, you can resummon them. They keep their experience and wounds and things. Another Earth guy has come in. Chalagir trying once again to get a profit. Bloodslave income. Uidora battle. Guess I did march on Uidora then. But look at these crappy underwater units. Down they go. It's actually kind of nice that we destroy these guys so quickly, because by the time we actually get to the crabs, there's so much hit point loss in their entire army that it usually forces a rout, and then their attack and defense skill isn't something to be worried about for my otherwise kind of crappy slaves. Like this one-armed guy can't even use his Meteor Trident anymore. Bumbly Beach as well. What's your story? Well, I've barely left any defenses here, so it's not surprising that it gets taken out. Could be a problem, though, if Uidora's in trouble. How much is Uidora being sieged? Moderately damaged. Might not go well. They are using a lot of Kulus here. It's dark because it's deep sea here, but this could still work against me in ways that I don't want. Morguado, you have finally rounded up all of your fallen, but you're still pretty crap. Honestly, I think you should just hand over all of your flies over to significantly better units. In fact, maybe you should just hand over all of your units. You are no longer capable of really helping out in any meaningful way. So, yeah, I guess you can hang around for the hell of it, but our water expenditure with you did not work out. The Friendly Currents is very nice, though. Kinda wish you were there to help out with the fight in Uidora. Maybe what you should do is return over to somewhere like Bahia ditch these items. That way, if they do take Eudora, there's almost certainly a laboratory in there. Then they can grab friendly units, friendly currents for their units. Not that it helps much, but it's something. Laura Bow. We did actually manage to build up here, but we're just going to continue building it up. And now we've got you. I'm going to give you another dwarven hammer. You are going to start forging me. Oh man, I love Kithiaronic lion pelts. Am I getting a national reduction in cost? No, I think they were always 3 and 2. But this might be even better than the other thing. Even better than Armour of Knights. Armour of Knights is a lot of armor. But this thing is head and body. It doesn't cause so much encumbrance either, although encumbrance isn't much of a consideration. Nah, the odds of you getting struck in the head are pretty low. Probably better to do the Armour of Knights. But god, do I love... This is amazing for mages. You want to crank those out wholesale if you can, but no. We will just start making Armour of Knights for my guys. And I'm a little below on that, so why don't you forge me another one? And why don't you cast me another Reascendance? And soon we will have... We'll have 3 of you. Good. What are you even doing here? I am thinking about high-level death summons here. What level of death is a Mound Fiend? Is he 2 or 3? According to this, the Mound Fiend is level 3. I might summon the Mound Fiend just so I can have him sit back and do death stuff for me. Because I can boost you up and do whatever, and you've got full slots as well, I think. Yeah, I'll summon myself a Mound Fiend. He can take over some of the death forging. LHN, just get preaching. Same with you, Jupiter. Enrique, preach as well. And you two are here to cast Murdering Winter if it comes to it, and I suspect it might at some point. Until it does, just research. Carry on to these. Carry on to these while you're at it. Looking pretty good for decking out my guys. I've got plenty of Sanguine Dowsing Rods now. Should probably put those to use soon. Okay, Yan Liang, you didn't get much for replacement. Ditch that. Grab yourself a Sanguine Dowsing Rod. And go and blood hunt in... No, not Corin's Isle. Tarentum is actually a pretty good place to blood hunt, and it already has a laboratory, so go and do Tarentum. I swear there was another place I went, ooh, this is a good place to blood hunt, but I'm not seeing it. Mount Moon, actually. Mount Moon's a good place. Come on, I need more blood hunters. Blobhemia? A treasury... Yeah, that'll have to do for now. British tour guide, you're waiting on everyone else arriving. But while you are waiting, couldn't hurt to have an additional temple. Sakines, you got me Nefeli. I don't think giving you the Shroud of the Sacreds will help out much because my Bless blows. I'm mostly having you around so you can cast Fog Warriors and whatnot. Why don't you give yourself another bunch of temporary air gems by you making... What was it? Where was it? I thought it was a piece of armor. Ah, it's astral air. But it does give very nice temporary air gems. Which I would really like, actually. So Sakines, go and forge another one of these. Which puts you in a grim situation, because you have no protection whatsoever. You are ethereal, but I'm probably going to give you the helmet that makes you get 20 natural protection. It's a big cost on the earth, but we'll get it. You don't have legs, but you already have massive map movement. On top of that, well, if you do end up in combat, it's nice to have you decked out like so. Yeah, why not? There you go. We'll give you the helmet thing, we'll give you the temporary air gems, and as for your extra bit, I'd love to give you a bag of winds, but that's expensive. Really expensive, but... no kidding, it is very expensive. Just research for now. A waste of your talents, I know. Right, get me a lab down there, we're working on bishop fish. And I might actually want another one of those. Nah, one bishop fish will surely be fine. And our research queue. What was I stressing about grabbing not too long ago? I've already managed to forget it. Was it Well of Misery? Because I now have access to Well of Misery, we just gotta boost our way up for it. Might be Construction 8 for some nice extra boosters. What level 9s am I looking for? Enchantment 9 for Endless Money, Conjuration 9 for Swamp Being. Other way around, Conjuration 9 first, then Enchantment 9. I want my Miss Netherlands. I showed her off long enough, gotta use her eventually. Right, more Mount... well, our first Mount Fiend, more of the Deadly Angels, more of the Earth guys. Isn't Silplane meant to be making me more Dwarven Hammers, or did I forget to do that monthly? Forge the armour, and then you... I don't think I need any Earth boosters. But it might be good to be able to have you make more of you. I'm also thinking what I could do with a King of Elemental Earth who is able to cast Mass Altercation. Because goddamn, Army of Gold is so good. Natural Protection 20 on everything. Susceptibility of Shock, yeah. But yeah, that is so much. It's level 5, which they can do. Getting them the temporary Earth Gems comes from the Crucible of Stone, which isn't too bad. No real downsides, no real protection either. But I think I might go for that. Might get King of Elemental Earth, give him the Crucible of Stone, and tell him to back up some of my armies, and then go on a rampage. Because these guys, with Natural Protection 20 and the Fog Warrior, is just going to cleave its way down to Chekar. The difficulty is taking out all the side stuff, but that is stuff that my my deadly ladies can do. Are they ladies? Well, the Fallen Angels. Don't know if they're men or women. I guess it doesn't matter. Right, that's what we'll do then. Cast me Earth. Get me a King of Elemental Earth. And you guys are actually sacred. So what you can do is you can forge me the Crucible Helmet. Guess I can only really afford one. But I wanted to make the helmet for my my queen. Maybe make that first. And Seymour, deposit your goods. You are used goods now. What else is going on? More battle in Lutetia. I got this cool looking guy. The Coatl is a way, I think, for nature to turn into astral, or maybe low astral into this. I used to use these guys to do massive amounts of site searching, but I think that's like a Cetus summon? Could be dead wrong about that. Even so, there's Scary Monkey there. I think you've finally had it in, Discount Femoria. Oh yeah. Yeah, those giants are so dead. This will be the end of their nation. I'm surprised they're not already gone due to lack of dominion. There was a battle in Deep Canyon? What's that all about? And what are you all about? Gandharva, are you a summon? I'm pretty sure I didn't see you on the recruitment, and you look too strong to be something you recruit. Let me look them up. Was it Gan? How do you spell that? Gandh. Gandh. And we can bring you up on our mod inspector momentarily. There we go. Auto standard 1. Falchion and a kit. Sacred. Good protection. Reasonable enough hit points. And you are summoned 6 at a time at Conjuration 5. Yes, a Bandar log thing. Pretty good sacreds to throw in there. Reasonable skills. Good morale. It says you have leadership. That must be if they're promoted. Sacred magical being, standard 1 all. Yeah, nice units and relatively cheap. That's only, let's see, 18 into 6, so 3 astral pearls each. I could make do with that, because Bandar log needs units that have some actual magical resistance. Got more monkey summons. See, this is what I'm talking about. Crummy magical resistance, even for otherwise decent-looking units. Not that I'll have trouble taking down crappy militia here. I like just straight up negates a lot of stuff, but it's also a problem because it means the enemies aren't even attempting to swing. It means they're not going to, say, trigger fire shield, so it could make some defensive, offensive blesses or strategies not work out. Right, down you go. Chalagi gives me gold. Djibouti gives me unrest. Sarmazegatusa is breached. Let's make sure that we just storm our way in there, and that our storming... Yeah, the flies are just going to go in and straight up mulch that rear, which is fine by me. And you're still probably going to Fog Warrior them up, right? Yeah, Fog Warrior, then do whatever else. You have the gems for it. We've started to destroy Uedora. The walls are... still... oh, they're severely damaged. Uedora will fall unless he counterattacks me. Which he could. I mean, he took Bumbly Beach. Why would he not follow up with that from that? But if I can luck out and take Uedora, then I'll hunker down there a bit and use that to hopefully spread out and take more of the water. And Bubble Gloop is causing disease. Ooh. Yeah, the British tour guide's single bag isn't helping. Oh god, we've got a lot of disease here, actually. We could go to Mumbo Mountain and then backtrack to cure the diseases. Or we just press on and say there are going to be losses. They will have to just live with that. All these places just showing white. Does that mean they're independent, or we just don't know who has them? Who's to say? Anyway, Yasan is finally being pushed a bit, so I do enjoy that. Yasan has dominated this game for far too long, and now the shoe is on the other foot. You there, Nephili, here's your fancy helmet. Did I not make it? No, I only just started making the Iron Face this turn, so I guess I have not made it. What a shame. In that case, I still want you to summon another Queen of Elemental Air. There might be another one out there. I don't know if any have been summoned yet. And you are meant to summon me my Bishop Fish. Yan Liang, you are there to blood hunt. And now Liu Bei and Moger are my fire mages. They're just researching for now. I don't know... Whoa, don't repeat that. I don't know what I want to really do with them. Although I suppose one of them I will give a Shroud of the Saints on, and that way he can forge any amount of fire. In fact, I might work my way up with fire with you, but I already have fire 3 on these guys. Well, there's not a lot stopping me from using you to make a flame helmet. And then one of the scary scary fallen people here, they can forge the Skull of Fire, especially if they had a hammer, which they don't. God, who's using up all my hammers? See that? Give that over. It's got a bigger discount if it's used there. Silver Surfer. I'm kind of losing track of what all these people are meant to be doing. They got one more turn of chilling out here. And then I do want to get them properly on the attack. Maybe I should start kitting them out so I know exactly what I'm dealing with here. That. And a sword. And a ring of regeneration. That seems pretty good. Would be even better if I gave them a dancing trident, actually. I have a fair amount of air gems. I shouldn't have any shortage of air people, but what level do you need to make a dancing trident? Just 1. Not bad. Alright. I'm actually going to give them a dancing trident as their bonus extra. All of you guys, just make me dancing tridents. I'm doing that so that they can also repel. I don't know if repel stops fire shield though, so it might actually work against me, but I've always had a soft spot for the dancing trident. Although there's stone bird, but stone bird requires earth, and I don't really have earth access. Right. So the nice thing about you is that you are also sacred, so you can make me some fancy dan things. If I get you skull face, that brings up your death magic. And it's going to be a bit of a climb to get you up to Well of Misery, but we will get there. Unji, I don't honestly know what else I would do with you right now. We're getting the Horror Helmet, we're getting the Skull of Fire. That should be fine for now. Actually, I could just kit you up and send you straight in. But then you won't have your Dancing Trident. I'm sure you can live without a Dancing Trident. Here you go. What a mess this screen becomes. Okay. You already have your orders. Let's hope you can get in and not horribly disappoint me. Yeah, there we go. Go and give them what's for in Cool Mountain. Or we could send you straight into... no access to Eden Prime here. Flying, can't fly over too much. Alright, over to Cool Mountain then. And this is where I discovered that even with all the kitting out, they just die instantly to some counter. That would make me quite sad. Right, King of Elemental Earth is actually Betharas, and he generates a free Earth gem every turn. Very nice. And god, look at all those hit points. Yeah, Betharas, you with this fancy helmet I made somewhere. I did make you a fancy helmet, right? No, I actually think I passed on that this turn. Curses. Anyway, I have enough of these guys. You're still making me hammers. And you are still going to make me the Armour of Knights. I do want this guy getting his fancy helmet, though. He should be able to catch up without too much bother. Forge that. I don't think he needs any real equipment. He's got good enough hit point and protection, and he's just going to be on the back row casting army of whatevers. Assuming that we actually had Alteration 9, but we don't. Jeez, this is some tall orders on research. Well, at least I have him. Anyway, Real Decoy, you've done enough. You can head on back home. And you there, you can grab your hammer and start forging me more of... Oh, we don't have the pieces for that. Alchemize down more of these. I'm too impatient to wait. Loads of blood slaves coming in, and Cool Mountain. So, you were what I was waiting on. Kinda looks weird with that sword there. It's no Frostbrand. But the reason I like Frostbrand is it's got that area of effect attack, whereas your other sword did not. So Frostbrand is just go-to thug gear. It's very cheap, it's low in construction to make, it only requires 1 bit of water, and it does an area of effect, armor-piercing magical damage. Generally speaking, it's going to kill a lot faster than any benign weapon you have. This is what I'm a little afraid of, though. They're bringing in the undead. Inanimates do not fuel Soul Vortex. But fortunately, our invulnerability and our fire shield should make it that that's not a real problem. So there we go. There we go. Some actual protection against mundane attacks. No etherealness. If you had... Hang on. Right. I was starting to wonder why we died so quickly against the magical guys, but we didn't get Phoenix Pyre up quickly enough for that. I see. Yeah, flying onto the back row with that magical weapon really did us in before, but now it is us who make the rules, and the rule is you die. Do they even have leadership? They seem to be running away a fair bit. And part of that is the power of Fear 13. That's a pretty big fear aura. Although the game isn't kind enough to explain exactly how it works. There are people out there that know exactly how Fear Aura works, but I am not one of them. More fear, more better, and I think it works in multiples of 5 or something like that. Gangplank Galleon, Yasan is finally actually attacking us in one of our provinces that we've held for some time. And we never properly defended it because it was Shamblers, and I hate Shamblers, so it's just bye-bye Gangplank. This is where Wraith Lords would help out. Wraith Lords would be able to hold the water nicely against that. Right, so these are the guys that did in my expensive Fallen Angel. Kartuk, Fadmersk, Bogus, Crayon, and Fang. See how they deal with an actual army. Still a concern, the flying one coming to the back row could gank some of my mages. Well, it killed the Elk Rider pretty fast. But there we go, good call. So these Master Bishops have a single lightning strike each. And you just went and zapped the thing. Even though you have storm power, you still got stunned. So that means we can smack you about a bit, although you're also lucky and hard to kill. And, my god, you are fear as well. Well, if people could kindly go and kill that... No, the Slave Knights got spooked by this Dark Knight and decided to run away, leaving my bishops all alone. Fortunately, though, the Dark Knight also got spooked and decided to run away. All the while, yeah, we're just ganking their so-called heroes. Go, my slaves, go. Chew them up. Oh, right, well, even the troll dies. What was the cost there? Well, we grabbed a lot of their goodies, and 2 of my units just ran away. My bodyguards. Aura values above 24 can actually propagate to 1 square beyond the adjacency. That is tantalizing. Right. Fear mechanics are pretty wild. Long and short of it is that fear from the fear tag is the same value, and the aura is how often it creates a fear instance in a square adjacent. So it's always the same amount of fear. Well, it's an aura, isn't it? How much does it lower morale by? Is it 5? Right, what do we grab? A bunch of stuff. Why don't we have a look at it? You grabbed the Boots of 7 Mile Strides. Or did you? I think I gave those to you. The Master Bishop grabbed the Greenstone Armour. Pretty bad on the map movement penalty. But it's not like you need to be fast keeping up with these guys. Rainbow Armour on you. Reinvigoration, Magic Resistance. It's not bad, but it's nothing special. Precious for attack, skill, and strength. None of these guys here particularly need that. If anybody does, it would be Penitente. And we've still got our food for our thoughts. Okay, well, glad we took Mumbo Mountain. Not very happy about my money situation. It's still awfully sad. We are going to die here to diseases, of which we've picked up a lot, unless we double back into our into the warm embrace of our dominion. The question is, do I want to? The answer is no, but I think I will anyway. 1, 2, 3 movement will take me up to Iberian Zoo for 5, and then I will move back further, probably to Conus Isle, and just heal up these poor broken people. They do deserve it. Kind of. Some deserve it more than others. Yeah, they'll be fine. Just get back there. Ardania. Yusan once again attacking me, and they brought out the big guns. Big scary sea serpent here. And it's not like I brought much in the way of province defense, so... Yeah, Sea Serpent immediately routs the commander, and away everyone goes. Like I said, my province defense in water is awful, and Yasan can bring actual decent units underwater, so it's a no-brainer. Sarmazegatuza. Fort Fight. In go the zappy flies, and down go you. They've already routed. Or have they? They seem to still be fighting. No, they're routed. Swear I heard someone cast polymorph there. Even so, untouched. Water bracelet get. Shutatsu Sho loses dominion. Big Blue Blob gains resources. As does... Oh no, there's Cocoa Mountain. Huge number of people migrating. That's what we like to see. Mount Moon Fort is done. Uedora is critically damaged. And Unji Kim. Right, nice thing about these guys is they can become heroes. And you never usually end up with an effect that you don't want. So the increased defense skill is actually pretty damn good for you. Less likely to be repelled, more likely to dodge attacks. Now, do I think you can solo the province of Yasan on your own? No, not really. Because it's mostly the undead, and you don't have a good counter against the undead. Although, if they try to hit you, your counter is that you set fire to them. But I don't know if you're going to manage this on your own. Might be better to send in a normal army. Well, actually a pretty well fluffed up army. In fact, the two of you could probably fight together. So I'm going to have you go to Cool Mountain to prevent them attacking into Cool Mountain. Just put a little bit of defense there. You're going to take out the Lycian League. And then we'll probably round south onto their capital. And between this fairly sizable and... well, it's not that sizable, is it? Crikey, it's kind of poor, actually. It doesn't have the core of those Atlantian slaves, which are over here. Then again, a lot of you guys are horribly maimed. Guess I haven't been making enough reinforcements, have I? We do have some over here. Now I think we'll make do with what we have. But I will have Yunji assist these guys in combat. Hopefully the Soul Vortex doesn't hurt my own units too much. Hey, a bunch of flagellants which I have to pay for. They're more expensive than my slaves, and they're even worse at everything, but... Hey, they're my flagellants, they can just sit there. Normally they spawn with wounds, but those wounds will be dealt with my Gift of Nature. It'd probably be faster to preach up Dominion in the new fort you took. It only has one hostile Dominion. Ooh, good point. Good point. However, I'd still do want to move out my army. Well, I could hold back you four and preach. In particular, one of you can construct a temple. You guys can move over here and also preach to try and do some healing. And it would be even better if I could bring in some more people to help out with the preaching. Kinda really like these master bishops. A lot to be said for just being able to move around really fast. Right, I give up on additional blood hunting. I'm just not getting the units that I would need. I suppose it's only a 1 in 4 on blood, and I did get Indiana Jones with blood. So where do I still have that I would like to blood hunt? It was Big Blue Blob. No, I'm already blood hunting Big Blue Blob. Western Roman Empire can be blood hunted. Alright, get on that then. Indiana Jones, move over there and blood hunt. Ayala did answer the call. Excellent. And Nifi, you've got your... There we go, actual protection on you. And I was going to give you what on your body? This for air gems. So that's pretty good. It can be annoying not to have torso defense, because this offers no actual protection. But with natural protection 20 and 90 hit points, not to mention great defense skill and a shield, you should be good for anything that ails you. Still do wish you had Bag of Winds. Didn't I make you a Bag of Winds? I think I said something along the lines of, no, that's too expensive. Booster, helmet, booster, misc, misc, misc. Oh man, sorting this is just a fool's errand. Okay, good enough. What am I actually doing with these people? Well, Nephili is pretty well kitted out for going and helping, so I'm just going to have you join in. Your job is to cast Fog Warriors, which is going to cost 3 of your air gems, and then with your last remaining... Oh god, it costs loads of fatigue as well. Honestly, that's as good as you're reasonably going to do. I don't want to cast Storm, it's kind of bad for me. So if you're just there, just do that and cast more spells from the back row. That's all I truly need you for. Go and join up with our friends there. In fact, you could jump all the way to Lubeck Eastern Exchange if I wanted you to jump right in like that. I don't have the helmet for you yet, but you're making it for yourself. In that case, Nephili, just come down here. Aela, you go and help out Alexandria. I may want you there if there's a big fight. Well, I will want you there if there's a big fight, but I will just gem you up rather than giving you the gem item. Spyro, take the Amulet of Breathing on Aela. That way my fish, who normally can only be in the sea, completely unable to leave the sea, with the caveat that you can leave the sea with this special amulet that requires water air. I don't know how rare that is, but I'll finally be able to take this throne. Liu Bei, you already made me that fire booster. But the fire booster... Am I going to keep one of you guys back just for doing fire stuff? I mean, we've got the... I got both of these. I could actually do the pyre with you. Eternal Pyre costs 80 for 20 gems, which is still rather nice. I also want Well of Misery, but that requires Silver Surfer to boost up. I'm going to get you the Skull Helmet, and then I'm going to have you make the Skull Staff. This is all very expensive, and even then I need to empower you one more. Actually, does anyone know of another booster for death? I know there's the Skull Face and the Skull Staff, but is there something else? Brazen Vessel is blood magic. Nothing comes to mind. There's probably an artifact for it, but I don't have the research to do artifacts. Oh yeah, the ring! How do I keep forgetting the freaking ring? Who even has the ring? Means I didn't even need all those boosters from before, we just pass this ring around. Oh god, now I don't remember who I gave the ring to. Sakines, Gordon Ramsay... Not Gordon Ramsay, it's Rick Astley. Who in God's name has my ring? Such a coveted item. Gee, I don't know. It's not Barth, and I don't have what I need for Ancient Presence yet, but 2 things away. I have no idea. It'll be in here somewhere. I hear some people actually set up spreadsheets to help figure out how to manage their stuff here. Ah, there we go. Nephili had it. Wait, no, that's the wrong ring. That's a ring of regeneration. Maybe it's something that I actually did put back in my magical items. It is, there it is. Oh, I didn't keep you with my boosters. That's what threw me off. Anyway, pretty nice booster. That means that I'm going to be able to Well of Misery with my Mound King. There we go. That brings you up to 5. The Skull Staff will take you up to 6, and then Well of Misery is going to give me loads of death gems. And you are already on 5, and you can already cast the Eternal Pyre. Oh, right, no, Eternal Pyre requires 6. Hey, you know what'll get us through that? This ring that gets passed around. So now that you're at 6, it's kind of dangerous to have you cast one of these, actually. Because if you die, we're going to lose it. So I have to trust that you're not going to die in combat. What I could do is twice born you. Could twice born you. That's a little expensive on the death gems, but it would preserve it. Or I could just be fairly confident that you're not going to lose in combat. Yeah, I mean, why would you lose in combat? You'll be fine. So... I need you to alchemize the fire, which might seem like a waste, but in my opinion, the sooner I have the pyre, the better. Wait, how many was needed for it? Oh, 80. Well, I think the pyre is seen as a particularly weak thing, but 20 gems are 20 gems. Cast global eternal pyre, bang. Just let him research. You have millions of those anyway. Yeah, it's probably better than risking him and the 80 gems I just poured into that. Not only that, but he's got good flexibility on blood, death, and fire that I'm sure I could put to use. Drop your hammer for now. We're coming over here, so that's not a problem. Is there anything else I need to care about here? Critically damaged, Mountain complete, Sarmazagatusa, no big deal. All of you get back to researching. We already have our... Well, I probably have all of the dancing tridents that I need, but let's make sure that you got your one. There we go. It's an extra magical attack, but the reason I like it is because it's a length 5 weapon. For some reason it doesn't become length 6 when it's held by a tall unit, but I don't think length 6 exists. But the point is that means that you can repel just about anything. So if something does manage to actually strike you, or attempt to strike you, you can just straight up repel it, and it also causes a reduced amount of harassment penalty on you. Pretty cool. I like the Dancing Trident. That's the long and short of it, really. And there's a lab right next to you, Jikin, so you can also have your Dancing Trident. Hooray. Right, who else needs stuff to do? Hojo, you need to preach because we're running out of Dominion there for some reason. Ludwig, you've already summoned 2 of the queens. I won't chance it on a third. Do you really need that bag of winds? I mean, it'd be kind of cool if you gave it over to Nephili. Surely I don't need level 5 air anymore, not when I have these girls. And Ayala, I'm actually going to give you this. That way you're even more powerful in air, and it'll make you easier to. It'll make it easier for you to cast things. And with that, Sakines, you can kind of take a bit of a sit back. Unless there are other cool cross paths that I want you to forge, but nothing comes to mind. Nothing at all. Staff of the One God. Temporary astral gems. Delicious. I should keep in mind that I might want your astral nature cross path for that. But honestly, just get to researching. I should have enough gem income from all my globals that I don't need to worry too much about temporary gems. Seymour, you came all the way back here, and I don't really know why. Just preach and maybe dump your army. Liu Bei, just research. The Patriarch, you can drop those boots of quickness. And actually that as well. And maybe you should just wait there in case I need another Spyro. Surely 2 people is good enough for murdering Winter. Although... Nah, get back to murdering Winterville. Oh, crap, maybe you shouldn't have taken that off. You're going to drown in there, aren't you? That's weird, he actually needs it to get out of the water as well. I didn't know that, but now I do. Right, anyway, get yourself back over to murdering Winterville. Might be a good place to be. How much is it to cast more of those reascendants? 88. I don't have 88. 3 red seconds is awesome. In 1 turn, you have one of the best, if not the best, fort on a province. In fact, I normally tear down regular forts to get those up in the super late game, but that's once you already know you've won. I want to rip out your province here, Yusan, and I want to finally get properly raiding around with my fallen angels. I'd also quite like my ancient presences, but I still need to research a little bit more. Eternal Pyre is up, blood slaves are coming in, and here's you going in for that fight. Hopefully not countered by magical weapons this time. No, this is a done deal. The only thing you don't have that you could probably really put to use especially since you have fire resistance, is giving one of these guys the fire sword. And I might actually do that, give one of them the fire sword, and that way they can completely wipe out entire armies. They don't even have to one at a time like this, they're just going to burn them out. So with the fire that I'm getting from the Eternal Pyre, I probably will make the sword for that. Man, look at my lips at the very thought of it already. Mumbo Mountain has Misfortune Unrest, Dominion down in Iberian Zoo, Merchants in the Temple. Feels like this should have some kind of upside, like tax up, but no. Sword Mana is telling us about the People's Death Match once again. Now, I could send in one of my angels to finally put down that accursed prophet. However, that prophet could easily murk us, so we'll leave them to go and kill each other. Wow, surprisingly, we actually breached Eurodora. If I get to storm this with impunity, I'll be most impressed. What we're going to do is we're just going to pile in as quickly as we can. Might not work well, but attack the rear, attack the rear. Just try and shove your way in. Very good chance that they just scatter, to be honest. They are only slaves, they're going to think, oh, it's too scary, I'm just going to run. But I'm taking a chance on sieging that down. Right, at long last, you have your Crucible Helmet, giving you temporary Earth Gems. And, oh, I don't have Alteration. Why do I keep thinking I have Alteration when I don't? Regardless, perhaps we should go on something of a rampage. You don't need to train monsters so much as I want an extra castle built up here. And I want the rest of you guys to just go and chomp your way down to Chakar. You are going to need some extra... Oh, there was never a temple there. Right. Batharis, grab a couple of these things to give them extra supplies. Only one will work on you, but another one will work when you pass it out. Celadon, Abandoned Sector, Chakar. Rip out their capital. I'm going to have a lot of work for my angels to do. So for the love of God, get me more angels. And the angels that I do have, I want them out and working. Silver Surfer, grab the Skull Staff. And let's pass over this one ring. And like that, you can now almost cast Well of Misery, but you're lacking 3 Death Gems. 1, 2, 3. Cast Global. Not Burden of Time. No, no, no. This would hurt me a lot. Well of Misery, please. It's going to increase income for everybody, not just me. But what I'm getting out of that is 21 additional Death Gems per month. So the only thing I'm not going to get loads of every month are Astral Pearls, and to a lesser extent Water Gems. Kind of a shame since we're an Astral Nation, and we've been very weak on the Astral Pearls, but I have only myself to blame for that. Right. Ditch those. Oh wait, you didn't get Eternal Pyre up, did you? No, I didn't actually do Eternal Pyre, did I? Did I? No, I did do Eternal Pyre. Why is it? Oh, there we go. I didn't see this for some reason. Right. No more horror helmets out of you. I don't think we need them so much. Boga token, grab your helmet. Grab that, grab your weapon, your shield, your dancing trident, and your ring. Everything apart from shoes. Make sure that you have the correct orders. And now I want you to help me out with raiding. Also, get those quickness boots off and bring them over to one of them, because I want one of them to go further than the other. So I guess you do get some boots, you lucky bugger. Actually, who has my boots of incredibly long running? I think it's you, Penitente. I want those back, because I might initially want these guys to run quite far. Wow, nice place. Farm of Plenty, Astral, and Nature. Right, let's shove some people in there. I didn't actually check all the fights, did I? No, I'm pretty sure we watched that. Right, where do you go and what do you do? There's raiding aplenty to be done. Chakar is actually sieging down Yersan. I'm not the only one that's had enough of Yersan's nonsense. all of you guys, we need this preached like crazy. I have a lot of very injured units here, which are in desperate need of TLC, tender love and care. Failing that, just pray their problems away. You folks are going to take care of that fight in Yusan. Unji Kim, are you going to support that fight, or are you going to raid some more? It would be kind of cool to just take out Eden Prime. Still feeling the burn on my money here. My big old god, he can just kind of rest on his laurels for a bit. He's done quite a bit of summoning, and there's not a lot more that I could really ask him to do, except I suppose Stellar Focus. That feels like a waste of a global. Oh, I want Eyes of God. I really do want Eyes of God. But the astral cost, not to mention the overcasting I'd have to do, is a bit too much. Yeah, not much for it. By the way, I don't like this just being a crummy little fort. I'm actually going to build it up a bit. Palisade, if you will. Blood hunt it, please, Indiana Jones. Spyro, claim that throne of ascension at long last. And I never sent these guys out. So if you're going to Eden Prime, maybe I send one of you over to Blue Moon Canyon. Is that close enough without a pair of boots? No. But if you had a pair of good boots, not a problem. So you two are going to raid out there. And you'll probably just dance around raiding much of this. Castle Malloy is a sitting duck. I'm thinking about targeting Castle Malloy. Toga Token, do you want to clear out Castle? Oh, no, it's too far for you. Is it too far for Brent? Oh, yes. Unless he wants to go via Brazil. And no one wants to go via Brazil. But you could go via Freezeezy Peak. Tear down a temple while you're at it. That's there and there. I really want to just focus here. I want raiding done over here as well. And you can get there in one jump! Wow. Good job, Toga Token. Go and take the Lubeck Eastern Exchange, and then you will flank down here. And as long as I still have more magical items set up for them, maybe I should organize them here. Like, here's your helmet, here's your armor, here's your sword, here's your shield, and here's your dancing trident. Dancing trident, dancing trident, helmet, armor, sword, shield, ring of regeneration. That's about as good as I can do you, though. It's a booster, it's a booster. Not bad. Oh, there's another one of them. Hammer, hammer. I swear I have people making things without hammers who should have hammers. Vine shields. I guess we're okay. Right. You folk are all kind of sitting there without too much to do. I wouldn't mind having another batch of armors out of you since they're nice and cheap. Penitente, you just wait there. There's very little else for you to do. You get a little bit of defense here. Ayala, Castle Malloy, huh? We could probably one turn crush that thing, but there'd be a lot of disease on our hand. Well, no, there might not be. Just immediately pop Castle Malloy and grab the golden throne for ourselves. It's a thought. Right, well the first thought I have is that I wouldn't mind having all of my units kicked out first so that I can figure out how to properly use them. Including my poor little jelly guy. Might have been a mistake, but it's my mistake to make. Yeah, I have to stretch my hand so much that I can press the A and the P key. It's A to select all and P to put them into the garrison. And that... Try doing that. Try stretching your hand so that you got one finger on A and one on P. Don't use the thumb, that's cheating. Well, actually, it's kind of awkward even to do that unless you're using your right hand. Right hand's easy, left hand's not. Anyway, painful. Very painful. Ayala, you have great leadership over the magic beings. And shove a lot of the flyers with you. They also have great map move to go with you. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. I like the fact that Ayla can run around on her own quite easily. So maybe we don't do it like that. And I got a lot of units here. Let's have all of you to begin with then. Grab as many of these slaves as we can. Many will starve, but that's okay. Any starving, dying slaves can be brought back to safety. And I can actually give formations to these guys, which is cool. 33, 33, 82, I guess that's fine. These are essentially all my units. With a bit of fluffing, even crummy units like this should be able to do just fine. We're going to bring in the charity case that is our little cube and our poor little wolves as well. And yeah, I feel a little bad about them, or for them. We're going to want our guys that are bringing in extra supplies. We want Ayla as well, of course. Should I feel bad about Ayla going in with 0 protection? I do, actually. So you can have an armour of knights. But that's all I think I'm going to give you. Do I want a Staff of Storms? No, I don't, because that interferes with my flies, and my flies are good. Do I want extra priests? Yes, I do. I'm actually going to bring in my flying priests so that at the very least they can preach once we're in there. And that should be sufficient, so in we go. Supply usage 350 is still pretty high. Ayla, could you carry a bag of wine for them? And marriageable women, also grab a bag of wine. Pretty sure I keep making bags of wine every turn. Pretty sure I could be making more bags of wine every turn. You grab one of these, and forge monthly bags of wine, please. Now, when we're here... line formation, box formation... more line formation. There's just going to be a lot of these guys. Another line of them. Another line of them. I have a lot of these guys. You guys are back here to kind of protect my core in case we somehow get sniped back here. Get off of these guys so I can easier select my commanders, please. Commanders move back here, so they're surrounded by units. You guys just go and race in. Probably going to die. Same with you. Yeah, I don't know how I would set up a game that focuses on a variety of summons, because they're so different in research and requirements and making actual strategy around it. Truth be told, I don't know how I'd really sort that out. I mean, it's already taken me hours to get to Ancient Presence, and that's something that I wanted to summon. Oh well, something I need to put some thought into, and that's not something I tend to like doing. Thinking. Right. What is this tiny amount of flies left? And also I don't have any bodyguards, do I? The lack of bodyguards might not be a problem, but it could also be a very large problem. So... Theophumus has the weirdest number of units here. So you just grab those. All of you guys that are moving, we have you selected, and then we're just going to... No, not hold and attack. Guard. A lot of these guys are just going to hang around and guard all of our commanders. This UX might feel horrible, but I actually struggle to think of a way to make it better. So press A to select them all, select the commander to put them all on, and press G for guard commander so that they get that order. I can't actually give you any more, so what can I do but guard? Oh, I lost my formation by doing that. Bad. I guess the rest of you can just wait around in the garrison. You guys are going over to Castle Malloy. And Ayala, you need to actually Fog Warrior them up, and that's going to require some gems. Take 10, and by 10 I mean 20. And your order is to cast Fog Warriors and then conserve magical usage, but cast spells. So yeah, do not use gems if you can avoid it, please. Just cast Fog Warriors and then whatever else you think makes sense. There's something to be said for mass flight. I don't know. Probably not. We don't need arrow fend either because we don't actually take any... I don't expect my enemy uses many or any projectiles. Honestly, that should be fine. Those formations are disgusting, but most welcome. Do you think something like EU4 would get better with similar formation mechanics? It would be a nice step up because I've used the same combat mechanics for a very long time now. Certainly unchanged from EU3. Right, lest you just cast holy spells from where you are. That's no big deal. And I'm starting to realize a mistake that I've made. I'm glad I've realized it now. There we go. I didn't actually keep one of these guys in box formation here on hold and attack. The rest can do whatever, but you need to hold an attack in case these guys get sniped. You don't need to, but it's something. And then what about my flies? Hold and attack closest. Hold and attack rear. There we go. Castle Malloy won't know what hit it, but it's going to be a very, very large siege force. We should have that popped in one turn. Move in, pop it, take it. No questions asked. I need to be careful that I don't take all of the thrones, though. I don't want to win by throning. I want to win by dethroning. Specifically destroying all of my enemies. And with this, Yasan is on the back pedal, and they don't know it yet, but Chakar is going to die too. And with that, the only one left is Tonkollamark. Tonkollamark's capital is... I thought it was around here. Here it is, actually. And their cap circle is surrounded by Chakar, so maybe they've already been killed by Chakar. I don't know. I don't have enough information to tell. Cast more Reascension, and... I'm gonna want more horror helmets, but actually my Mound King can make horror helmets. I have these coming in. I think I have Frost Browns coming in one at a time from you, yes. Vine Shields are being made over here. And Rings of Regeneration are being made here. And we make enough Nature Gems to cover that. Almost, but not quite. Close enough, though. The only thing I really want to do is a lot more site searching. And I don't want to do it with mages, I want to do it remotely using my Astral 3s. And I have plenty of Astral 3s. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have skull caps and such to boost up 2s to 3s, like Ludwig here. Ludwig here could put this on and look all dapper. Also, that's a booster. Move it over with the boosters. Not much space for them though, is there? Never mind that. Basically, we can chug out a super combatant every other turn and deck them out entirely. And if we had more of a blood economy, we could deck one out every turn. What am I missing from all of this? I would like one of them to be able to do fire stuff. They're already fire retardant. I want Liu Bei. Well, no, nobody does, but Liu Bei. If I wanted... is it an artifact? I think it is an artifact, the one that gives you fire at the very start. I still want enchantment, and I want alteration. Yeah, give me construction 8 before alteration 9. This research is getting expensive. My research speed isn't accelerating anymore. But hey, on the plus side, at the max level conjuration, I will finally be able to call the ancient presence. 6 and 4 needed. And we currently have 4 and 3. But I can boost you up to 5, 3, and then... I won't give you the ring, I think. No, I need to give you the ring. I don't have another water booster. Where's the ring? I keep losing the bleeding ring. Who's got the ring? Silver Surfer has the ring, but only to cast Well of Misery. Okay, then we're fine. Have we blackened the skies with steel flies yet? We're no longer accelerating in our production of steel flies. It's humming away nicely at about a dozen a turn, and we don't even lose a dozen a turn. Alright, loads of fighting going on, including counter-attacking. Let's see how it went, and we will look at how that went after I take a quick water break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Coming back to that point about formations in EU4, I do wonder. I think it would be vastly improved if there was a lot more strategic management of your armies around on the map. But there'd be a lot of things to overcome there, and least of all, it might kind of lose a bit of the game's appeal. Niche is good for me, but Paradox want that fat dollar, so I'll just look at CK3. They're not making the game I want anymore there. Also, funny you there, Baron. You're part of the problem that I'm so groggy today. Well, I can't blame you, it's always good to see a Baron stream, but after yesterday's stream I just went to play some more Slay the Spire, and then after that I went and played it again because I finally unlocked the true ending, so then I went and just did the true ending, and then it was something like 2 AM, so I decided I better go to bed, but I was too busy thinking about Slay the Spire to sleep. So then I load up Baron's stream, and he ends up rolling ectoplasm as a starting relic, and I laughed so hard I have to change the bed sheets. So that kind of robbed me of a lot of my night of sleep. That's not entirely true though. I didn't change the bed sheets. Right, what do we get going here? Conjuration is finally done tonight, so we can awaken Miss Netherlands. We've got claiming finally the Silver Throne. Rescendence is up, Well of Misery is up, more Blood Slaves coming in, although Indiana Jones having trouble? Did you just low roll, or I guess you just low rolled? What a disappointment. That was an especially cursed run. Well, I was laughing because I'd only just read up about ectoplasm. I'd never found it before, but I was checking out the wiki. I saw ectoplasm. It's like, there's no more gold. I'm like, oh, that sounds horrible. Almost all places have gold as a reward, and merchants are one of the few bits of agency you have over your choice. So getting rid of that seems like a poor trade, even for an extra turn. And to get it at the start of the game, now that's just the worst. Okay, lots of battles. Let's see how they went. Zenken, that's us, on the offense. Oh my god, you guys are already dead. Those... I feel like I should tell you not to cast lightning, because that lightning is more likely to hurt us. Then again, it didn't kill us. They actually got a kill with their own mall champions, but good job, in you go. Complete decimation of the enemy. The slaves are the only ones that eat, funnily enough, and I suppose the commander. The Iron Flies don't eat, the Queen of Clouds doesn't need to eat, King of Earth doesn't need to eat, so it's just the slaves. Unfortunately, the consumption of supplies is directly proportional to the size of them, and the slave knights are considered size 3, so they eat 3 supplies each per turn. Again though, if they starve, they're only slaves. I'm not going to worry about losing them, I just don't want them to rout in battle. And being hungry reduces your morale by a lot. I think it's 4. Freezes his peak. Go, 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 super combatant. Oh yeah, you cast bark skin. I cast dye. So there we go. In you are. Unlike our previous attempt with this, you are actually armed and armored. So this is one of the questions about what do you gear up a thug with. And at this point, you're not really a thug anymore. You're a super combatant. The lines between them are blurry, but generally a super combatant can take out an entire army. A thug can take out some reasonable amount of province defense. But the thing is, whenever you start giving them gear, you have to start counting gems. 10 gems plus 5 gems and 10 gems, that's 25. 30 gems, we don't need to count this, that was just something we found. Here's another 10 gems, here's another 5 gems. Gems are pretty important, and we've just shoved about 50 into this guy, in addition to the 88 blood slaves that it cost to summon them. This is one of the reasons I like Wraith Lords so much. The Wraith Lords are already kitted out with everything they need, and they're immortal, so if they die, you just send them straight back in. They're expensive on the gems to summon, but they really snowball once you get a whole load of them going. This guy is definitely stronger than a Wraith Lord, but he costs so much more. 88 slaves, just to have you combat ready, but you were easily countered by magical weapons, which is why we need to put on some gear. But now, losing you would mean losing a lot of investment, so I am using you in a way that says, I don't think I'm going to lose you. I'm not going to charge you into an army of hundreds upon hundreds of those bloodthirsty sacred crab guys. Those things scare me. But against armies like this, you just go in and you kill and you spook. And because you end up getting a lot of kills yourself, your experience is really going up. And that's going to make you even stronger. Yeah, this demon angel, this guy was so cool. When I saw him on the summons list, I knew I had to have him. Who is Brent Halligan, though? Right, Castle Malloy. This is us going in with our fluffed army. And what an army it is. Oh, now we're starting to go somewhere. Huge amounts of slaves who are going to become fog warriors. Our mage corps is completely protected by all of the slaves. Iron Flies to fly in the back, flanking cavalry, and a few little wolves. I quite like those wolves. If I had a nature build, I probably would have gone bark skin for them. Could make an entire build out of these winter wolves, I think. Their attack and defense skill is reasonable enough. They're very fast. If they just had some protection, they'd be amazing, because they're otherwise ethereal. Anyway. You ever feel like you overdress for an occasion? Fog Warrior still works for the dogs, though. Chompy chomp. How did you actually fail to Frost Breath? I suppose it doesn't really matter. All gone. I did kill one of my own units, though. I definitely saw that. Yeah, so we lost one of our slave knights, and that was to the Queen of Storms friendly firing. I saw that strike. Right, there were 2 fights in Yasan. First, we came to relieve the siege, but actually take it over. I don't actually know if you take over the damage dealt, but you probably do. A more modest army here, but nonetheless, they are fog warriors. A cool effect here, though. Look at that. I know some people find this game truly ugly. It's certainly low fidelity, but I like its look. Fire Snake could barely hurt us here. Actually, how did you do any damage at all? Did you get repelled? I don't actually... Oh, right, I think it's a gift of health effect. Alright, so we relieved the siege, took it over, but then Yasan actually tried to counter the attack themselves. I like how it looks, so I can't stand the 3 music tracks. Just play whatever music you want. Okay, right, so Yasan is pretty serious about lifting this siege. That is, with minimal doubt, their main army. And it's a lot bigger than my army. I don't know what fluffs they're going to have, but these crustaceans are serious business. I don't actually know what their sacred ones look like. Do we see this? Well, we'll know them when they get their bless, that's for sure. Yeah, well, it doesn't work while I watch on stream. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. And it's more. I've got 34 tracks for this. But I guess they all kind of sound the same, don't they? I like the music, though. Sometimes I even play it in my own time. So they've Divine Blessed. Do they actually have their sacreds here? I won't be able to tell if they're not blood surging. Anyway, it's a very large and scary army, and I'm not actually sure if my slaves are up to the task. Ooh, actually, this could be a bit of a problem, because I've got my beloved Santi the hero here. When he's gone, and he's going to take some very expensive gear with him. So remember when earlier I said, it's not big enough, I don't have my Shambler slaves with me. Now I really wish I had my Shambler slaves. Well, I need my flies to help me out big time. It's not even a full line. They can pierce right through and get to my... Oh god, there are the sacreds. There they are. Quickness, reinvigoration, strength, blood surge, flying. These terrify me. And they are already flying back to my mage core line. I need my iron flies to save me. And sure enough, the Fog Warrior Mist form is reducing all damage dealt. Well, not all damage. Sometimes they hit hard enough to get through that. Oh, there are more of them. Kill them. My line is not holding, not by a long shot. Oh, my flies are getting crushed. Fog Warriors is good, but it's not an answer to everything. And I'm barely hurting these guys, even with my armor negating bites. Damn it. Flip them over. Hit their weak spots. Dearie me. This is about to go grim. I kind of want you to retreat. Well, some of my units are still there and holding, somehow. But the problem is I can't really hurt these crabs. 21 protection, we don't pierce through that. And these sacreds are still here, and now they're getting right into the mage core. Ah, man, this is where some kind of global effect would help out. Yeah, no, we lost this long ago. And these guys are even scarier when they blood surge. Look at that. 28 armor piercing damage from the pincer, 40 piercing damage coming from the metal trident. My hero is going to die. He's already fatigued out and he can't run. Some of my guys are running. They're the clever ones, but I am really gonna miss Santi. Bye-bye, Santi. Bye-bye, Santi's gear. Wow, what a slaughter. And not the good kind. That was very bad for me. He brought in almost 1,000 units at me. And we got clobbered. All of my iron flies died there. Almost all of my slave knights. My hero's dead. Just the commanding champion had the good sense to fly away. Let's rewatch that. from a fixed camera so we can see it all happening. Right, so mistakes were made. I had no idea Yisan's main army was right here. I rushed in like a fool, and I took the full frontal force of it. My iron flies are a big loss, but so is my hero. This guy was unique. I'll never see another guy like him. He didn't have any globals up, did he? I don't think he did. Oh well, you don't win every fight, and we certainly didn't win that one. Hopefully here's one that we do win. So this is just province defense. You get in there and... they're all throwing stuff at you. Well, you do have a shield, but that's a problem because you're fatigued. And if they're not getting close to you, you're not able to drink them. So get stuck right in there. And that fatigue of yours is 91, and now it is 82, and now it is 81. And now it is 85. Ah, you get more fatigue than I thought. But anyway, Soul Vortex is great for taking care of the fatigue. That was actually a fairly good counter to Soul Vortex. Just sit back and throw stones at them. Also, you guys are not poison resistant, are you? No, but regenerating is pretty much poison resistance. I mean, if poison is going to hurt you for 4 damage a turn, that's a lot of poison damage if it's doing 4 damage a turn. Anyway, you're going to heal for more than that, so it's not really much of a big deal. Good job. Everything has a counter. No matter how strong you make something, there is a counter. And the counter is always cheaper than making whatever you've made. These guys are expensive. How would I counter these guys? The magic resistance is pretty good, but you could still do armor negating astral attacks on them, like... They're not mindless, so you could mind hack them. But the biggest weakness I'd say they have is demon. There's a demonic cleansing spell thing that makes all your damage against demons double. And that's double before defense. So if you strike... Let's say you struck this guy for 25 damage. Let's even say it was magical damage, so it gets past his invincibility. He goes, haha, I have 23 protection, so odds are you're going to do no damage to me. And I go, actually I've got the demon baning attack. I'm actually dealing 50 damage. And then, instead of doing practically nothing, you are dealing about 27 base damage on this guy. A few hits and he's dead. Of course, that means you have to get through his monstrous defense skill and not have him kill you, but you can have that affect a lot of units. I think it can even affect the whole battlefield. Anyway, easy win on Lubeck Eastern Exchange. What about the Lycian League? I think that's a counterattack. If you can call that a counterattack. Well, let's not laugh too much. He's still a crab. And I hate fighting crabs. No, I think we've given up. Okay, no, thank God he actually gave up. Someone managed to get in and shank him a bit. God bless those short bows there. When I left you last time, Jake, you were saying how confident you were about this campaign. Is that confidence still there? Absolutely. I'd say we've even already won. But there are still some big battles to get done before we can claim victory. The thing is, the AI doesn't have a brilliant human mind like I do. So once I have a pretty strong setup, they can't think how to counter it. They're not going to use demon stuff against me unless they accidentally do. And I have had that happen. Fought an AI who just for some reason had a setup to cast Demon Bane, and I had a demon army, and they were just getting slaughtered. Expensive thugs and super combatants as well. Anyway, I'm really liking how these guys are performing. And then there was a battle in Eudora. I'm not entirely confident I'm taking this, and now I am. There's no one here. I've just come in and taken an empty fort. Wait, what? There was literally nobody there! I have never seen that! How was there no one there? Why did we even siege it down? So we spent all this time breaking down a wall to an empty fort. We could have just opened the door. Okay, weird. Never seen that before, but... Hey, now I have Eudora. Let's actually give it some kind of defense. And I guess you're going to hold out there. It does have a laboratory. What do I do with that? Well, I make sure that you have your friendly currents casting thing. And, gee, I don't know. I guess I'll have you patrol just so Eudora remains mine. And... are there any good things that I can spawn on... oh, well, no, I actually know what I can do. I can cast that watery thing down there. Although I just grabbed myself number 9, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Right. Okay, let's sort a few things out. Firstly, Patriarch. Grab yourself the water booster, not the water torso booster. Oh, Barf already had that. Okay, well, never mind. Barf, take that. And we got Well of Misery up. Yes, we did. Where's Eyes of God? Did someone get deleted? Tonkollamark had it up. What happened to it? I don't think anyone has good fire access to burn their eyes out, so I legitimately don't know what happened to their Eyes of God. It's an opportunity for me to put it up, though. Providence Ridge gives me air gems. Dominion and Order up in Timbuktu. Castle Malloy is 1 turn breached. I am grossly concerned at how many Yisan troops are there. However, for all my losses of the army that I had there, I have a replacement larger army right here. It doesn't have the mounted troops, and that is a shame. But I have additional mounted troops here in Sarmazagatusa. Get rid of the crappy elks, please. We don't want crappy elks. Any other crappy elks? Yeah, there we go. I still have to pay these things, you know. 8 gold for a useless elk. And it is useless. Look at that. I mean, sure, it hits alright-ish, but no magic resistance, low morale, just rubbish. I guess it's fast, but you can't give it an order. It's undisciplined, so only skirmish, and you can't tell it to, say, run around and attack the rear. So. That was a bite in the ass for sure. We're going to hold out in Sarmazagatusa. We're going to preach so that we can have a bit of dominion to repair ourselves with here. And I'll figure out the rest in a wee bit. First off, Castle Malloy. Just storm the whole place before Yisan brings in reinforcements. I don't know if I could kill this army with one of these guys. Those sacreds are terrifying. They'll slice through everything I have here. But I don't know. See, they only activate Blood Surge when they get a kill, and they're not going to kill Brent Halligan. Not easily, at least. Unji Kim. Yeah, I don't want to send in the one that has the... oh god, the Outerloper. You ran away from that fight, didn't you? Go over to Sarmazagatusa. That way you can actually help us out a bit there. Also, what are you doing with a Mist Ring of Fire? Yeah, I might send in Unji and Brent Halligan and try my luck against that. Do we think that 2 super combatants can take on an army of 1,000 particularly good units? I need to refresh my memory on what exactly we're fighting against here. Honestly, it could go very, very badly. But if it went really well, just imagine how butthurt they'd be. It's tempting. It's very, very tempting. I think we'll do it, right? No guts, no glory. I really want to see how my my guys get on. If I lose them, I lose a lot of investment, but it's not investment that I can't get back. I mean, hell, I got Hank Hill right here ready to jump in and aid. Maybe Hank Hill could even join in. I don't think Hank Hill has the range to get over there in one shot, though. No, not without some fancy fast boots, and I don't have any spare fancy fast boots. You two took both of them? No, who else has the fancy fast boots? Ah, it's over in Lubeck Eastern Exchange. But I still need you to carry on from here. Celadon City was my overdress for the occasion. Well, one of them was. Anyway, supply usage is quite high in Celadon City. Instead of going via the abandoned sector, I'm going via Canada. Although, I could give this out here. Then the supply usage is only 193. But wasteland provinces have ridiculously low supply. So I might go via Canada anyway, but I want to get to Char. Yeah, go via Canada, that way I'm not going to get horribly diseased. Toga Token, you can take on the abandoned sector. Gonna add a bit of defense here, and a bit of defense here. Acheran might strike out with something, but this is where the units are currently, so I don't want to risk running into those. Silplane and friends, you are reminding me to sort out my items here. There we go, I need more horror helmets coming out. So, where are you at? Silver Surfer, you don't need these boosters anymore. I don't want you to have that ring anymore. I just want you to grab a hammer and forge monthly horror helmets. And wasn't I meant to do something else with that ring? Yes, the ring on Barf means that you can finally, after all this waiting, cast monthly Ancient Presence. A unit that you almost never see, and... oh, whoops, didn't mean to click there. I wanted to click here and see my gem income. 16, so we can sustain this for quite a while. Cast monthly Ancient Presence. Can you try the Mass Flight Earthquake with that Earth King Air Queen combo? Where and why? But yes, I could. I don't like the timing on there, though. I'd rather not, honestly. If I mess it up somehow, that's a lot of my own units to hurt. Although, I don't even need mass flight. I've got a lot of protection on my guys. Earthquake wouldn't hurt very much. Not that I think of, at least. Right, one of you, Silplane I suppose, is going to monthly forge me the awesome Armour of Knights. And you two guys are going to spawn way too many of these bleeding wolves, which fortunately I don't have to pay for. I don't know what you're going to do there, just research for now. Although wasn't there some cool cross paths I was looking at? Pocket ship. Ship size 4, army sail. Oh, that's only over the ocean though. I was thinking of flying ship, which I think is a bit more unique. Fairy in a bottle, temporary air and nature gems, temporary air gems. Yeah, I can't see use for any of this stuff, just get researching for now. Radar car, what are you doing here? You must have run away from your son. Clever. The clever ones ran away, you know. There's a good chance they're just going to counterattack me over here, but the more raiders I get, the more we can activate them over here. It's kind of tempting to make my Wraith Lords, I'll admit. Do love my Wraith Lords, and they're very good at taking over the seas. But I always use Wraith Lords, so I should try and think of something else to use. Just research there. Spyro's already claimed this throne. Wasn't I on my way to claiming it? Yeah, I wanted Castle Malloy. Maybe that's not the best way for you to go there. Make your way over to Hyrule first. Utter Dark, we don't have enough blood slaves to get you more just yet. I watched all your Dom 5 mods. I wanted to watch more, so I looked on YouTube. I found one guy playing a 70-player game on this gigantic map with multiple worlds. It was wild. Was that Lucid? I know Lucid does some big multiplayers. I'm not big on multiplayer myself, so I'm not terribly interested, but yeah, I think I've seen the map you're talking about. Huge. I would not have the patience for orchestrating all those bleeding late game everythings there. I mean, what do you do when you control like 50 provinces in a game like that? You're going to be managing troops all the time, and because it's competitive, you don't want to let anything slip. It would remind me too much of playing late game Tribal Wars, and I have been a big player in Tribal Wars before. Never again. God, managing so much, managing your vassals as well. Too much interpersonal relationship there. Ancient Presence, first up. Now again, it's not a commander, it's just a unit. But here she is. Miss Netherlands herself. She is scary, she regenerates, she's pierce and blunt resistant. Susceptible to fire, that's the big weakness, but with that much hit points, it's not really a big deal. This doubles fire damage up to an additional 10 and makes it quite likely to get set on fire, but not much of a big deal. Their magic resistance is quite good, but they're undead, so they can face banish attacks. And they're a Slimer. How do I Gift of Reason you again? Trying to remember this one. I'm pretty sure there's a nature version and an astral version. Here's Gift of Reason. Grants commander status and a sharp intellect to any one being. The target must be in the same province. Mindless units cannot be affected. Well, you're not mindless, my ancient present friend. And I would kind of like to be able to move you around on your own. Yeah, you do have a mind of your own. A beautiful mind of your own. I want to cast that, actually. I want to make you a commander. Gift of Reason needs a level 4 Nature Mage. You might think you're not a level 4 Nature Mage, Havelock. I disagree. Painfully German chat member, the Enchantress. Turn Havelock into a level 4 Nature Mage. Also, let's move these things around. That's a booster, that's a booster. Armour, supplies, weapon, there, and there. Now, cast Gift of Reason on Ancient Presence. If you're going for big summons, there's always the Demon Lords. Yeah, but I'm kind of using my Blood Slaves on my beloved angels. I'd want to use something that requires another kind of gem. For example, is there a good death summon that isn't Tartarus or Tartarians or the Wraith Lord? And what about air? We're a little too late in the game for Draconians, in my opinion. There is, however, the King of Elemental Fire. I could actually deck him out pretty nicely. Yeah, you know, why am I not doing that? That ring is kind of being used up a bit too much by Barf. Someone else might want it, you know. All that to get nature and water. But empowering would be expensive, so I guess that's the best use for it. Oh, that's right. Since I have the fire-death combo somewhere, I could get the blaze... No, I've already got the blazing skull. Yeah. I was trying to think of getting someone up to 5 so that they could cast King of Elemental Fire. I guess I'll have to wait on my net. Oh, wow, no need to wait. Look, here's what we'll do. I'll bring in another one of these angels. I will let the angel summon the King of Elemental Fire, and then I will kit the King of Elemental Fire out with some badass stuff and have him go on a rampage as well. At this stage in the game, I just want to make awesome summons and have them go out and either fight or buff up my army for fighting. That's what I want to do for fun here. And if you know of a thing that you want, by now we have almost every access to make them happen. So we're getting our Ancient Presence commanders. I need to think about what items I want to give them, by the way. What would you give an Ancient Presence? The Ancient Presence only has 2 misc slots in it. Well, actually, let's bring out, shall we? Here is Miss Netherlands. They have no real defense skill. I had no idea they had 16 attack skill. Their protection's kind of low. But again, the only stuff they would get are 2 miscellaneous slots. So what would you give this guy? We could improve his magic resistance by giving a lodestone amulet. I don't think that fire resistant stuff is too big of a deal. I mean, if he burns, he regenerates plenty fast enough. I could actually give him a ring of regeneration, so he regenerates 30% per turn. Then he's terrifying. He's unlikely to rout with morale 30. Ancient Presence would be a grandma, but I'll mostly give her a head. I don't get that at all. I get the bicycle, windmill, and clogs, though. I think lodestone amulet and ring of regeneration. Kind of running low on nature gems in that respect. And I would quite like to do a lot more site searching. So let's alchemize. I'm not really using air gems much, so I'm just going to alchemize those down. And then you two are going to use them to cast Asheric Knowledge on, yeah, do Mount Moon, and absolutely do Florida. We don't know anything about Florida. Yeah, I'm going to be burning through my nature gems at lightning speed, actually. Jake, you're still showing the viewer. Thank you for telling me, because that's easy to forget. Ring of Regeneration, Divine Shield, 2 Endless Bags of Wine are going to cost me more nature gems than I can reasonably afford. I might have to make do with just 2 Ancient Presences. Oh well, what can you do? Right, you guys... Did I even see what happened in Canada? Did I even see all this stuff? I don't think I did. Right, Trash Canyon first. Jakar trying to counterattack me, and my province defense is pathetic. So Ash Canyon is just... Well, it's under siege, it's not gone, but look at all that fire. Look at that burning their own units. Now, how well is Ash Canyon going to hold out? Not that well. They did bring trolls, and trolls siege up pretty well. I might have to round back on that, but Jakar clearly take offense to me attacking them. Why do I have a ping in the server? I think it was a ghost ping. How dare they? Right, Canada. We know we won, but how much did we trash Canada? Ah, there we go. Hang on, did I actually tell you to do... Ah, crap, I actually forgot to tell you what to do. Actually, no, not necessarily. I don't have the research for army of gold or steel or lead or whatnot. So instead you're doing marble warriors, which is actually kind of clever. Look at that protection on these guys now. It was 18 or so, now it's 26. That on top of fog warriors makes very difficult units to get through, but they can be gotten through. Case in point, the fire snake set us on fire. That gets through fog warriors, and the armor-piercing nature gets through our high protection as well. But man, there's quite a few of them here. Canada have clearly been listening to what I've been saying about them and taking grave offense to it. And a lot of my slaves are routing. Damn it, you cowards, get in there. I don't actually like thugging out the vampire lords. I see them as better for being high death casters. You know, give them booster, put them at the back, have them cast rigor mortis and darkness and whatnot. There we go. That was expensive. There we go. Woo! Is that false horrors? Hey, there we go. A frightening illusionary horror. Ordinary man will surely falter at the sight. But yeah, it has no protection. You just strike the thing and it dies. Phantasmal Claw, magic resistance negates. Right, whew! Ah, you didn't even kill my bleeding elk. Okay, hang on, I saw a lot of horror marking going on there. The horrors of being in Canada? Mindless units wouldn't be affected. What about my slaves? Not seeing horror marks, which is good. Because I didn't want to get horror marked. I'm seeing rust, though. But meteorite armor is magical armor, you can't rust that. That's actually quite good. I have so much magical armor that it's pretty difficult to rust it. Rust only affects iron things, and we don't fight with iron. This weapon, magical, armor, magical, cap. Not magical, but it's certainly not made of iron. I've never played Riley, actually. So that is new to me. Right, all of my elks legged it. There they are in Celadon City. And I think some of them would have retreated into Ash Canyon. Maybe, maybe not. Tell me about the retreat. Also tell me about the total fighting there. 36 of our slave knights died, and that was enough to rout the entire amount of them. The slave impalers stood strong though. That 18 protection and fog warrior really saved them from that. A lot of attrition on the iron flies, but they did a lot of the killing. They are hard to kill when they're fog warriored up. Ironflies won't actually benefit much from army of steel or lead or whatnot, but they will benefit a little bit. And they won't mind losing a little bit of their resistances. Of their units, though, they didn't bring in that many, but we still slaughtered them, and Canada had a lot of province defense going on. Right, what about Yasan? Why is there still fighting in Yasan? Didn't I run away? Oh no, this is us sending in our Tweedledee and Tweedledum here. But, oh, where's their army? Where's that massive army I wanted to fight? Don't deny me my fight. There we go. Then Chakar is coming in. It's a shame we don't have air to cloud trapeze onto the army. That would at least prevent them from jumping away from us. One of the frustrating things about this game could be chasing an army. Oh, I think I know exactly where they are. There they are in Brazil. I want to fight that army. I will not be denied my fight. Hank Hill, you... Actually, I bet they're going to round on me if I just wait in Yasan. So I will be here and let them come to me. Also, Hank Hill, make sure that you please have the proper setup here. Could go very wrong for them. Very, very wrong. And Castle Malloy, it definitely went down, but how did it go down? Easily. Right, there's actually a reasonable shot that these units are actually traveling to go to Castle Malloy. So I have to figure out what I want to do about that. Man, there's a lot of death here. Maybe it's that spreads deadly disease swamp that's here. Right, that gives me some interesting plays. If they sit outside Castle Malloy, they'll get diseased. Admittedly, so will I. But if I put my Dominion here, I will actually cure my own diseases. I'd still take quite a lot of losses, but so too would they. So, Chai, you're going to construct a temple. The rest of you, you're going to preach if you can. They're also in a great place for murdering winter. So, man, I think my best option is actually let them try and siege up Castle Malloy. If they do, right, let's take our shots here. Maybe they siege up Malloy. Maybe they try to de-siege Yasan. It's highly unlikely an army of that size is going to waste their time in freeze easy. So if they come for Yasan, we get our nice fight with our super combatants versus their mega army. If they go to Castle Malloy, I'm going to murdering winter them, and then I'll probably fight them with these guys. And also they'll eat disease while they're there, so it sucks to be them. However, a lot of my units are going to get diseased. And I don't have the throne, so I don't have it casting out that Dominion for me. Ayla, you want to do something, I'm sure, but I don't have anything good for you, so just research while you're there. Radar car, Sarmazegatuza. Why are you not preaching? Because we really need some of these diseases taken care of. Okay. Outer Loper, you're my prophet. Please also preach there. Heavens knows we need it. You've got some useless boots on. Ring of Fire is there. Canada gives us nature gems. Blobhemia gives us... I swear I've seen these before. Right, Western Roman Empire has a proper fort on it. But let's give it a proper fort. I know I don't have loads of money for doing that, but I don't like seeing crappy little forts. No, I'm being ridiculous. There's no point in doing that. It's just a waste of money. Mount Moon has its castle. Now that is worthwhile because they could be counterattacked around here. I want you to summon Iron Flies because I'm facing a lot of attrition on my Iron Flies. I might actually want to start going around with some flying units and pick up my Iron Flies. Tree Lord summons wolves. He's good at summoning vine men. I've never really valued vine men very much, and my problem with the Tree Lord is he can't move. I like to get him for boosting nature, but if you're already fine with that, then he doesn't really offer anything. Innate spellcaster he has, and that's amazing, but again, he's immobile. I don't know if he's true immobile, I don't know if he can teleport, but anyway. Wouldn't have him. Gotta remember that Ash Canyon's under siege here. But Ash Canyon can be lifted by my angels, or my fallen angels, so that's not a big concern. The units in Canada, though. I want to move on Chakra, so we move on Chakra. Toga Token, what did you get injured with? A never healing wound. Also, I gotta be careful of you. You've got my Eternal Pyre up. I don't want you dying on me. Please take the Abandoned Sector. Working on our enchantments so that I can get my infinite money, right? Yeah, Gift of Nature's Bounty at 7. Sadly though, I'm using up all my nature gems. I might have to slow down on my magical items. So actually, see these endless bags of wine? Stop doing that. Drop your hammers. That'll save me 6 gems per turn. And... yeah, you can keep that going for a little bit of time. It's odd that he has map movement, but he's immobile. Odd indeed. I see you there plugging for your earthquakes. Yeah, but I wouldn't have known about which battle gets what. That's a long battle. Was that my doing? Probably. Right. Reascendance for more angel. Ashric Knowledge has given me Council of Sages. It's given me 3 things, actually. Florida Delivers. Whoa! Lore Master is very skilled. You just get every path out of him, although you have to roll the dice, and he's quite very expensive. He's also a good researcher, though. Amazing. Very nice thing to get. Additional Nature Gem and additional Earth Gem. So for 25 Astral Pearls, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gems per turn. So it pays itself off pretty quick. But that was a particularly good find. How about the other Ashric Knowledge? Field of Fireflies. Not too shabby. Still 2 gems. Florida's retirement home. Of course, of course, of course. Gift of Reason. Let's look at him. Here she is. Let's get our renaming going. So you are... Is it called Mrs. or Miss? Miss Netherlands, the Ancient Presence. Here's your Ring of Regeneration. And I didn't make you a Lodestone Amulet. Also, since when did you get 22 map move? Jesus, well, you know. Now, this thing is not a super combatant in and itself. If he just gets surrounded, he will get shanked with only protection 9. But what I could do, and this is a little mad, is that I could empower him for 1 earth, and then he could cast on himself Iron Skin. Then he'd have 20 protection. He'd be very hard to get through. Very hard to get through. And then he would just devour everything around him. And the things he devours, he would eat and gain more strength from. But if I lost him, that's a big investment. It's not just the gems, this Ring of Regeneration, it's also 50 Earth Gems to empower him that I lose. But it's a little tempting. Anyway, that's quite enough of my Ancient Presences. We'll make do with 2, thank you. I want that ring back. And I want you to cast Gift of Reason on the other one. Gee, I don't know. Miss Netherlands out there, huh? Speaking of the Lodestone Amulet, is that an astral thing? Or is it an earth thing? The Ring of Anti-Magic might actually be better than Lodestone. Ring of Anti-Magic is +4. Lodestone is +2. Alright, Anti-Magic it is. Unless there's something better that I could give you. Something that inherently gave you some kind of shield, like a fire shield would be badass. Fire darts, death on explosion. What is the real deal, and was that a summon? The real deal? You're gonna have to say where you found them, because I don't know who or what you mean. Oh, this guy, the real decoy. He's our pretender god. He's the guy that's fighting to become recognized as the true Lord of all creation. He's certainly the Lord of all consumption. Right, the two of you go and get me those amulets of anti-magic. Gift of Reason, the other big old Miss Netherlands. And then, where do I send you anyway? Are you amphibious? I am shocked that you're not amphibious. But you might actually be a good person to send underwater. A really good person to send underwater. I got some rings of water breathing, don't I? Oh yeah, and they're over here. But in addition to that, I also have this. I'm going to send you underwater with that. Go and make me proud. Just do whatever the hell you want. What are the unit names of your angels? I got a lot of angels going now. We've now got Gil. Gil the Fallen Angel. Let's kit him out. Da, 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 da. Need to make sure he has the right orders as well. Soul Vortex, move you down there, and then figure out where to send you. I don't know yet. Oh, that must be the end of these guys. If I let you take Lutetia, that's not good news for me, but... Can you afford some iron flies on you and still make it over there? Yes, yes you can. Just think of what to do here. I kind of want Lutetia for myself. And it's an easy thing to take here. I just need to beat up these guys and then hold it for myself. Alright, Gil, don't bother taking flies. I'll send those out in a follow-up attack. Dr. Thrax or someone can bring over the flies. In fact, there's quite a few flies around here. This as well, because I ate up a bunch of my flies in previous fights. Still a lot of preaching done around here. I need to push my preaching forward a bit. See all of you guys. Let's grab a fair bunch of you and shove you over to, say, Sarmazegatusa, where you can preach a bit better. In addition, oh well, that's why we have a bunch of them. We're repeatedly recruiting them. Not a bad thing, actually. I like having them there. Utter Dark, you can't make another angel just yet. I don't think I watched how the fights went. Was there a follow-up fight in Canada? Yeah, but we already had run away. Probably just as well, because that's a large army. Might be the remnants also coming back to bite us there. The real fight was over in Shakar's capital, though. We look a lot smaller now, don't we? Then again, so do their armies. They're trying to poison my iron flies with poison spit. They're almost immune to poison, 25 resistance. Death poison will still get through that. In fact, there's a particular... So these very red monkeys. Fire-resistant monkeys. Huh. There is a particular weapon that I think does 75 poison damage. And there's nothing that negates that. Even the undead get poisoned by that. These are scary, scary, very heavy-hitting monkeys. But they're also rusty in their equipment, so they're having a harder time dealing with us. And they are surrounded and about to die. There we go. To hell with the monkeys. We grab the Amulet of Anti-Magic, and... This isn't a freebie, because they're coming with a large army to fight me now. Yeah, Artifact of Tooth of Super Poison, that's... Oh god! Well, we got our fight! They did not go over to the disease, they decided to turn around and save their capital. My real problem is that the flying ones are going to jump us before we get Phoenix Pyre up. Meaning they could kill us before we're able to really respond. So, there's Soul Vortex, but I want Phoenix Pyre. Okay, well, just as well you got Phoenix Pyre because you instantly died. Jesus. Well, that's scary. So they landed on this guy. You just got Phoenix Pyre. Where did you reappear? You reappeared here. I don't know if you still have Soul Vortex. You do. I think you do. I see that circle around you. I hope it's Soul Vortex. If you die again when you're fatigued, you die for good. But it's hard to tell if there is Soul Vortex going. I think there is. That must be that circle, but that could be a circle of coldness. Who's to say? Anyway, you are in grave danger because you are super fatigued and there's a good chance you're going to die there, Brent Halligan. How about these other guys? Super combatants, not so super anymore. Fortunately, you're surrounded by chaff. Unfortunately, it's a lot of inanimate chaff, which is not defatiguing you. So you're in a lot of trouble there. A hell of a lot of trouble. Oh god. Oh no! Please tell me you were able to reform one more time. I don't think you were. No, I think that's the end of Brent Halligan. Those sacreds are so terrifying. The amount of damage they deal, their flying aspect. Scary, really freaking scary. Also, you're not cold resistant, so these wolves are actually doing you in terms of fatigue. Did I ever mention that no matter what you put into a build, they're easier to counter and cheaper to counter? Wow, this is a lot of investment dying here. It's those damn flying sacreds. They keep chasing me even when I run away. Alright, at least you're able to suck your fatigue back. But yeah, I've already lost 1/3 of them here, I think. What's going on over here? No, it's just people with fire shield on. This will be the battle. It went on for 99 turns. But I have a feeling if it went on for 99, then our units retreated. A lot of fatiguing out due to all the cold going on here. I feel for Brent Halligan though. And they're creating a lot of undead. That's a pretty nasty counter to what I have here because these undead, we don't manage to get fatigue back off of them with Soul Vortex. And they can make undead faster than we can kill them, even with 3 of us here. Fortunately, they are stamina'd out. They don't have cold resistance. We actually do, don't we? Yeah. That cold doesn't bother us that much. We're not... This isn't part of our bless, but we got it because we claimed the Throne of Ice. So it's unfortunate what happened to Brent Halligan, but Unji Kim is holding out. For now. For now. Jesus, you're certainly getting a lot of afflictions. Well, yeah, died out there, but... Did you respawn somewhere? You weren't fatigued, were you? I didn't see you fatigued. But I don't see you, and that makes me worry. Maybe they came back to life and then ran away. I don't know, we'll have to find out soon enough. And you just legged it, I'm pretty sure you didn't die. Alright, so... One of them died, 2 of them retreated. Unji and Hank Hill ran away. We did kill a lot of them. A hell of a lot of them. But we didn't win. That's a problem. And a lot of them were crappy, chaffy, dispossessed spirits. I don't think we took out their awesome Yeah, oh no, it's not the champions that we're thinking about. Who are their awesome sacreds? Where are they? Mudmasters? The Mudmasters. They only had 40 of them, and they were enough to strike fear into my heart. They're so strong! A lot of that's down to their bless, right? On their own, these guys are easy enough to counter. They're slow, they're not very good at hitting. These guys will get mulched by heavy cavalry, as long as you get through that protection. But the flight, the blood surge, the extra strength, that is horrible. Horrible to fight against. And the fact that they just fly, they get right over to you before you finish buffing up. Right, either way, Hank Hill was still a brave person in all of that. And there was a fight in the abandoned sector. This would have been our ritual caster. I really don't want to lose Toga Token, because then I lose my 20 fire gems a turn. But I'm not going to lose you to these chumps. Like I said, even if you get poisoned, which isn't unthinkable. I'm not seeing poison, but it could have happened. Regeneration practically counters poison. Slap, 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 slap. Good job. Shitatsu Sho gives me a magical sight. A magical sight of air gems. Sweet. Lubeck gives me gold. Zenken gives me gold. Upcoming arena battle, no thank you. Chakar has been breached in a single turn, and let's look at Hank Hill here. Hank Hill came away without a whole load of injuries. I thought he would have had a slew of them, but no. Unji, on the other hand, is on death's door. Oh, mute. Mute is really bad for a caster. I need you back to safety. Preferably safety that has good dominion. That limp is lowering your map move as well. That's a pain. Alright, just take a step back. Just go all the way back to Bob-omb Battlefield. We've got loads of healing for you there. Hank Hill, on the other hand, did not take any afflictions, very surprisingly. Does Hank Hill want to fight more of this? I don't think he does. What a scary, scary place to be. Yeah, the randomizer is the nat gen. I didn't put in item gen or magic gen. The item gen feels very incomplete, and the magic gen is just... It's overwhelming is what it is. A lot of disease is spreading here. I don't like hanging around in Castle Malloy. Since they're not coming for the attack there, I think we're just going to retreat all of our forces out of Castle Malloy into Alexandria and let them get healed up. Although it's kind of a shame to leave this place completely unseen too. But we've already put a temple, and just leaving people there is asking to have them die. Temporary water gems won't do you any good. Take that out, what's that? Hey, you think you had that placed inside your eye socket. Bad idea. Yeah, get back to Alexandria. Breath of Winter. No, we don't need you chilling and killing our own units here. And that Frostbrand belongs to someone else. Alright, yes, back to Alexandria. We have Castle Malloy. We don't have it very well, and it's probably going to get sieged down, but we can counter-siege it from Alexandria. I just want to be back in Alexandria so that I can heal up a fair bit. Might be worth researching and building the Chalice. That is a boatload of afflictions. Yeah, but I already have Gift of Health. And Gift of Health will heal up Unji. It's just going to take a few turns. Mute can be a bit of a pain to get rid of, but that's okay. We'll have more of you out in no time. Right, Gil. Gil helps out with the raiding. Unji's problem is that she can't do Soul Vortex anymore, and that's a big part of the build, so get out of there. Hank Hill, maybe you could help out with Lutetia. Actually, no, these guys can solo raid. I should send them out and use their mobility for exactly that, get solo raiding. Abandoned sector is ours. We'll put down some very crappy province defense. I wonder if I could take on you guys with Toga Token. Very risky though. I mean, Toga Token, again, I don't want to lose them in a fight. But they're so cool. 10% chance to heal an affliction, 5 afflictions, 50 turns to fully heal. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. Pretty sure. Gift of Health is very good at healing up afflictions. Could be dead wrong. Also, different afflictions, I think, have different resistance to being healed. They're almost certainly going to come here to Chakar, so I should have you come and help out with this fight. So if you're up top there, and then you go and do whatever, that should be fine. And the rest of you should certainly hold. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack closest. Maybe you guys should have something of a formation here. Let's get our... Oh wow, some of you didn't run away. Get our mages further back, shall we? Now, Barathros. I wish I had army of gold or lead or something to throw at all of this, but I don't. Conserve your gems and cast spells. You'll figure out what to do in due time. Storm that castle. You go and help out there, Toga Token, despite the immense risk to your life. And also despite the fact that I would like you to be raiding right now, and you're not. Ooh, big scary fights. Very scary. Okay, I hadn't sent out Ancient Present yet, so I was wondering what was taking me taking so long there. I bet you could spread out from here, right? What are you so afraid of? Go and take out Amity Airfield and Baltic Sea. Well, that's probably what we're afraid of. Those Kalulus are a pain to deal with. But we have friendly currents on our side. No, you should just hold down the fort. You're not very strong at dealing with this. I know I said I didn't want Wraith Lords, but it's so hard to turn away from Wraith Lords. They're so freaking good. I love me a Wraith Lord. Item. Hammer. What did I want this booster for? I swear I wanted someone boosting. I think it was Gil. I wanted fire, and I wanted King of Elemental Fire. So Gil, rather than heading down there, I want you to grab these fire boosters. And of course the ring of boosting damn near. Actually, you don't need the ring of boosting damn near everything. You can just straight up cast King of Elemental Fire like that. If you have Blood 9, you could try Winter's Call. Or 6, rather. Winter's Call. Winter's Call. I see no such Winter Call. Yeah, no, I think that's exclusive to like the Vetis and the Jotuns, isn't it? I think so. I couldn't summon Ill Earth unless I have... access to Ill Earth? I thought you needed something active to summon Ill Earth, like the Winter's Call. Anyway, neither here nor there, and my blood is being sunk into these awesome angels, because they are awesome. There we go, Elemental Fire, and we got one, and I might try for second, because these guys are damn cool, and they fight pretty well as a duo team in my opinion. But you can just straight up cast the second one on your own. Gil can ditch these boosters and grab his gear back, and go and do what Gil was born to do. Oh, I should check and see how my fights went. Bad sign that Lutetia didn't fall. Very bad sign that Lutetia didn't fall. I thought I sent someone to Lutetia. No, this is all a bad sign. We have now gotten ourselves the Miss Netherlands runner-up. And I could also do with some anti-magic and regeneration. Don't know where I'll send them, but we'll figure that out in due time. Bunch of slaves coming in, cripples dying, and now for the fights. So as expected, there was a fight in Chikar. They did not want me taking over Chikar, but this one's pretty well supported. We have an actual formation here now. We're waiting on our flies going in at the back. Look at all that sparkling. What's causing all that sparkling? Perhaps the world will never know. Now they got Wind Guide going on, but we've got our own stuff. They run into my slaves and immediately die to my slaves. No, please don't zap our people. You're casting off our own Fog Warriors. Oh, hello! They immediately come to the back row and want to take on our mages, but they just get blasted by the King of Elemental Earth. And there goes our fallen angel. Where's our fallen angel end up? Right in the heat of things, I think. Is that you? Yeah. Now, I don't want you dying, Toga Token, but I guess you have Phoenix Fire up. So please don't die while you're there. The attack on the backside didn't work out so well for them. A lot of them are running away. Scared little monkeys. God, these exemplars are anything but scared. Why do you have access to a Marignon unit? Do you have all of them? I don't know if I have all of them, but I have access to that late-age Marignon unit. Probably because we're somewhat a Tengu nation. But we're a randomizer, so there's randomness involved there. Phantasmal Warriors coming out. How are you doing there, Toga Token? You've got a never healing wound, but that's no big deal. I'm sure you'll handle it fine. These guys are doing a good job at resisting the Vine Shield. Oh god, they broke the Vine Shield! That can happen. If you take too much damage on a magical item, like on a shield, it can straight up break in combat. And since these guys have... I thought they had a lot of strength bonus. Well, normally they would, but you were weakened in particular. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, they can strike really hard, so they would have actually overcome the block effect of the shield and broken it completely. And funnily enough, of the builds that I was given, a lot of them had huge amounts of strength added. Not a pleasant time for you, Toga Token. But victory is ours. Not without losses, though. My army was a lot bigger when we stepped into here. And we still have to do the siege at Chakar with our reduced numbers. Alright, but fortunately, and this is a big point, you refret... Oh, cool, you ripped a copper arm off of someone and affixed it to yourself, despite the fact that these things cannot be removed. Okay, anyway, key concept. Temporary air gems, or any temporary gems, refresh for each combat. Not just each turn, but each combat. Whereas if I'd just given her 4 gems, she would have used them in the previous fight, and now wouldn't have them here. But she has them, and as soon as she can, there we go, we're Fog Warriored up, and ready to fight Chakar. And... there you are. Floating Monkey, the god of Chakar. You would never be able to make a god like this for your nation, but the AI gets extra points to spend, and I did allow the people that created these custom gods to use as much as the AI would get. Probably actually more. I saw some of these were like 800. Anyway, this is the god. The chassis is quite weak, but it's completely filled up with items. Its magical powers are immense. It's invulnerable, shock resistant, fire resistant, cold resistant, poison resistant, ethereal, floating, swift, forest surviving, twisting fate, animal, supply bonusing, very old. Oh my god, how did you age so badly? But you're also far combat caster. However, since we have melted most of your entourage, shouldn't be too hard to take out you. And that's what we're going for. You're shock resistant, so I don't expect that my flies are going to do much to you, but they'll do a lot to your entourage. Yeah, so here we are coming in. You're ignoring heat damage and you're ignoring shock damage because your shock resistance is 10. But you won't ignore all of this. 5 armor wielding still means we just need to roll higher than you a few times, and we are going to hurt you badly despite your 27 defense. That's kind of scary. Protection, rather. Your defense is only 14. But look, he's throwing out... What, you set my fire-resistant ironflies on fire? Jesus. This guy ain't messing around. He is a god, after all. But how do you kill a god? Well, you surround him with a load of ironflies and you nibble him to death. He's not shocked. Shock resistance really stops you from getting a lot of, well, shocks. But he's also regenerating, so I have to kill him quickly. But I just killed him quickly. There we go. He just got gobbled up by flies, and that kills their bless as well. Well, some of it. floating monkey, it's always monkeys. It's monkeys all the way down. Alright, come on, take him out. This was a costly fight. It was a costly pair of fights, but we win. How much did we win? Well, I say costly. It was more about the retreats. Well, even then, my units just look smaller when I zoom out. Stole a lightless lantern, killed their forces, killed their god, and Shakar's not very happy. This will not end until Zenken is annihilated. Oh, good luck doing that without your god. Anyway, there were other fights, including Tiny Huge. This is our ancient presence getting to work. Go, Miss Netherlands, go! I can't believe these things aren't amphibious. That actually means that in the water, it's even slower. And it's even worse at attacking, but I'm pretty sure... Well, can you miss with Devour and Steel Strength? Can you repel this? There's a lot I don't know about Ancient Presence. Well, he's getting maimed immediately. However, he's sliming his opponents. Now, I don't actually know what sliming does. Slimed units get slowed down with an extra reduction to attack and defense. The effect wears off. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. So, we are taking a huge amount of damage. And you're not actually affliction resistant, which is even weirder. Despite your unsurroundable, you're still harassed down to 0 defense. But... healing for 60! Okay, do you have any devours going on here? Hey, here we go. You swallowed things and they're getting injured by digestion, and you are healing for every point that you digest. So there's only so many times you can hit me in a combat turn, but we just continue to eat and eat and eat and overheal. And all the while they are getting spooked. Oh, hello, Nagas. Oh, well, actually, that was pretty hardcore. They stunned us. How the hell did you... Ah, you've got Hypnotize. Well, just try and hurt us. We heal for 60 every turn. And now you are mute, but that doesn't matter because you never had magical skills to begin with. But you did have leadership somehow. Belly's gonna get ya. Belly's gonna get ya. Okay, wonderful. Honestly, that wasn't very strong, and it certainly was not worth the price. How much did you cost me anyway? Aside from all the research, it was 35 water gems to make you, 10 nature gems on a ring of regeneration. I think it was 20 nature gems on Gift of Reason. Basically, you are so not worth it. But I just think you're really cool. There's a lot of elements like that in the game, things that would never normally get used because they're just not worth it. But the rule of cool is important. Also, what kind of attack was that? Might be a good tank, though. Yeah, I don't think tanking is very viable in this game because it's not like you can command your units RTS style to flank around that. And he's only going to tie up a certain number of units, so the rest will peel back and take care of others. Yeah, an idea might be some ancient presences to disrupt the enemy whilst you shoot them to death or cast on them. And you're not going to worry about accidentally hitting your ancient presence because that thing's going to last forever. But that's a lot of ancient presences needed to make that happen. Jeez, you almost let your commander die to the sea serpent. Not a problem though. Blue Moon Canyon, what was your story? That's another one of our fallen angels. And as long as I don't have to fight their terrifying sacred crabs, it's a fight that we can manage. But again, your shield has been broken. That's the problem with those crabs, they're so goddamn strong, they're breaking my magical shields. Very rare to actually see magical shields get broken, but maybe I should make a stronger shield instead of the vine shield. If the vine shield just breaks, then it's not really going to do us any good. I can make... Oh, since I have air access, I think there's a shield that shocks in retaliation. I need to look into that. Right, Zenken, pop down due to the cold, Blobhemia, Earth Gems, Djibouti, Death Gems, Vermilion population. And the death match was just a single match. Is the Prophet still there? No. Oh, yes, she is. Goddamn Rosalina. Pimped out. Champion Gladius, Champion Headband, Robe of Shadows. I don't think you're going to be taken down by some random high monk. And indeed you are not. Rosalina is incredible. Ash Canyon is still under siege. You know, I'd really like to try Murdering Winter, so I will. I want you to cast... Where is it? Where is it? Murdering... Oh, it's a level 5 spell. Huh. In that case, Barf, take that off. You don't deserve it anymore. And Patriarch, put it on. Cast Murdering Winter on Ash Canyon. It's probably not worth the cost. How much was it? 40. It says 40, but do we really believe that? I have 68 right now, and if you cast Murdering Winter here, I have 40. And that's good, because that's the Throne of Elements, reducing the cost of that. That's definitely a waste of my gems, but I just want to use it, because I haven't really used it before. Right, at least Chakar is ours. Chakar is... well, it already has quite nice scales. It's a little too hot for our liking. But we have the units here to really turn this into a place worth living in. So our units are going to patrol... Actually, will we patrol? Toga Token can patrol it. Give it a very token defense here, otherwise Toga Token might rout due to too many people taking injuries. The rest of you, however, I want a temple here. I want this place upgraded. It already has a laboratory in it. I guess the rest of you could... let's see... you guys could preach. And you two can just research. That's a lot of Dominion to do out. Does Devour... no, Devour doesn't raise its max hit points, but it can heal it above its maximum hit point limit. Alright, should we go in Sparse Reef or Gangplank Galleon? I've never held Sparse Reef, and I would like to change that. On top of that... I'm not sure it's worth continuing to scour out for more sites. It would if I was going to play this for a very, very long time, but currently I'm just not seeing it. I found an off-brand Wraith Lord called Bane Lord. Yeah, but the key about the Wraith Lord is that he can cast Soul Vortex, so he can continue to fight. The Bane Lord I don't think has magical paths. There are too many units. There are a lot of units, but that's part of the charm. Alright, Miss Netherlands, you can't breathe underwater. Yeah, I didn't create something to let you breathe, did I? I should have, and I forgot to. That's not gonna help. Something here does though, right? No, I'm thinking of the Shambler's outfit. Okay, well I guess I don't have anything to let you go underwater. What a pity. But I do want you underwater. It's cool to see you guys work underwater. In that case... Cutman. Here is your hammer. I want you to forge me a ring of water breathing. I might want more of those, so just monthly make me a ring of water breathing, please. I'm still making frost brands, which is fine. And the wolf, I've given up on doing some ear crafting, I think. What was it? Probably the vine shield and the regeneration ring. I think those are behind us now. Maybe. I think I need a few more rings of regeneration. But I should look into a better shield. Right, what kind of shield could we do? Let's find someone with good air. I think it's air-earth, actually. But we have air-earth crosspath right here. Yeah, automatic shocking grasp. Good protection on the shield, good parry. Gives shock resistance. But maybe there's a better one. I think a fire shield would enhance the fire shield. Fire resistant? No, that's not what I thought it was. I could have sworn there was a fire shield that gives you fire shield. Gil, do you know anything of the sort? Yes, you do. It's the lantern shield. And that's not it, actually. That one gives fear. What the blazes am I thinking about? Maybe it's a crosspath that I just straight up don't have. I my vengeance to blind them. Shocking Grasp is something that will automatically cast every turn. And these are surprisingly cheap to make. They protect a whole lot better than the Vine Shield and are far less likely to break. But this only hits one person. That's not very good. That's more of an anti-thug weapon than an anti-everything weapon. That's why Vine Shield is so good. Everyone that attacks you ends up having to deal with entangling. But I guess the parry is low and the defense is, the protection on it's quite low. Maybe I should make this Scutata Volturnus. Parry 9 is kind of more like parry 7 because of the defense -2. But you know what? I'm going to make it. That'll replace my Vine Shield. And 2 of you are actually going to monthly make these for me. So I got plenty of them. Now how about you, my big fiery friend? I want you boosted so you can do some good fire stuff out there. I probably want you to get some temporary fire gems. Is 2 enough? Probably not. Because if you were in combat, I'd want you to cast... not Living Fire, but Heat from Hell. Ooh, Firestorm is also quite good. But Heat from Hell only costs 2, and that's probably the better option against non-fire resistance units. Don't know if my enemies will be fire resistant though. And also Heat from Hell is quite expensive. Firestorm is cool though. Alright, we need a bit of protection on you, so I will give you that. I'll probably also give you a horror helmet for the hell of it. Although... I don't know. Well, you don't take encumbrance, so that'll be alright. Anyway, if you could be so kind, please forge me one of those elemental apprentices. We're grabbing the other King of Elemental Fire, I believe. I guess I thought wrong. In that case, you there, Gil. You make the Elemental Apprentice. And you cast as King of Elemental Fire. There we go. Unless I did that and we actually didn't get him. Gift of Reason. No, we got you. Wow. This match just these turns take so long. I don't know where it ends and begins anymore. Right, keep the preaching going there, and the diseases are lifting thanks to Gift of Healing. Thank you, Gift of Healing. Gift of Health, rather. Swear I saw a breathing item over there. No, I did not. It was Rainbow Armour, and that does not do what I want it to do. Queen Victoria and Co in Alexandria, you guys are just chilling out here. Not much for you to do but preach while you're here, sadly. Give me that booster, you don't need it. And Aela, you just research while you're there. No point stepping into Castle Malloy, it's too deadly. But actually, why even bother hanging around here? Why don't we go and siege up somewhere like Matango? I mean, sure, we have some diseased units here, but when do we not have diseased units? Let's just replace any gaps in our units. Grab some extra flies, because we love flies. Yeah, we faced a fair bit of attrition on the flies. And then go and take over Matango. Yeah, what could go wrong? Miss Netherlands. I might send you over to Cornwall, see how you do on land, actually, rather. No, I want you in the water. I really want you in the water. No, I'm not sure you can do right now. Just kind of sit there and eye up the gangplank galleon. Havelock, there's not much for you to do. Get back the nice boosters and get back to researching. You're now nothing special. Booster, booster, mega booster, another booster. Hank Hill in Blue Moon Canyon. You're doing fine, Hank. You know what? You could actually take over Cornwall, no problem. Tear down that temple while we're at it. And I gotta say, things are going quite well. In a way, it's kind of like I have encircled the enemy here. It's not like I'm winning all my fights. Oh, and our breakdown into Chikar was pretty badass as well. I do think he's going to come for us, though, and I do worry about leaving Toga Token to handle that alone. God, look at all those pikeneers they've got. Oh man, all those poor guys there that need some leadership. Right, do we have anyone with leadership skills for that? Well, I'll get you, Palu. How about you take some of your dudes and go and protect that province from ill? Yeah, get yourselves over there. And actually I can go over from Trash Canyon, except Ash Canyon is under siege. A siege that I'm pretty sure I was planning on lifting somehow. Oh, I'm casting Murder in Winter on it first, that's part of the fun. And I guess at some point I'll send over Gil to help out. Okay. Go there, hold an attack rear if it comes to it. As for you guys, I'm going to have a pretty crappy version of formation by doing this. That'll do us. Oh man, I can really feel how much of a turnaround it was to crush Chalagi when I did. That was me throwing everything I had, or much of everything I had, into one fight and coming out on top. Ro has joined us. Excellent. I think he's the guy that has Earth. Kind of think of it, there are only two. The third guy is Catharsis, who is mixed with Death. Still a cool character to have, though. You are not ethereal, though. That's something worth keeping in mind. We got... Oh, no, we still don't have Construction 8. Slowly hobbling our way towards Construction 8. I also need to consider... Right, you're a Nature 3 mage, but I have another Nature 3 mage. One that already has some globals up. Wish I could graft an arm onto you. Actually, I probably will need that arm on you, because if I give you Moonvine Bracelet, and I give you this, you're only at 6. Thistle Mace for 7, that ring for 8. But hang on, do I need 7 or do I need 8 for Gift of Nature's Bounty? Only 7! Alright, sweet, you're going to get that operational next turn then. Love being able to boost them up with items like this. None of these will help you out much, I'll just leave you like that. Loads of blood slaves coming in, and that's an immediate sign that I, of course, want to bring myself in. Another fallen angel. Gotta love those things. Abandoned sector. We're being counterattacked. And those are the Pikeneers. Where they got all these Pikeneers, I don't know. You must have hired them. Well, I certainly didn't bring enough here to reject against that, so we're just going to die. But he's setting fire to a bunch of his own mercenaries. Chakar, unsurprisingly, did have a counterattack. Oh, it's their god. They one turn got their god back. This god is powerful, however... We are more powerful. Kill that god. There we go. I wonder if you get much for taking out an entire god. Oh god, you got horror marked for that. That's really bad because Toga Token has our global enchantment up. And I don't think Toga Token can handle horror attacks very well. Oh well, not much that can be done about that. Why did that happen? Was that because you had some kind of horror mark on attack, or were we already horror marked? Okay, we already got horror marked somehow. That's just too bad for us. We might lose that. Might lose that enchantment. That's why it's dangerous to bring in global enchantment holders into fights. Of course, there's nowhere safe in Dominions. Case in point, here we are, making life for you a lot less safe. Get out of here, Matango. Well, we weren't turn crack Matango, but we are starving there. Not a big deal, because we can instantly siege it down, and then it'll be ours. Sparse Reef. In goes our Ancient Presence. And again, I'm not assuming that the Ancient Presence is just going to win everything. Although, Chomp... Is that an area of effect? Devour is special, but it doesn't tell us anything about it. Seems like you just ate an entire square there. Oh well, it works for you. Chomp. You will become one with the writhing biomass of Miss Netherlands. Alright, cool mountain. Being counterattacked. I'm not very good at holding onto the land that I'm taking, that much is for sure. Cornwall was just you going in and decimating, but I do like to see that. Wait, weren't you meant to come back to not get brutalized? No, I sent the horribly maimed angel back towards the east. Interestingly enough, you're getting trampled by Ice Elemental. And trample always does damage, unless you ethereally dodge it. That's a problem for you. However... Is this thing regenerating? I don't know, but we are at least. And there we go, since the commander of this thing routed, it can no longer do anything, because it's too dumb. Okay, yeah, I thought we routed there. No, Yasan is down and out, good job. And the Lycian League. More of their accursed crabs. Damn those crustaceans. It did say Area Effect 1, I must have missed that. Bubble Gloop, Dominion Order, Nature Gems, Damage Nash Canyon. Where's my Murdering Winter? Here we go. Patriarch Beazel cast Murdering Winter. 42 units were killed. I don't really think that was worth the cost, but they're going to have a very hard time sieging down Ash Canyon. It prevents me from recruiting, but we just sit inside safely, researching or... well, researching. Those that cannot can always preach, although our Dominion is spreading rather nicely. Takes up a reasonable chunk of the world now. Good. Right, Miss Netherlands runner-up. Forget your Amulet of Anti-Magic, grab your water-breathing amulet and get into Gangplank Galleon. I'll protect up Sparse Reef a bit, I will enhance Tiny Huge Island, and whilst you could go onto land, I want you to come and take over the waters. Adoring Two-Sword Control. I think I was going to send you over to Lutetia. Oh, I guess I never went there, did I? No, I think that was Gil's job, and I never got around to sending Gil over there. Well, Gil, you've done enough jobs for other people. Why don't you ditch that other shield, grab this potentially better one. Temporary gem thing, I don't know. Shove it over there, I guess. I'm going to forget about it, though. I can already feel it. That's a booster. That's with these. And running out of my Dancing Tridents, but I'm not convinced the Dancing Tridents are doing very much for these fallen angels. Then again, it's hard to tell if Repel is doing much for you. Anyway, I'll take care of Lutetia for me. These people seem to be dealing with it poorly themselves. I almost have Enchantment 9. And then I'll soon have Construction 8, and then I'll be able to make the cool stuff for these two. But they have cool enough stuff as it is. So... I think I'm just going to give you guys these and tell you to go on in and wreak havoc. So when you guys enter a fight, what do I want you to do? I want you to be on the back for one. So what do we have you do? I want you to Phoenix Power to gain +1 fire. And then Ro, you could actually give yourself Iron Skin. I think you could even temper flesh, but that might be a little wasted on you. Might be better for you to Phoenix Pyre. Piri, once you've done your Phoenix Power, you'll be at level 7. So that means when you do Heat from Hell, which is only level 4, it's going to be very cheap. On fatigue, that is. It says you can't do it, and that's because you don't have your temporary gems. There you go. And then I also want you to Phoenix Pyre. And then you guys should just do whatever comes naturally, probably attacking. And actually, you guys can kind of stay on the same tile, because it's not like you're using aura effects that hurt each other. The only aura you have is Fire Aura, and you're going to laugh that off. One of you can use a Vine Shield, I want to see if it breaks quickly. The other one use the Shock and Grasp. Altogether, you should do pretty well. Cold resistance down. You're actually quite weak to cold then? Maybe. Not seeing any cold resistance down. No idea, but whatever. Get on in there. Yeah, I'm just going to send you behind the lines to raid. You might die, and that'll be tragic, but hopefully you do not. And otherwise, we'll send in our units to grab these flies over to here later. I got some flies over here that need picking up. Go and grab that adoring fan. Too small to control, you just hang out here for now. Chakar is holding, thanks to Toga Token's efforts. You just keep killing that god, I guess. Although I could send you out to the abandoned sector. Since I have the temple here now, I actually want a whole lot of priests to come in and preach for me. See what we can do about this. I'd love to raid out more. I wish I had more decent raiders. You know, like Wraith Lords, they'd be able to go and take these on. So many death gems. It's like the game is screaming at me to make my beloved Wraith Lords. I'm not sure I can resist it any further. But you're busy making me horror helmets. You would actually have a better time if you had a friend, so go and summon yourself a fellow Mound Fiend. Oh god, Lightless Lantern's just gonna curse you, put that thing away. I still want the preaching going on, but maybe Toga Token can raid while the rest of you do the patrolling. Can't you do Conjuration 9 for Tatarian Gate? I don't like Tatarians because of their Shattered Soul. They keep doing random things like tearing down your... I think they could tear down forts. I've certainly seen them tear down temples. Yeah, I don't like the lack of control that you get over them. Valentuna came in here to pick up these units, but I don't know why I did that, because you don't have the capacity to pick up more units. I need to send over someone that does... have someone free that does, so Mount Moon, grab me a couple of my beloved Master Bishops. You do the same over here, Blobhemia, and Alexandria as well. Just making sure none of them are on repeat recruitment. Otherwise, you guys should be alright there. Oh god, what if they attack you from Canada, though? It's possible, it's plausible. Those Canada units could be waiting to go and attack poor Palin, Tuna, and all of your units, and they would win. How much do I care about those slave knights? Not sure if I care about them enough. Sorry, I brought you on a doomed escapade here. In that case, why don't you try moving down into the... there we go. Move into the abandoned sector. Toga Token, you take out Forest Frontiers for us. And that Murdering Winter didn't do too much, so Patriarchy just research while you're there. And Hank Hill, good job on Cornwall. We're already storming the castle of Matango. Poor Yoshi is on death's bleeding door. Lost an eye, chest wound, weakened. They just want to retreat back to our glorious dominion to heal up, but they keep getting denied. While we're at it, how about we have some additional build-up of temples around here? And Hank Hill, you continue the raiding by pushing into Death Field. Maybe Blue Moon Canyon. Don't like that Lycian League just walked in here, but my crappy province defense is not taking out these guys. With so much protection, they just laugh that stuff off. Armazega 2 units are still waiting on being healed up, but my god. Yeah, my attempt at taking Yasan's capital failed miserably. So they still have the strength of that place. And they still have those terrifying units. Right, Unji. Mute, limp, chest wounded, never healing. I already have maximum dominion over there, so you're just going to sit back. And without much better stuff for you to do... I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that you could do for me, but nothing for the... Ooh, Bloodright. That's just a vampire, not a vampire lord. Curse of Blood is vampire lord. Even so, just wait out there. Oh yeah, Tatarians are very strong, and they are a strategy in and themselves. And they're quite cheap. They're only 10 death gems each, but you have to gift of reason about 75% of them, and then kit them out. And then be prepared for them not to follow your orders all the time. But once you have them, you just have amazing. You pretty much have god chassis with slight downsides. And they have really good magical accesses as well. Reattend is up, Mount Field is up. I will grab this Fugger Mount Fiend. And I give in. I can resist it no longer. I want you to cast me monthly call Wraith Lord. I love Wraith Lords. I love how little you have to think about using them as well. Just keep throwing them out and have them die. It's no big deal. So you will call me Wraith Lords, and I will use them to secure the land around me. Can you do one Ether Lord? Oh, I love Ether Lords. Good thinking. Right, Real Decoy. I think it's Astral Death, though, isn't it? That could be a problem. Do I even have Astral Death on anyone? Is it Astral Death? I thought it was just Astral. Research. 4 Astral, 1 Death. Ah, that 1 Death is a problem. I don't have Death access except through my summons, mostly. So it's either Empower Summon an Astral or Empower my big cheese and Death. But I do think they're really cool. And you know what? I said if I was asked about them and I could do them, I will do them. So Real Decoy, you empower yourself in Death, and then we'll call in our Ether Lord guys. They're pretty cool, but they're monstrously expensive, so it's hard to justify ever using them. Right, Bloodslays, Mound Fiend, another one of my beloved angels, Jane Shepherd this time. Grab your goodies. I got a spare helmet hanging around, I do not know. Okay. Silver Surfer, I want you to keep forging me my beloved horror. Actually, I don't really want the horror helmets so much anymore. Those death gems could turn into Wraith Lords now, so forget the helmets. Who really needed helmets to begin with? In fact, you know what you could do? That's right, you could call me more Wraith Lord. Actually, no, you can't. You don't have the access. Yeah, I don't have more death boosters for that. Alright, then just hang back for now. What's Jane Shepherd gonna get up to, though? First off, we need to make sure she knows how to fight. And then... I want her to help out with the raiding, so I'm just going to shove her right at the back over to Tall Mountain. Actually, raiding there might be a waste of time. I should focus on raiding in places that I need the additional raiding. So go over to the Lycian League for me. We had an abandoned sector fight with Toga Token. No, this is with my army, actually. Trying to heavy cav me. Trying very successfully to heavy cav me. You're going for my commander. My commander is going to die or run. And I think it's die. Ooh, wow. He survived long enough to run away. And the fact that he didn't make it off the battlefield, although he was close, means he stayed around long enough to claim that he won. So good job in the commanders in the abandoned sector. Technical victory is still victory, although I can't believe your bodyguards legged it. More bodyguards, please. There we go. The hit on morale is too deadly. There we go. I wonder if you'd be better off just sieging down Ajiran right now. And why is Jadwiga here? Well, while you are here, why don't you... Wait, actually, it's very concerning that Jadwiga is here. That means Chakar fell. Ooh, that's not good. Well, while you are here, go and build us a temple, since we need that kind of stuff. And let's figure out what went wrong. Yeah, Ethergate summons the Ether Lord and 15 Ether Warriors, and they are cool. But there's really no niche that I can think of that they fill, which is kind of sad. Hello. Are you trampling? Oh god, you got Boots of the Behemoth. That's kind of a waste. That's just gonna... Actually, what good is that gonna do? You know, size 4 isn't huge for trampling, but it's bigger than these guys. It might not actually be that bad. Because you trample and you have auras. Flying tramplers. It'd be better if you were bigger, but we can work with this. Unexpected, but I'll take it. Good job, Hank Hill. He's got big boots and he's filling them. Right, did I ever get that bleeding bishop fish over to where I needed him? He's just kind of hanging out around here. I need him to very slowly make his way over to Castle Malloy. He doesn't have a foot slot, so I can't give him anything half decent for that, but I might give him a flying carpet just to speed up his movement. So. Sakines, grab a hammer, although I'm running low on those, and make me a flying carpet. Fly speed 20 isn't too bad, so I'll go with that. And I'll also note my lack of hammers, so if you could please get back to forging me more dwarven hammers. Right, Forest Frontiers, what was that all about? This is Toga Token coming in, and he sees Province Defense, he mulches Province Defense. Although he really doesn't like being horror marked, I'm sure about that. What's your affliction? Never healing wound is no big deal. Right, Chakar. So I thought I had plenty of units to defend Chakar. Maybe I overestimated them. Well, I evidently did. Yeah, thinking about it, my numbers here are kind of pathetic, especially compared to theirs. Although I thought my Fog Warrior units might be able to hold out here. I mean, that's heavy protection. Good luck ever punching through it. What are they doing at the back here? Nothing special anymore, because you get pounded into submission. My Iron Flies are dying, though, so the problem is I have all of these nagas to deal with once they're done. So there's the problem. Eventually, our units just decided to up and leave. They are cowardly after all, they're only slaves, and they're in enemy dominion as well. But on the plus side, my units actually retreated here to Chakar, where they're kind of safe. And that fort is barely being tickled right now. So I'm actually quite certain that Toga Token could do a good job at brutalizing that place. Polentuna, you go and deal with Ajuran. And I do want to pick up these units. So we're still under siege in Trash Canyon, very slowly again. Mario and Wanshi. There's no point in grabbing units with you if your job is to pick up units, so just go and grab those units. Let's see, there are 40 units there. So actually, since you can carry 40 units, one of you take a bunch. Take some additional flies as well. Go and grab those, and then just try and hold this area down for a change. With this, we're actually doing pretty good on the capitals, right? Chakar is down. Shaligi is over here. We failed on Yasan and Tonkollamark. We don't actually know about Tonkollamark. I'd like to know about Tonkollamark. Right, we're empowering you for death, which is fine. We killed Chakar's god again. They must have been out there. How they're recalling their god so fast is... Well, it's AI bonuses, but it's still disgusting. Right, out you go, Gil. Time for you to shine. Yeah, just laugh it all off. It's no big deal. Look at the huge amount of poison damage he took, though. It doesn't actually show the number of poison damage that a unit has, but you can kind of figure it out to the nearest 10. He's taking 3 poison damage per turn, so he's been hit for between 21 and 29 poison damage. And it it goes down, and I think poison ticks down once per turn, and it deals 10% of its poison damage rounded up. So we'll see that once all is said and done, once you kill these stupid monkeys. There we go, and that just saps away the poison, and all that poison made you limp. Better than being mute. And we went into the Matango Fortress. Hey, an actual army. I don't see enough of those. Why are you not fog warrioring them up? I guess you figured it wasn't worth it, but come on, those are free gems. Put them to use. They killed 4 of our units, but 9 died. That'll be friendly fire from the Queen of Storms, no doubt. Still, good call, good fight, good hustle. Slippy Toad, please erect a temple here. And the rest of us screaming for some time in friendly Dominion to heal up. Do I want to give them that? Maybe. Yoshi is brutalized. So I think Yoshi's going to hand their units over to Enrique. And some of their other units are going to go to Theophumus. And now Yoshi, since you're horribly diseased and dying, I will let you retire to, well, as far back as you can go, really. Go and chill out in Zenken. Chill out in the capital. You have done your time on the War March. Wario is probably wishing that they had a similar treatment. Problem with you, Wario, is that you're already dead. You just don't know it. Where are you, Wario? There you are. Give your bodyguards to someone else. I don't think there's anyone else you can reasonably give them to. I guess Ayla can have them. And with your dying breath, Wario... Well, someone else is already building the temple, so I don't know, just preach a little bit. Become a martyr, whilst I march on Belgium, and I do look at all the units in Brazil with a little sense of trepidation, but hey, we'll be able to crack Belgium and take it. Meanwhile, Hank Hill can take back the Lycian League for us. Kind of encircling Yusan here. I'll probably take Belgium. And then if it would just... Why is this showing as dark blue, as if to say I can't march over here? It's a frozen river. Why would I not be able to march between these two provinces? Well, we'll find out once we're there. Hank Hill, yeah, take out Lycian. Add a bit more defense to Blue Moon Canyon to dissuade some attacks there. Oh, thank God. I got enchantment 9. Okay, this is the big one. You there, painfully Germanic channel member. I want Gift of Nature's Bounty. I don't have enough gems. Well, we'll see about that. There we go. When you have Gift of Nature's Bounty, you no longer worry about money. It generates absurd amounts of money. Let's have a look at it. It damn well better since it's a 7 nature and 9 level spell here. But plus 20 per dominion, and I'm pretty sure that's not capped. So if you have 10 dominion, that's plus 200% income. We will check. If someone could write in chat, I'd be much obliged. Income on our capital, 695. And we will compare that once we have Gift of Nature's Bounty up. And also, we might as well compare it to... Yeah, we'll compare it to Chaligay, which has 432. Chaligay, however, has fewer candles, so I'm not expecting it to triple. Djibouti loses Dominion, Tiny Huge gains defense, Sarmazaga gives me the Black Steel Helmet. Lutetia is being repaired faster than we can deal with it, that's fine, and we are under siege in Shikar, also fine. We have both these situations under control. Do I, though? I mean, what am I going to... Oh, right, you're going to come out and deal with that. The people that we do have here right now should be preaching to get our Dominion back up. You two can just research, there's not much else to worry about. And... where was it? Where am I going here? Ah, there it is, Lutetia. Lutetia's a freebie. All we need to do is crack the fort and it's ours. So, Orbulon, she's going to grab the flies and help them come over here. How are they repaired? There's no one inside that fort. At least I'm pretty sure there's no one inside that fort. Pretty sure that's how things work. Too swole to control. You also grab some flies and fly over there. And not Captain, Adoring Fan. Can you reach there with flies? Of course you can. Excellente. Utter Dark, we're just a few slaves short of casting my favourite, so call Canny for a turn. Icon of Sin, you just breach or whatever. Same with you, Cleopatra. I'm not too fast right now. I'll probably stop recruiting more of you. Miss Netherlands, good job on Gangplank. Continue on. And Miss Netherlands. Actually, could you go there? You can one turn over to Ardania. Miss Netherlands can one turn to Vermilion. I'd rather go Vermilion Bumbly to give my opponent fewer opportunities to counterattack me, but we are sending in the Dutch to claim the water. It's only fitting. What's up with you two? I could do with some extra siege power over here. Not siege power, preaching power. I'll get you over to the Forest Frontiers first. Cornwall is in dire need of a temple. I'm going to quickly check anywhere that I have with no province defense. Forget Ash Canyon, that's under siege. Matango, I just took you, and I have a terrible habit of forgetting to provincially defend provinces that I take. Otherwise... Eden Prime? Oh, I took Eden Prime. And... wow, I have no province defense on Chalik. How long has that been the case? A long time, I reckon. I'm glad no random event just took over the province from me. Chakar got destroyed, Lutetia is under siege. But I noticed Tarentum's quite weak. So, there you go. Alright, like I said, all my money problems are now over. Unless someone dispels this, that would be terrible. Yeah, so the globals I like. Gift of Health, Eyes of God, Gift of Nature's Bounty, Riches from Beneath, and then any gem generator that you can get. But eventually, if you have a large enough area, the gem generators aren't quite so vital. I think I forgot about my Wraith Lords. Right, the big cheese has empowered himself in death. Unfortunately, if I want to cast... where is it now? It's a conjuration, is it not? Ah, here it is, Ethergate. 15 Ether Warriors with an Ether Lord Commander. They are free, and they're all pretty strong. But they're not that hard to kill, really. They are just so expensive. Like, it's very, very hard to justify bringing them in. But we've been asked for them, so I'm going to alchemize gems until I can. They cost 90, right? So... I don't think I need these fire gems right now. Don't need these air gems, actually. Cast us one Ethergate. Got my Wraith Lords. Wait, I've only got one? Oh, I guess I am only making one per turn. Right, Wraith Lord. Gan Ying, the pirate. I want you to Soul Vortex and Invulnerability and Skeletal Body. And then if you can... one thing I haven't been doing this run is raising the dead much at all. But I want you to Horde of Skeletons twice. And now you are just going to... well, here's the problem. I've just sent the Ancient Presence into the water, so there's not a lot of water stuff for you to do. Okay. Yeah, where am I going to send you then? I suppose you could do some raiding. If anything, I'm creating you a little too far away from the front lines where I want you. But I could just send you north, couldn't I? Yeah. Yeah, alright, Ganying. Go via Deep Canyon and figure things out there, please. A lot of fights. Toga Token! Uh-oh, right, so... Toga Token was horror marked. And that means every so often, horrors are going to come and try and kill him. Horrors are interesting. They feast upon your terror. So they are fearful things, and they hit with multiple annoying attacks. And look at this, Mind Blast. And you can hit 10 times with that, and that fortunately magic resistance negates. And fortunately my magic resistance is quite high, but we might not get around that. And you have a magical armor-piercing stinger that does death poison. All bad news for poor Toga Token, who again left their shield at home. I need to deal with that. Seems like you're staying on your script, though. No, not quite. You're not doing the... no, you're definitely not on script, okay. So, rather than fight the horror yourself, you decided to send in your inanimate skeletons. Which might be a good idea, because the skeletons cannot be scared of this thing. Ah, but sometimes Toga Token just needs to do a job well themselves. There we go. Good job. You don't often kill the horrors, although that was a particularly weak horror. Hopefully that means you can still help out, but that might have paralyzed you in place. I don't know. We'll find out if you actually fought soon. Right, freeze easy. Once again, their crabs are far too strong for me to deal with. This is unfortunate. It's cold, and we've sent out our fire guys to deal with you using heat from hell. Well, it's bollocking cold here. We should be very grateful that this is not a particularly strong defense. But these guys, they are terrible in the cold. Hey, there's Shocking Grasp coming into play. Even though it's very cold, heat from hell can still set these people on fire. What happened to you? Oh, you got stunned. There we go. This is just a testament to how strong the elemental fire kings are, that even in the worst environment for them, maximum cold, they're still able to take these guys out. Splendidly done. And it's going to build up experience for you, which will make you better. Right, Castle Malloy. One turn breaking. I must be thinking of something else. What's going on in Castle Malloy here? Oh, that's my pathetic province defense being utterly ravaged by Yasan. Fair enough. Edenpratt. Aren't the snake people also bad in the cold? They get extra encumbrance, but I never see that as being that bad. In a drawn-out fight, sure, it's pretty horrible. Oh damn, these little yetis are also doing me in. Like I said, my province defense just cannot handle situations. Go, ancient presence. You see the enemy, you eat the enemy. And eat, and eat, and eat, and eat, and come back. I'm still hungry. Join the biomass. Celadon City. Yeah, we were attacked there, and I did bring in reinforcements. It might not be enough. Not against these guys. Jesus, those heavy, heavy freaking hitters. Look at my flies just disappear. 18 protection is nothing against the 28 that they bring in. Oh, my units are already running away! Oh, right, no, I think they were just doubling back for some units that were attacking near the back. Come on, you useless slaves. Yeah, that 18 protection might as well be paper mache in the face of these exemplars. Not only that, they've got decent skills, so they're hard enough for us to kill. The flanking, it does nothing. Okay, thank God. We pushed on through. With quite a lot of our own losses. Ooh, oh, jeez. Yeah, they lost 61, we lost 27, plus 16 province defense, but the province defense always comes back. Not thrilled about holding out against you here. I might have your capital, so you won't be able to make your fancy sacreds anymore. At least I don't think so. I think all of the custom nations don't have recruit anywhere sacreds. I think I used a couple negatives there, but the point still stands somehow. And I don't want to risk us getting ganked on the back again, so there you go. You go on the back there with attack rear. What should the two of you do now that we're here? Maybe just help hold the province for now? Get a temple up, get preaching, try and get our lovely dominion spread over here. The battle in Ajiran didn't go well. Why not? Who even went to Ajiran? Oh, right, this is my siege force. And this, I suppose, is their province defense. And yeah, these guys are cold-blooded, so in the cold they run out of... or they gain too much fatigue. But yeah, that did not go to plan. But then again, that was never a particularly large attack that I threw at them. Uedora. Counter-attacked, but yeah, I'm dealing with that, no problem. Chakar, right on your capital. This is me counterattacking, and you still have your freaking god. You just bring the god back every turn. He's limp and he's never healing. I just wish I could make him feeble-minded so he stops magicking me all the time. Because that god plus all of this entourage could actually take this guy out. Thank god he has Phoenix Pyre. But I am getting murderized out there. Come on, Toga Token, don't let me down. You are getting hurt bad though, I can see. It hurts, Toga Token. Ow! Ouch! Where did you go? Wait, you're just gone? I think you ran away. I hope you ran away. Yeah, when you Phoenix Pyred, you actually just retreated. Probably a clever thing for you to do, but Jakar is still in danger. Wait, where did you retreat to? Into Jakar's fortifications. Not the worst thing you could have done. But at least while you're in there, I can give you one of these nice shields. And then I can tell you to get your butt straight back out there. I'm sure you don't want to, but I want you to break that siege. That shield should actually help you quite a bit. You were getting mangled out there. And that counter Shocking Grasp could actually help as well. Then again, maybe the Tangle Viney thing would be better, given that you're getting mobbed out there. I'll give it a go. You break that siege single-handedly, whether you want to or not. Belgium. Yeah, we just went in and crushed Belgium, no question about it. But we need to take the enemy fort, and that fort was definitely one turn cracked, so we can just storm it immediately. And then after here, we're going to Yasan. This time, we will not be kicked out. The Lycian League. This fight didn't go to plan for us, though. In a way, it's great that these guys fly. It means they can run away without risking dying horribly, but it also negates a lot of the benefit of going Phoenix Pyre. Because it seems like the moment they Phoenix Pyre, they just run away because, well, pretty much everybody died, right? Due to the low hit points left on the battlefield, they think, oh god, the battle is lost, we're running away. Better to Phoenix Pyre on the mindless units, perhaps. Right, well, you also don't have a shield, which is pretty bad. And you're fighting against undead and lots of... oh god, lots of problems here. Kaboom! And once again you routed and ran away. Yeah, this Phoenix Pyre isn't working well with them because they keep fleeing. I'm not sure if I like that or not. You still took out a fair number of them, but it wasn't enough. Even so, if you ran away, that means the two of you could rush in and take this, as long as those injuries aren't too bad, and they're not too bad. And shield getting butchered, though, is a bit of a shame. Do I not have someone else that I can bring in here? Bring in one more of my beloved angels. Ganying's on the warpath. Overall, it's a positive. They lose units, you don't. Yeah, but I'd rather kill all of them. But yeah, you're right. Overall, we are winning out there. Wario is dead. Starving in Belgium. Ryokan Hei is unharmed. Well, that's okay. You guys were never there to take it out. I want you to move on up and raid. Construction 8 is on the way. Then Alteration 9, so I can get Army of Lead. This sign here, I think, is a sign of the horror attacking us. But hey, Palantuna, you survived. Disgracefully. Not a lot really for you to do of value here. Keep on patrolling and keep on preaching. Hopefully we hold out in Celadon. I don't like Ajiran being there. I'm going to buff up the province defense around the place. Also, I was meant to check the income. Notice that my income is now 8 grand per turn, which is a lot. On my capital, I make 1,399. Previously, I made 695. That's almost a little disappointing. It doubled, but I was hoping it would triple, considering that Gifted Nature Bounty says plus 20% per dominion. I guess in the fine print, it's capped. And how about Chelige? It's up to 873 from 432. So again, pretty much caps out at doubling. What a shame. Right, it's bearing, you just hold off. Silu, hold off. Yeah, stop recruiting more of those for now. Miss Netherlands, keep on sliming away. We're just going to take the waters as much as we can. Isn't there a laboratory here? Netherlands, you could drop the Sea King Goblet in favour of the less impactful water-breathing thingamajigger. Hammer. I want to give that to my Bishop Fish wherever he is. I think he's here. Yeah, there you go, Spyro. Go and grab this magic carpet and fly your wayward Castle Malloy. Well, not necessarily right into Castle Malloy. It's currently under siege. I should deal with that at some point. Mainly Soulless Warriors and Long Deads. Honestly, our priests could go and take care of that. They probably get diseased. Let's have a look at Castle Malloy here. Yeah, Long Deads and Soulless Warriors, those could be banished pretty easily. All I'd need to do is send you guys in, but I don't know what kind of reinforcements they'd have. I could be throwing a lot of priests' lives away. But you know what? That's what they're here for. Accept the dangers. I'll dish out my guys as bodyguards. Oh, that's right. Even my normal priests can handle these guys as guards, at least. Why won't you? There we go. There's bodyguard. There we go. Get in and banish. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing a whole load of banishment here, but that's assuming they don't bring in a whole lot more than I cannot deal with. But go on. Relieve Castle Malloy. Despite its horribly diseased ways. I'm a tango, you just preach there. Whilst Bandana Waddledee, you train some more flies. We love the flies. I don't know what you were doing, Sakinese, probably making my flying carpet, but you just research for now. Painfully Germanic channel member, grab your coral sword once more so you're less liable to die. And that coveted ring goes back into the box where it should be. Goes with boosters. You're not a booster. You're just a misc item. Booster, booster, sword, defense, misc, shield. I missed my horror helmets already. Plum, aren't you making me... Well, you're probably making me something, but just chill out for now. I think at this point I have enough of all of these guys. That's plenty of Lizard Shamans, that's plenty of you guys. And whilst I don't really need to worry about the money cost anymore, I'm kind of thinking more along the lines of just too many units on the freaking map. I want to squeeze out a win with what I have, don't you know? Right. Also, I thought Illuminata would have died by now, but no, they continue to live. Almost disappointing. You gave the fish a carp. Oh no, please no. Okay. We're storming in Belgium. We're hopefully finishing off what we see in the Lycian League. Lutetia is not broken down. Where's the siege? The walls are moderately damaged. Well, that's pretty bad. I was hoping this thing would fall down pretty easily. A bit worrying because you could get counterattacked here, but it makes me want to send Gil out to somewhere like Eden Prime. Keep those distractions flowing. I don't have another one of my beloved angels here, but I will next turn. When I see a long turn like that, I worry a bit. Because if it goes over turn 100, you're probably retreating. If you don't retreat properly, you can just straight up die. Right, Ethergate. So we can go and marvel at our Ether Warriors. Kohakuren? Oh god, I've got a lot of units back at home. Here are your Ether Warriors. And here they are. Very, very good skills. Ethereal. decent protection from some decent armours. They have relatively high encumbrance. A lot of that's from the bollocking cold here. Magic power means they're even stronger in my magic domain, and I do have high magic. Size 3, 2 to a square, and the Moonblade destroys magical enemies mightily. So pretty cool units, but are they worth the cost? I wouldn't say so. However, if you tart them up with some really nice natural protection, like give them Army of Gold, then you're going to have something that's very hard to kill, very hard to even hit. Don't be fooled by the hit points though, that is doubled because of Gift of Health, it's only 22 base. And the leader here, he's got the Astral, he's got the Death, he's got a bit of Blood. So I suppose it's a very, very expensive way to break into Blood, but honestly, if you're going to go that far, just hire a bunch of regular crappy commanders and have them Blood Hunt. 90% chance they fail each time, but if you just throw enough of them in, eventually you'll get a few virgins and then you can empower to Blood 1 and go from there. Don't know what these guys are going to do. They're not particularly great, and they don't get formation. They got loads of morale, at least. I have no idea what I would really do with those. Can they go underwater? Actually, they are completely amphibian. So I guess I will work on some water. I do lack a bit of power underwater, although I've got these guys. What kind of movement do you guys have? Only 10 with those guys. Ooh. Alright, well, get yourselves underwater. I don't think you use iron weapons, do you? Ring mail, half helmet. Well, the helmet's made of iron. What about the rank and file units? One random air, death, blood, or astral. Ah, they do use iron stuff here. Maybe that's not a great idea. I'm using so many different units, it's hard to think who does what around here. I'm also thinking I might want another Bishop Fish over for Adventure Island. I tell you what, you go and take Adventure Island for me. There's a plan. There's something resembling a plan. And what do I want you to do in battle? I don't particularly know or care, so you figure it out yourself. But I will give you 3 bodyguards, so at least you're not going to die horribly in there yourself. And I hop to it. Right, we had some fights, I think. Lycian League for one. Did not like all those crabby crabs, but it seems they already made their getaway. The idea that you're trampling me with that elemental, he's so much shorter than us, but I guess he's getting in under our feet. Easy win for our easy life. Castle Malloy, do we banish away our foes, or did they bring in reinforcements? Well, let's see how that banishing goes. First off, we bless ourselves for reasons unknown, and then... Bong, 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 bong. So few of them survive the banishment that when they get here... Oh, they don't get here. So this is the counter to the undead. Priests are very cheap. And they can be found almost everywhere. And you just remove. Oh, you actually went to fly in and fight, okay. You went and smacked them with your twigs to death. Well, I guess it gets you experience. So yes, priests, or to be more specific, units that have holy magic, they banish the undead. What have we here? Nothing. What was that all about? What are these villains? The Chakra is hiring villains for some reason. Abandoned sector. Chakar is trying to strike out. But I actually invested in this province, so hopefully... Yeah, there we go. Get the hell out of here. You rocking in with your massive strength. Well, there you go, away weakened with a never-healing wound. Ardania. Why is Ardania underwater? We'll never know. But look, fish. Fish supper for the Netherlands. Yum, 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 yum. You got a chest wound, but honestly, where's your chest? Whose chest? That guy's chest? And more attacking by Miss Netherlands? You're very, very slow, but that's a given. Chomp, 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 chomp. Even when they come in with their big mauls, chomp, 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 chomp. Now maybe you're looking at this guy thinking he seems unkillable. just bring in good units and smack him down. He will die. You just need to deal more than 60 damage per turn, and you need to not get devoured. So thinking about it, you wouldn't want to bring in important units, would you? Then I don't know what you would do against this guy, actually. Would be really cool if he was quickened and he could ultra devour. Honestly, to deal with this guy, you stay far away from him and you use evocations about him. He doesn't have much protection, so you can hit him with anything heavy hitting. It doesn't even need to be armor penetrating. And again, he will die. You just need to hit him a lot. A lot of Frozen Heart or Immolation, Combustion, that would kill him. But the AI doesn't know that. The AI cannot counter. It would be terrifying if it could. Right, finally, it's not cold! In fact, how hot is it? It's completely not hot and not cold. Okay. Temperate, if you will. Heat from hell is up, and now we can watch the effect of that by watching the enemy catch fire, and catch even more fire as they attempt to fight my guy, and yeah, too bad for you. I really should put on Fire Shield, but you already have Fire Shield. They can hypnotize my guys, though. Their magic resistance is high, but you can't always get around that hypnotize. It did stun them, but only for a wee bit. And the nice thing about fiery units when stunned is you're still eating their Fire Shield and their Heat Aura. So there we go. Burn, baby, burn. Chakar, another fight here. I bet their god came back. Yeah, their god was already back, though. We knew that. The real god that's back, though, is Toga Token. I don't care if I'm holding on to a very important global enchantment. We're still going in. Splat goes every single Will-o'-the-Wisp next to you because of area effect. Here comes Troll, and there goes Troll. Oh, okay. Where did he go? Ah, right into the fray. Bring on all your poisons, although you're going to make me wish I put some kind of poison resistance on this guy. Fallen Angel, he does fall into the battle, taking minor amounts of poison damage. But I think the thing about Poison Spit is it still needs to hurt. It does armor-piercing Poison Spit, but that still gets negated by armor, I think. I keep thinking these guys are ethereal. They're not. They're invulnerable. Very different. Which is a problem if they end up using magical weapons on us. Now, these incredibly strong monkeys will have a hard time getting through that, because their incredibly strong attacks are still mundane. So this guy is a pretty nice counter to the absurd strength of the monkeys. But there are a lot of different things being stacked on here, not least of all a huge amount of poison. Fortunately, though, fatigue is way down, so if you do Phoenix Pyre, you will survive. And we'll know you Phoenix Pyre because there'll be an explosion. I like thugs and super combatants. But I also like big armies. I guess the only thing I don't particularly like are communions. I know how to communion, but they're a pain to set up. You really need to know what you're doing with it. And hey, your Vine Shield... Ah, your Vine Shield is damaged. Where can we see that? Also, what the heck's... Oh, you're enraged! Haha! Okay. I'm not seeing damaged weapon here, but it is here. So it took a blow, probably larger than the amount that it could protect by. So its own protection has been reduced from 13 to 10. It needs to not defend against another massive blow, or else it's going to break completely like it did before. Where do all these undead come from? That's becoming a bit of a problem for you. Oh, that's a big problem, actually. You could die here, because you're not getting your Soul Vortex stuff off of the undead. So you're having a very hard time, and you keep getting blasted by someone's sacred attacks. Fortunately, you regenerate, but still, that's troublesome for you. And more undead keep getting poured in from the god. Okay, eventually we just decided we're here too long, we ran away, but we absolutely massacred the enemy army. Sure, we retreated into the fortification, but they retreated away, and now there's a lot less to worry about. And we no doubt cracked Belgium. The troll, I think, had 10 or 15%. I think he would have had more underwater. Oh god, there's a fair few of them. I thought Belgium would be a one-and-done job, but I think I think we got more to work with than I imagined. Fortunately, our priests are banishing their undead, of which they have plenty. Where's my fog warriors? No, seriously, where are my fog warriors? Do I not have a fog warrior guy here? Guess I don't. Damn. Okay, this could go badly. Remember, we don't have a lot of morale here. I thought for sure I had a fog warrior caster. Where's my Queen of Elemental Air? I'm glad we're winning, but where'd she go? Dong 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 dong. I mean, she's there, but why didn't she cast Fog Warriors? Maybe she's bashed in the head or something? Oh, I only gave her gems and she ran out of them. Right. It has all become clear. Alright, well I have loads of these gems, so just take a ton of them. Not having Fog Warriors costs me a bit, but... Oh yeah, crikey, especially if we lose a Commanding Champion and a Master Bishop. Unpleasant, but nothing we can't work with. That means a few goods were dispersed, but we still have them. It's the units that I need to reorchestrate with all that. Get in, and look at that. Good as new. Now, time to deal with Yasan, finally. We come to Brazil, then we move on Yasan. Freezeezy Peak is a concern, though. God, there are a lot of them there. Do I take the fight in Freezeezy? Maybe I just go for Freezeezy. We stay in Lyson League, and that way they have almost nowhere to run to. Gil, could you make sure that Brazil's going nowhere fast? Keep Eden Prime with a bit of defense. I can stack a lot because I have almost limitless amounts of money. Disease in Belgium. Yeah, a lot of these guys are not going to be coming home, I think. Glad we got Malloy here. Do we preach? Now, if we don't preach, we're going to get diseased, but if we hang around here... go over to Matango... I don't know. Right, anyway, Spyro's here. Spyro can go and claim the throne. How are we doing on thrones? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 12 points. And this is the throne of gold, which I think is worth another 2 points. Yeah, so a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. I said I wouldn't win by thrones, but I think I'm going to, because this game is taking forever. I think it's been going for about 15 hours so far. So I think I might take out Yasan's capital and then go for a throne victory. There is a throne right here. I don't know what it is, but it's probably just Throne of the Night, I'm going to guess. Because it's not very well defended. And from there... oh, there is Jolly Roger Bay to be had. But where's another throne that we can grab? Ah, Hailfire Peaks has Throne of the Night. Which means this isn't Throne of the Night. What kind of throne is this? It could be Destiny, but then why would it be so lightly guarded? Maybe it was taken and a bad event caused that to happen? It could be the Outer Throne. Can't be the Golden Throne, can't be the Throne of Night. Surely it wouldn't be the Throne of Flames underwater. Well, I guess we're going to find out. Miss Netherlands, get me that throne. And with that in mind, I'm going to probably want another Bishop Fish to take it over. So with that in mind, Sakines, can you grab a Ring of Water Breathing and make your way over to Eudora? And there I want you to summon a Bishop Fish and send them over there. Unless I have a better person to send over, and I do. Hatsune. Grab a Slight Water Booster. And... hang on. Why did I take it for granted that I could breathe underwater? Ah, because you had this. Throw that over to Hatsune Miku. And Hatsune, you go over there and summon me a Bishop Fish. I like keeping Sakines around at home because he's got great cross path I don't want to risk by putting him way outside of our home. You wouldn't happen to have a 6 nature summoner, would you? I do. What do you want summoned with 6 nature? Hopefully. Oh, someone was asking for Tarask. And you probably want Tarask. Tarask has that problem of, again, just being a unit and not a commander, but you know what? We can Gift of Reason them. So, Painfully Germanic Channel member, grab your Tree Lord's... put that away. Grab your Tree Lord staff and your Moonvine bracelet, and grab me Tarask. And then you're going to have to Gift of Reason Tarask, but that's okay, that's our problem. And Tarask will be given a Ring of Regeneration, and I don't even know what else. Yoshi, oh nice, Yoshi overcame his disease already, and one of his other wounds, so you can just rest up at home. For you, the fight is over. And we have yet another Glorious Fallen Angel. Running out of helmets for these guys, and I kind of want my helmets back, so could you mind getting back to making helmets? No, absolutely not Skullface. Make me Horror Helmet. And where are you going to go? Moist von Lipwig? What the hell is Moist von Lipwig? I'm not even sure I want to know. Keep the fight going in with Tisha. You can prime as ours, of course. Put some fruitless defense on Tall Tall Mountain. It'll probably get destroyed. And you go and tear up Fungus Woods. Fungus Woods for the Throne of Flames. So I really think this is a high value throne down here. You have defended Celadon. It needs more defense. It's a dangerous place down here. And Toga Token, you're blind. Oh, that is sad. Really freaking sad. I am going to send you all the way back home. No, I'm not, because you're stuck here due to the siege. Dang, okay. And we can't cure your blindness because we're under siege. However, wow, look at the amount of units they've thrown in Lugdunham. You know what? Blobhemia, I want you to make me a spy. And I never seem to have enough of them, so I want another... Oh, I am making more wings of water breathing. I'm going to find out what that throne is in Lugdunham. Toga Token is blind. You know what? I bet you can do this even whilst blind. Go and break that siege. Go and break the enemy. Mario, you hold down the preaching there. I thought I gave you guys orders. I think I'm keeping you there so that I don't lose to this army attacking into the Lycian League, but it feels like a bit of a waste. Poor Hank. Hank is feeling a bit crushed as well. And they are without their shields. Hank, go to Sarmazagatuga. Jane Shepherd, you construct a laboratory. Hank will pick up a shield here, you'll pick up a shield there, and then you'll turn around depending on what happens this turn coming. Pen and paper. Where's my other Wraith Lord, by the way? There you are. I'm going to grab that command. I'm going to grab pen and paper. I'm going to give it to you. And then you're going to go and raid also north. Go via Deception Island, go and teach them what's for. Here, Line von Ludwig or Moist von Lippywig or something like that, Shifty. I don't get every reference, but they are listed on the long list of chat names, chat submitted names. There we go. I'm assuming you wanted Tarask. But there they are, in all their majestic glory. Obscene amounts of health, size 6, good natural protection, good magical resistance, unstoppable morale, and very scary. They cause huge poison clouds around them, and they recuperate. But they are but a useless unit right now, so we're going to follow it up with Gift of Reason. And then we're going to kit them up and send them off, although I don't exactly know where. Aren't they quite slow? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Pajama Sam, you also take your orders and go and join over in... You know, I don't even know where. Go and figure that part out yourself. More Blood Slaves, more Wraith Lords. Toga Token attacked again, even when they're blind. They're getting attacked by horrors, and this is a peculiar horror. The Gore Tide. It doesn't really tell you exactly what this is, but I'm sure it's just a mulch of gore into a... Wait, 100 map move? Christ. No protection, and they're ethereal, but we have magical weapons. The problem is this Gore Tide is a completely armor negating attack. So no matter how much protection you have, you get slapped by this. You can resist it with magical resistance. Magic skills working against us there. You have Fire Shield, that's not going to help you much. I think you managed to dodge that. Gore Tide hit the Fallen Angel for 0 damage. Did you hit 3 times? I don't know, but... Well, you managed to resist the effect of it, so good job on you. Now, you need to destroy that Gore Tide horror quickly. It regenerates half of its health every turn. Oh god, wow! I mean, that's how you do it. You've somehow managed to disease a pile of gore. Finish the fight. Oh man, Toga freaking Token. 2 for 2 on destroying horrors. That's pretty impressive. Again, you don't often kill horrors, and lest we forget, they're blind. They might have Spirit Sight, but that doesn't stop them losing skill to being blind, I think. Base 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Minus 9. Yes, that actually adds up. Normally I'm quick to criticize Dominion math for not adding up, but that time it did. Fungus Woods. Teaching a Terras to read, it'll be our undoing. Not as much as giving the Rochelko people guns in RimWorld. Like, whose idea was that? So our foes are quite far away, and that just gives them all the more opportunity to burn. So many of them on fire before we even reach them. How hot is it here, by the way? It's 2 levels of heat. And again, good luck poisoning these guys. They have poison resistance 15 and 15. They could do it, but their poison spit also has to get through protection, and that's not likely to happen. All the while, the enemy is gaining fatigue due to the heat from hell, and any that are close to us eat it as well. And a nice thing is that even though we give them the Flame Strike, they also have... even though we give them the Frostbrand, they still keep Flame Strike. It's just an inherent weapon that does some lovely extra damage. God, I love elemental royalty. Well, I really like the fire guys, and I really like the air queens. The earth guys you can give or take, and the water ones kind of suck. I mean, they're great in water, but how often are you deciding a fight on the water? Right, now I should be able to get my Fog Warriors back. There we go. Done and done right. Grabbed a whole lot of stuff off of them. Got Holger the Head, Demon Bane, Living Water, Crossbow. At a certain point you end up with a lot of junk due to fights like these. Although I wouldn't necessarily call that junk. Oh, I do not like the fact that Blue Moon Canyon had a fight and we're not there. What happened here? Oh, this is just my province defense. It's not a big deal. Funny though, I thought I had Blue Moon Canyon sealed off. No, I was Lycian League in Belgium. Actually, I have no idea what I was doing. Right, doesn't matter though. Or does it? Abandoned sector once again. What do they have here? Oh, cute! They brought tiny little sylphs. They must have one of the queens of elemental royalty. And they used it to get sylphs. Either that or there's another way to get sylphs that I'm not aware of. Anyway, they come in and they're kind of like my iron flies, except these girls are ethereal and have no protection as opposed to my non-ethereal but high protection flies. They still do armor negating shock damage, but I think they're gonna win. Yeah. Wait, no, Zenken routed. Cool. Sylphs aren't mindless, of course, so they are gonna rout in bad times. Nicely defended. Unexpected. In fact, somehow we killed every sylph. That doesn't make any sense. I saw them run away. I forgot to put any defense on Castle Malloy, but Spyro is already there. So you are going to claim the Throne of Ascension, because we build a fort around it, of course. Otherwise, there's 110 ghouls, and they're already mashing down that fort. Are we just going to step right back in with our army? Yeah, go and preach them away. However, although it's mainly ghouls, they also have claymen and wyverns. So let's hope that our protection can hold out there. You know what, we got iron flies to help us out in a situation like this. Ness. PK, save me here now, please. Oh, attack rear on you, and you go and join in. I actually played Earthbound, and I thought it was pretty bad, so I don't see the hubbub about it. Well, I guess it was very quirky, but I wasn't impressed. I didn't find it fun to play. Right, so once again, we're taking on Monkey Man, but Monkey Man doesn't have his massive entourage. I did give you your shield, and those magic shields repair themselves after each turn, as long as I don't die. Again, the undead. The undead spam is something that we are very poor at dealing with. Because we just can't kill them fast enough. I'm actually surprised that we're killing them so slowly. Oh, no, I'm not. They're cold resistant, so the area of effect cold damage isn't doing diddly. If I'd given you a firebrand, which is a fire-earth crosspath that I don't think I have, then you would be dispatching these undead, no problem. As it stands now, if you've got someone hitting you with this kind of frostbrandy stuff, drowning them in the undead will work pretty well. I mean, you're unlikely to die here, but you're going to be stuck there for a while, and the conclusion was that you just fled away. Makes sense. I should probably bring an actual force to fight rather than this useless, well, not useless, but this injured blind individual. Tall Mountain. These are our Wraith Lords working, I think. No, this is a province defense I put in, and... oh, God. It's scary how much province defense I need to take out these units. They're good stuff. Right, Adventure Island as well. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I really like this ancient presence. It's a shame that he picks up afflictions, but I don't think any of the afflictions actually matter, do they? Oh no, I can't lead units. I can't use magic I don't have access to. My immense amount of hit points has been reduced slightly, and my non-existent encumbrance has increased. And what else? My strength has gone down, but I don't deal strength. What could you honestly do to this guy? You can't even chop off his arms. Well, I mean, you can cast spells and kill it, but I mean in terms of afflictions. Jolly good. I don't even know if that was the same battle or not. I thought we had two of them. Oh, right, I think it was. Ryokan has been taken. Yeah, but it's just a fort here. Nothing for it. Get to work. Lutetia. This I'm very slowly sieging down with my flies. Diamond Heights of Nancy Drew fame. Can't see this being a problem for you. But there we go. I think we know how our fallen angel operates by now. Curiously though, how much experience do you have? Just one? Oh, but you're one of the latest ones. What about a more longer lasting one? Jane Shepherd, you're new. Gil is relatively new, but you're also Hall of Famed. Lightning reflexes, damn, you're hard to hit, even though you're limp. There was a battle in Brazil. Ooh. And once again... Wait, Zenken, how did you rout? Did you get zapped? What happened there? So there you are. Your morale is kind of low, probably from battle fright. No, not even. Well, 18 isn't bad. Soul Vortex feeling... You! They had the Mudmasters again. So the Mudmaster leapt in, struck you pretty damn hard. And again, it's amazing how much damage those guys do, but those pincers do very high buffed strength damage. They're only base 15, but they're up to 25 thanks to blessings. And this is even with death power working against them. No, it's working with them. Ah, okay. God, it's going to be even more scary if you have blood rush going on. Anyway, that negates my defense by half. So, ouch. And you got struck again. And at this point, you're just going, this ain't worth it. I'm surprised they got you. The attack skill 15 versus 20. And again, you got hit. And now you decide this just ain't worth it. You would have won, but you took so much damage, you're just thinking, this ain't me. I'm out of here. So Brazil was just so undesirable that even a fallen angel didn't want to touch it. Sorry to say, but you've got to get back in there. How about the Baltic Sea? Yeah, those Mudmasters are insane. Crabs in general, such good units. So look, they're actually piling on the damage to Miss Netherlands now. But unless you sustain that damage, she just gets it all back. She eats you. And then you can just see turn after turn of digestion. All of these units have been eaten and are being used to overheal Miss Netherlands. 350 health. Oh, I guess she'd digested everything by now then. Yeah. She doesn't take prisoners. Group of 3 thinkers are banned. Lutetia is severely damaged. And Gil is a famous hero. Damn right. Still worried about these Blue Moon Canyon guys. They're almost certainly going to want to attack us in Freezeezy. But we're trying to work our way over to Yasan's capital, are we not? Maybe I should just go and take you on, right? I'm sick of you having this big army that I can't deal with. Everything's being piled on you. Although I was talking about taking your capital, I'm not sure I can spare that. That's just a couple of movements there. You two go and take them on. I'm sure you'll be just fine. Moist Lip von Watsits. Can you join in as well? Yeah, there we go. There's a good chance we won't actually reach them in time. You often get into a province too slowly. But sometimes you can. Right, now that you're here, I want you to cast me a Bishop Fish. And this indeed was the Throne of Destiny. That's pretty big. So our throne points are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Only one more throne will be needed after we claim the Throne of Destiny. And let's make sure it stays ours. We're just going to pile on a load of province defense onto it. Whilst we continue to just mob our way around the waters. This is kind of disgusting, but it's what we do. And I'm actually going to move you two into the central Baltic Sea, just so that we hold on to this rather than have them counterattack down south. Good. What was the other province I was taking a throne of? Ah, we're claiming this throne as we speak. What would be my one last throne that I need? I have options, but which one do I go for? Ah, Logdunham. Do I have a... Yes, I do. Didn't finish my thoughts there. I was thinking, do I have a Wraith Lord to send over there? And yes, I do. However, said Wraith Lord could really benefit from being faster. And I'm going to thug him up, just because I love Wraith Lords and I feel like I've betrayed them by not using them so much. So quickness gives map move 12, but mile strides give map move 18. I think I'll settle for 12 and add quickness to it, because quickness is awesome. Toga Token, do you want to try and fight once more out there? Come on, surely you can break that siege. We are not having a good time preaching here, and we're not able to summon more, not able to recruit more priests. The abandoned sector holds strong. You know, I could probably do it if I just throw more anything at these guys, but I have faith that Toga Token can make something happen here, despite being blind. Michael Jackson, you are my spy, right? You are. I want you to breathe underwater and go and tell me what is over in Lugdunham, please. Hank Hill, you got maimed quite a bit, as I recall. I sent you back so you can grab a new shield. And I want you in Cool Mountain so we can encircle Yusan. Although you could help out Blue Moon Canyon. It's gonna suck if I don't manage to catch these guys. I really hate it when that happens. Hang on, I could actually force them to wait there with a Cloud Trapeze. Anyone know what it takes to cast Cloud Trapeze? It's only a level 2 air spell. I could force Rick Astley over there. Rick, you are going to Cloud Trapeze over here. Now this is real harassment. Once you're there, I just want you to retreat, right? You have little to gain by being there. By Cloud Trapezing here, I make absolutely certain that I am going to engage this enemy right here. And that lets all my other angels come on in, and they are just going to mop the floor with these guys, I hope. Might not, but I hope they do. Yeah, I never use enough Cloud Trapeze. This might actually be the first time I've ever used them. Cloud Trapeze shouldn't stop them from moving, though. What, really? I thought Cloud Trapeze nails them down there, forces a fight. And then my other guys come in for that fight. Or are you telling me that Cloud Trapeze is a separate fight? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. Like I said, I've never, to my knowledge, used Cloud Trapeze. Maybe I've been wrong all along. It preempts, but they move after. Really? What province is that again? It wasn't Belgium. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Ah, here we go. Here's the Blue Moon Canyon fight. Ah, okay, now that I didn't know. I thought everyone moving in joins in as well. Ah, crumbs. Okay, well, I was completely wrong. Ignore whatever I say about Cloud Trapeze then. I thought my other units would come and join in, but I guess it's only the magic movers. You retreated successfully to Freeze Easy. No real loss. Blood Slaves coming in, and a bunch of fighting. There are 2 battle phases yet. I guess they used the first one for also horrors then. Did you get scared? The Sea Serpent got scared of joining the biomass of Miss Netherlands and just said, no, I'm out of here. Oh god, they both gave up. They do not want any of this. That health of yours is just going up and up. Once again, Toga Token blindly staggers out. Not much to fight here, my friend, but the problem are all those undead. I really should have just given you a firebrand. Oh, but they're not summoning the undead anymore. You also have Phoenix Pyre. Are you trying to make me panic? I'm too blind to panic. Look at the experience you've got from all this fighting. You're so well experienced you even know how to fight when blind. And your increased morale is from your heroic ability. You don't even mind being battle frightened. Smite. Smite! Okay. The problem is they know Smite Demon, and you are a demon. Are they Soul Vortex as well, or is that just me? Come on, kill the freaking monkey. Why is it always monkeys? Wow, you've even been poisoned quite badly. For God's sake, kill the monkey! Ooh. Did you die? I think you retreated, but maybe you died. Oh, wow. That surprised me. I thought you would have reformed. But I guess monkey god beats angels. Angel demon. I'm actually surprised at that. I thought I had enough, I thought I had enough fatigue, or lack of fatigue, that wouldn't have killed us, but looking at it, our fatigue is pretty high. Yeah, that'll be it. Yeah, fatigue too high. If you're over 100 fatigue, when you Phoenix Pyre, you die for good. And unfortunately, that monkey is fire retardant, so did not kill him. But on the plus side, he can't siege us down here reasonably. But I lose the... well, I lose that unit, I lose all his gear, and I lose the global enchantment attached to him. Very sad. Castle Malloy. Yeah, when will the harassment from the monkey kind end? What button did I press to make things look weird here? What have I done? There we go. Started mashing keys until something worked. So, bit of a problem. We're not actually fighting just undead. They brought in their mud masters again. And these mud masters are terrifying with blood surge activated. 26 strength, 27 armor piercing pincers. Splat go my guys. Truly terrifying. I'm not too fussed about this though, because I pretty much have victory around the corner. So even if I make losses, like, wow, I'm surprised that wasn't a loss. We got anchored by these archers, and wow, they cursed everyone on that battlefield. It's such a middle finger move. Mass curse means that you're more likely in getting afflictions. I don't know how unlikely, but curse is nasty. Fortunately, though, that just affected province defense, so it doesn't really matter. But if I had a real army, an army of cursed units is a very unhappy army. Alright, Wraith Lord, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. You know how to handle these situations. Go, 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 go. Ethereal, heavily armored, practically ageless, and not a demon, so you don't get the demon counters, but you get the undead counters. And immortal, and scary, and just, why would I ever doubt you? Thugging at global casters is incredibly bold in 4 or 5. No true super combatant like in 3. I mean, I know it wasn't wise to do it, but I wanted him to take the fight, especially against the monkey man. Okay, right, we got fights, fair enough, but what about the real fight? Where's the... oh, I thought we were taking on a fortress. I thought... yeah, look, Belgium has been breached. Oh, that's us on oh, crikey. What's going on here? Ah, I see, I see. So they have moved on Belgium and are sieging us down in Belgium. And only Gil is there to defend it. Well, Gil, did we get that Blue Moon Canyon fight that I was after? No. God damn, they just do not want to let me have my fight. But, in a way, I do get the fight because they are outside Belgium. So, Gil, break that siege. Jane, Moist, Hank, tear them apart. Whilst all that is going on, we finally take the fight to Yasan's capital. While that is going on, Swedish Pizza, it's going to take about 3 turns for me to claim this throne. And Miss Netherlands, pin that fort down. Miss Netherlands, runner-up. No, this is the runner-up. Anyway, secure the water. With this we have total domination of the waters. Took a while. I should have anticipated that the crab people would dominate the waters in this game. I mean, we are a pretty watery nation. We practically have discount meteorite units, but the slavery, the low skills, the low morale, not to mention the lack of a bless for me. Right, here we have Scissorman the Tarask. Go and enjoy some regeneration, and your skills are dire. I don't know what I'd reasonably give you. Your magic resistance could always be better. I'm always scared of these guys getting mind hacked to death, so I have an amulet of anti-magic. And I'm not even sure if there's somewhere I can get you fast enough to put you into combat. Wait, flying carpet, of course. Spyro, drop that. Castle Malloy could actually be breached, and I don't have a good army to help deal with that right now. And if I lose the Golden Throne, I lose a fair amount of my points here. Ah, but once we're done with Belgium, we surely just fly over and deal with Castle Malloy. But what if that's not enough? We believe that it will be enough. Anyway, while you're there, just keep preaching the good preach. Curiously, could I flying carpet you over here quickly? Huh, I could. There's no particular need for that, but we could. Why did I get the flying carpet again? Ah yes, Tarask. Oh, but it only works on size 4 units and below, doesn't it? No, it does not. The total army could only be 14 size, but that works for you. 20% regeneration on that's kind of maddening. Why don't you go and lift one of these sieges? You will probably fail and die horribly, but go and lift Ash Canyon for us. Just sit at the back and do what comes naturally. I mean, this is practically a pretender chassis. But low defense skill, but high protection, good regeneration. Well, I'm curious to see how this works out for you. Probably poorly. Is this how it ends? Humiliated by monkey? Don't pin the monkey man on me. And you know what? I actually don't like the idea of monkey being a problem for me. Let's go and charge on in. We're gonna get out of these provinces and go and deal with Chakar and slay the monkey. Although I think he's bringing in reinforcements from Canada. Not something I wanted to see or say. So let's send in the Ether Lords as well. Rick Astley, I mean, good enough job, I guess, but go and retreat to the safety of Sarmazegatusa. Sun Quan, you have orders, and you will obey those orders. Maybe you can go and take care of Monkey Man. And then there's you, pen and paper, with your boots of very quickness. I want you to go over to Lugdunham. Adventure Island, I'd quite like to have a laboratory on, for reasons I haven't fully understood in my own head. And I want you to get me another one of those flying carpets. But you can't, but you can. Flying carpets are cool. Ganying, good job on Deep Canyon. Continue carrying on. You guys are just holding the Baltic Sea. I suppose you can just patrol while you're there. Although, you know, if I had you with this, you could have friendly currents cast on these guys to make them faster. Doubt it would do much though, but it would be a thing. You know what, if anywhere, hold the Adventure Island for me. What button are you pressing to cycle between idle commanders? Lowercase n. And this game does pay attention to case. If you have caps lock on, it's gonna know. More Blood Slaves, more Wraith Lord, more Ash Canyon fighting. Alright, Tarask. Don't tell me you're cold-blooded. You are not cold-blooded, sweet. Incredibly thick hide, surrounded by noxious vapors. No magic is the main downside to this guy. This is another downside. My enemies are actually poison resistant, so It's a good thing we are as well. Oh, you fly! No, you don't. But the magic carpet makes you fly. Haha, that's funny. Okay. You are taking a huge amount of damage in there. But you should regenerate a huge amount of health. Let's put a number on that. 74 regenerating health per turn. Perhaps this is what one might term a very poorly chosen fight, because all of my enemies are poison resistant, and your whole thing is that you're poisonous. But if you just sit there and tank enough hits, you might be able to spook the enemies away. And with your biting, clawing, and tail sweeping... What was that? Oh wow, you cannot defend against the tail sweep. Neat. Wait, no. Defense negates the tail sweep. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Defense negates everything. Ah, area of effect is not normally negated by defense, but it does here. Wasn't aware that was a special thing. You have gone and horror marked my Tarask, so it's gonna die. Okay, well, that was a given, wasn't it? Are these guys also poison resistant? No, they're not, and they are getting poisoned. And Tarask is very scary, so I do expect my enemies to rout soon. That's a very dead dragon, says Marza. You think? It's taken enough damage to die several times over. But it just regenerates so much. You have to hurt me harder than that. There we go. All you did was make it limp. And it's already a very slow being. So, too bad. So sad. Tarask is no mere dragon. He is an ancient, poison-breathing dragon of tremendous size, reawakened by a mad mage who hopes it will aid him in battle. And it did. Single-handedly cleared out that rather annoying siege. And there's another siege I need you to take care of, because there's still Alexandria. Wait, what happened to... Oh, there's Castle Malloy. Unfortunately, this is being taken care of by the undead, who will not be scared and will not be poisoned. Several high monks. I don't care. Tarask. If Tarask cannot handle fights that it is severely disadvantaged in, how can I ever rely on it in fights where it is naturally advantaged in? It'll get all soft and squishy from the hubris. Anyway, I love watching Miss Netherlands consume. He's just picking up the fish and eating them. I can't even hurt her. And because you're slimed, you can't escape. Yum, 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 yum. Gotta freaking love this unit. Like I said, there's a million and one ways to counter this, and it's a very late game unit because you need maximum level conjuration for it, and a pretty high crosspath 6 water 4 nature. But, come on. Come on. No one would see this coming in a multiplayer game, right? Let's put that one out there to tantalize someone. No one would expect to see ancient presence. Right, Ryokan, I think this is just our... Yeah, our Bane, our Wraith Lords heading up and killing monkeys with skeletons. How foreboding. Away you go. A battle in Yusan. This is us finally tearing apart the capital of the most threatening nation. I don't think I gave you enough magic gems for this. Underwhelming, I know, but don't worry. Yusan is already breached, so before we even make any mistakes on this one, storm that castle. The army is not very happy. Massively diseased, covered, riddled with problems. But you know what? They're going in regardless. And if they do well, I will have them back out to Sarmazegatusa and heal up. If they do well. Blue Moon Canyon. Ah, well, I didn't even bother to defend it. Shame on me. Hospital Basement. This is us heading into the caves. Caves and forests. 2 province types that are... Okay, caves aren't common, but we didn't really see much in the way of caves here, or forests. So these guys go Berserk, and they get a +2 bonus for Berserk. That actually lowers their defense skill, funnily enough, but it does increase their attack and their natural protection. I used to think Berserk was really good, now I'm not so sure. Especially since if you take it as a bless, your sacred mages are going to have a very hard time. Wow, you guys do not want to run away, do you? Makes sense though, the Berserk guys never rout. Are we gonna win here? Yeah, there we go, there we go. Took a bit, but the enemy runs away. Hobbles away. Job well done. Fungus Woods. Ah, yes, how could I forget? My super combatant Kings of Elemental Fire. And this guy's great with his 31 protection. This guy's only 22, but he's ethereal. Your shield got broken. I guess that's a pretty big weakness of using the Vine Shield. Seems to break a lot more than most other shields because it's got very low defensive power. So you can't rely on it forever. Zenken, we are single-handedly... Oh man, look at the fish buffet. they know what's gonna happen if they stick around. Even the crabs. Cool to see the slimed appear there. You often don't see slimed, or rather it's a very rare thing to see. Empty airfield. This is my province defense, and for once it actually held. Brazil. No one would use it in multiplayer for good reason. Yeah, well... Wait, why was there even a fight here? What was this? Was that Brazil? That was just one little slave impaler running away. I don't think I put any province defense there, much like I didn't in Freeze Easy. Like I said, I very easily forget to put down province defense. Right. Abandoned sector is fine. Belgium... Oh, right. Belgium was us going in for the kill, wasn't it? Finally, our fallen angels are assembled, kitted out. Oh, you've still got your trampling boots on, Hank Hill. And boots are made for trampling, he tells you what. Phoenix Pyre operational. They do eat a lot of early fatigue from getting these spells up. In fact, look at that. They start out max fatigued. So they actually have to wait a bit before they can even get involved in a fight. That's probably why the nasty... well, the really nasty crab people can take him out. Man. Whites. Soul Vortex really helps out, but only if you're not fighting inanimates. Because undead can be a pretty hard counter to using Soul Vortex. Anyway. The jam jar lid must have been half prized off already, because we just slaughtered our way through them. Yeah, no doubt. They were bunched up a lot. I bet they'd faced plenty of disease and attrition and starvation along their way as well. Big Blue Blob is giving us gold. Ardania is killing off people. Blood Kelp is unharmed, but I never expect it to be harmed. Yasan is breached and being stormed as we speak. Casa Malloy is damaged, but Tarask is on the case. Why do you... Okay, you don't have your magic carpet. We already took that. Lutetia has finally been breached. Are you even going to be able to storm this properly? Just in case it doesn't, you please siege it down. And if it really fails, could we please cast down yet another fallen angel? Got a lot of angels have fallen, haven't they? Rita Phillips, you get over there. You know what to do. Ganyang. Defend that up and move over to Eversmile. Eversmile. Set in the realm of joy. The people of Eversmile are plagued only by aching facial muscles. And not anthrax as we had hoped. Chakar. It's very difficult for them to siege down Chakar. Right, hold out in the abandoned sector for just a moment. The Ethers are on their way via Canada, and if they fail in Canada, then that is shame on them. I want you to construct me a laboratory here. I want you two to just kind of patrol around here. Miss Netherlands. there's no real risk of anybody jumping into Water Temple, but you just hold there for now. Yeah, that's all fine and well. In fact, you can just wait there. In fact, you can patrol there. Eat anything that looks like it's causing problems. And you folk, well, you can do pretty much whatever you want. Tarask will take care of Castle Malloy, no doubt. Castle Malloy's done a great job of holding out. And you folks can... There's not many places that you need to strictly go right now, is there? Tonkollamark isn't that far away. So let's go and pay Tonkollamark a visit so we can say we've been to every capital. Yeah, I'm drowning in gems now. I'm drowning in armies now. To the point where I'm actually going to turn off all of these guys. They're just kind of clouding the world in units. What's with this straight line here? Maybe that's where the world is sewn together. There were some Linux bugs of EU4 with that, I remember. So hey Jake, you know Linux, right? You go and debug the Linux problems. It's like, wow, okay, I guess. I did not know Linux, not at all. Right. Unji. Wow, well, look at that. Unji is already healed up. They were probably healed up ages ago. In that case... Again, not many places for you to go, but... like I said, I'm heading over to Tonkollamark, so let's make a move on that. Province overview screen is the only way I ever remember to do province defense every turn. Yeah, it would help a lot if you could sort by province defense. Currently there's way too much to scroll through on that screen. There we go, yet more blood slaves. The blood slave economy isn't that strong here. What are we getting? 10, 15, 25, 30, 40, about 50 blood slaves a turn. That is small change, really, but I'm not exactly harvesting the world here. And I'm doing it in a very ethical way, insofar as this can be ethical. The populations are still growing here, and I'm using the scales and the province defense to grind down the unrest. What you could do is you could have 20 blood hunters in this province and just suck it dry. And what you would do is you would have a large force of probably something like undead to patrol it down, and then you end up sucking it down until the population is below 5,000 and you move over to another province. And that could be done, but I like to take care of the world. You know, if I just come and skim a little amount of virgins off the top, then it's no big deal, right? No one's going to miss them. Population of 11,000, and I'm grabbing like 11 people out of their beds at night and drugging them and throwing them into the fortress with their sacrifice so we can call down fallen angels to kit them out and wage war against our holy animals. No one's going to care, right? Business as usual over here. Speaking of which, let's grab ourselves another fallen angel. Don't mind me. Lelouch v Britannia. Grab your goodies, grab your horror helmet. This thing is piling up with items now. Understand your orders and get to work. Like I said, I want to see Tonkollamark. You might lose over in Cape Town Centre, but that's your problem. Alan Awake, you head over there as well. Understand your orders. I think we're going to stop raising Wraith Lords. I might love them a lot, but we are right at the end here. Oh, we managed to take Lutetia. I didn't even read what happened here. Ever smile. How many virgins can be in a place with 5,000 population? The Hoi4 Discord server has 5,000 population. TBW there with his grand strategy, big truths. What are all those numbers there? There's a lot of damage numbers coming up, but it doesn't look like it's actual damage. Oh, I see. I hit a number that stopped showing damage dots. I was thumping my number keys to try and stop this from appearing. Now we can see it again. Jolly good. In you go, and out they go. Castle Malloy. Now, here is our mighty dragon, who can fly thanks to his flying carpet. Right, is that really what's letting him fly? Because we don't see fly here. Well, it doesn't matter. Tarask does what Tarask wants, and if Tarask wants to just jump down here, that's what's going to happen. Now, a weakness of these guys. I should have brought this up before. These guys are immensely weak to poison. They have no poison resistance, and poison completely bypasses protection. So if I'd had a lot of nature focus on my side, I could have killed these guys with poison and kind of laughed at them. But of course, if you were a player and you wanted to overcome that, oh god, he's dying! Wow, okay, so here I was smack-talking these guys, but once again the Mudmasters ripped me asunder. Okay, well damn. Well damn. At least we killed the Mudmasters back, but yeah. Ouch. That was a lot of hit points they just ripped through. And the reason is not just that they hit very hard. I mean, they ignore most of the armor. Let's just say they're hitting for... Hell, they hit for a lot. But they are quickened, so they strike twice per turn. So this monstrously horrible attack is hitting me twice. There was some fire spell as well. Yeah, there was probably you casting like... combustion. Yeah, combustion was part of it, but there were also these quickened, nasty crab people hurting me. Yeah, that was all pretty bad. Oh well, not a problem. Easy come, easy go. Although that means you did not lift the siege of Castle Malloy, which is now in grave danger. Well, that's my danger to deal with. Canada. Etherlords. How are they going to feel? How are they going to... There's a word that isn't coming to me here. How are they going to perform? Well, against this, I'm pretty sure they can manage. Good job, Etherlords. Lycian, I completely forgot to put defense on you, but I'm sure that's not a problem. Fungus Woods. Now they're actually wanting to do something about me raiding through them with my super combatants. Unfortunately for them... Oh wow, they've fire-resistant monkeys. I forgot that. That's a problem. Less of a problem for the Nagas, but yeah. Normally you think monkeys go on fire very easily, but this nation, Chakar, right? They have a specific kind of fire-resistant monkey. However, not all their units are fire-resistant, so let's see if we can still burn them. We can check numbers on here, can't we? There we go. So, there's the heat fatigue. It's rolling 2, and they have... Wait. Oh god, you even have heat aura yourself. I was wondering why it was only 2. Oh well, never mind. Get to work. You can still get in there with a frost brand, and yep, there you go. Tear apart those monkeys. Those monkeys hit pretty damn hard with those battle axes though, but... okay, you're in a lot of trouble. You're not the ethereal one, and that 31 protection is hard to get through, but they're getting through it, because someone gave these monkeys steroids. It wasn't me. However, I was kind of hoping they would actually kill you, because I wanted to see Phoenix Fire. But no, that's a lot of dead monkeys. And now, the people that are trying to run away, they were in combat for too long, meaning they got so hot that they collapsed from the heat. And now, my guys can just go around and chop, 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 chop. You gotta be careful with this, sometimes you can time out. We had that happen when we had the winter attack, freezing everybody, and we couldn't kill them in time, we had to retreat. Jake says, monkeys with such gusto reminds me of Frieza. Of course every Brazilian has seen Dragon Ball Z. Man, it feels so good. This is why I like super combatants and thugs. Tearing apart huge amounts of enemies. And by the way, this is me using a mod that makes the AI not recruit useless chaff. Sometimes they still recruit chaffy units that are kind of useless, but they tend to only recruit their own kinds of units. They won't find a province that has light infantry or militia and go, oh wow, I'm going to buy 300 of these and they're all going to die easily. It's a lot more interesting to fight with AI recruit. I mean, you see a lot more of the enemy's own ones. Why are you alone here? What are you hoping to accomplish, Wily Coyote? Death, evidently. Yasan. This is us taking out Yasan's capital. This is where all of those terrifying sacred crabs are made. And yeah, go figure, they're showing off all their fire and earth access that I struggled to get. But they don't seem to have many of their Mudmasters here. But the moment they're blessed, they come right in here. And fortunately we do take care of them. but not before they spook some of my slaves. In we go, and down they go. There we go. The source of those horrible crabs is now deleted. That's not to say that they're all gone, there are still some out there, but there will be no more of them. We have destroyed the planet Vegeta. You killed our god. Your god was there? Sorry, I must have missed that. Who was your god? Anyone seeing anything godly here? Is that you? Yeah, there we go, the Great Sage. You've already lost an eye. You've got to start... Well, you're thugged up, basically. Your magic paths are out of this world. But in the end, you are still just a useless old man. And old men die. Fortress of Lutetia? Oh yeah, there was no one inside Lutetia to even defend it. Okay, but speaking of things that need dealt with, Castle Malloy hasn't fallen. And someone needs to take care of that. I would say my main army is probably decently kitted out for that. Let's make sure no one enters Yusan. Malloy can handle one more turn. And I wanted to give Ayala all of my gems. There you go. Get over to Brazil, get over to Malloy, and after that I can finally retire these units who are so horribly busted, broken, and diseased. They'll get to Malloy, and then Alexandria, and maybe even further back, and my dominion will cure them. All the while, I am claiming the Throne of Ascension here. This is the Throne of Destiny, which is going to bring me up from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 9, 10, 11 points. One more and we win. And that one more is right here. Oh, we already took Lugdunham. Sorry, I must have missed that. God, man, did I ever mention how great Wraith Lords are? Easily countered, by the way. All you need to counter a Wraith Lord is a big old jelly. A jelly will eat a Wraith Lord, no doubt about it. Yeah, man, these units are pathetic against the Wraith Lord. They just can't hit the thing. I mean, their attack skill isn't very good. Even if they harass the Wraith Lord, they're not doing enough of it. And these weapons are non-magical, so Ethereal blocks it. And on top of that, it's only 18 damage, and our protection against Mundane is 32. You can't hurt this Wraith Lord. So he's just going to sit around and chop you into sashimi for as long as he needs to. And eventually they realize that this is going nowhere, and they run away. And he just chop, 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 chop. Man, good job, pen and paper. You killed our god. I've killed many gods today. Pen and paper is a famous hero. It's a good opportunity to check the Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, we finally tossed Rosalina down a bit. Toga Token and Yunji are higher. Wait, why is it showing deaths here? Do Phoenix Pyres count as deaths? I don't know. I guess Rosalina is the existing alive one, but I thought Yunji was still alive. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe Yunji did. No, let me send Yunji back here. Where is Yunji now? There you are. Yeah, so I guess it is counting Phoenix Pyre deaths. Interesting. Right, head over to Tonkollamark. It's time to finish our world tour. Yunji, get on Tonkollamark. Rita would go there if she could. Seriously? Get on over there. This isn't enough to siege it down, but we'll just say hi from the outside. I don't have a siege force for this, or do I? I've got all my iron flies here, but no, I think it's time to put this baby to bed. Did I miss the Ether Lords fighting? There wasn't much for them to fight, but now they're going to go and kill a god. We're all going to kill gods on this day. Get on in there. Stay front. Ether Lords, you go straight right in. And Nefeli and Bathurus, you also break the siege. God, you had this thing on you all along. Fog Warriors, fine. Do I finally have access to Army of Steel? No, I still don't. Well, figure out what to do with what you have. Conserve the gems. You, it doesn't matter, you don't have any. That god is going to die. Man, it's going to be a lot of dying of my enemies here today. Final thing I need is for Swedish Pizza to equip a flying carpet, fly over to Lugdunham, and seal the proverbial deal. What about you guys here? You just defend. Make sure we have some defense in Lutetia. Well, maybe rather than defend, one of you could actually just preach for now. Aeromorph, you wait. Pen and paper, you kind of dance on the grave by constructing a laboratory down here. Oh, Chakar. Why would they send me a message, I wonder? More blood slaves, more dead cripples, and let's check our fights. It's one of the last batches of fights to see. See, here are the Vine Men, and again, I don't really see the utility of Vine Men. They never rout, okay, there's something. Their skills are pretty poor, their attacks are really pathetic. Their protection is nothing to write home about. I don't see the utility, but maybe it's there. I guess if nothing else, they've bogged down the enemies. They got fairly high hit points for humanoid or human-sized targets. And they do resist poison, so they would work together with foul vapors. But I just think there's so many better alternatives to that. I went over for 20 minutes, I missed quite a bit. Must have been more than 20 minutes then. They're the okayest of summonable chaff. Ah, yeah, I suppose, because they need not eat and they can help with the siege. And their strength isn't too terrible. And hey, someone hasn't learnt. I'm still gonna eat ya. There we go, I finally got my Phoenix Pyre in. But that was weird, they hit the ethereal target. Oh god, easy now, don't burst too often, we need you to stay non-fatigued. Actually, I think you killed an enemy who was also Phoenix Pyred. Probably you? No? Must be my imagination. Easy there, King of Flames. You are getting ravaged today. Fortunately, it's just a few oversized ants coming for me now, but again, if you Phoenix Pyre when you have over 100 fatigue, you Phoenix Pyre for good. And you're getting, whoa, chest wounded, diseased, limped. Okay, there we go, he feels a lot better now. Burn the monkeys. Yum, yum, yum. I mean, I will eat any animal. I can't think of a single animal I wouldn't eat. But even monkey meat, I would have to stare at it for a little bit before I bite into it. I'd have some peace to make with the world. Right. Again, just hundreds of them dying to them. I love King of Elemental Fire. And hey, now there are 5 of them! This is Tong Colomark. It doesn't have a lot of... Wait, this is Tong Colomark, right? Why are these not looking like Tong Colomark units? I guess Tong Colomark had Nagas and I didn't notice. Anyway, with this... Jeez. That must look so unstoppable. Yeah, okay, wow, Tong Colomark. Something seems weird. Almost like it's not owned by Tong Colomark. Tong Colomark died without me even noticing. Chakar ate them up. Huh. I guess it was bound to happen every now and then. Go and keep Tong Colomark down. Go and siege it down with these guys. Actually, don't even bother. We're just going to hang around there. We win on the next turn, but I often don't finish these because this game can take quite some time. This one will be finished since we have Adventure Island. There we go. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12th point for the win. Where's my fishy thing? I'm missing something here. I can't get you out unless you have the Amulet of Air Breathing. I thought I'd made one for you. Evidently I had not. Do we let Rosalina live? We'd have to find Rosalina. She's still alive out there somewhere. But she's not in Shakar's capital. Where is she? Right, yeah, that air breathing thing is a problem. I can't just rip it off of Spyro. Or can I? Oh, I can. Spyro's probably going to die next turn due to not being able to breathe. But that is what I would call Spyro's problem. Also... Oh yeah, you can't even move away from there. Well, just preach with your dying gills. I need that gift of air breathing for you as you go over to Loggy. Next turn we win. So what I'm going to do... Oh, right, God, we missed a very important fight. Shakar. Time for Dead Monkey. There he is. You killed Toga Token, and for that I will show you no mercy. There we go. See, with a bit of fluffing, these Aether Warriors suddenly become incredibly terrifying. 19 protection, ethereal, and mist form. So sure enough, you can pierce mist form and ethereal with a magical weapon, but then you've got to get through all that defense skill. The hit points, give or take, but good luck living long enough for that to matter. Splat! And you just see 66 damage dealt. These things are magical beings. That means that the damage gets doubled before defense. They are hitting for about 60 or so. Well, I am amazed that you didn't immediately die there. What happened? You probably got hit somewhere with a capped amount of damage. Yeah. The reason you only took 8 damage was because you got slashed in the arm. So look at this. Attack roll massive against their defense roll because we have very good attack skill. Damage roll 72 because it's doubled before protection. So we roll 81. They defend for a paltry 34, 47 points of damage. Increase to 58 because it's cutting style damage. And then it only gets reduced to 8 because we've sliced off your arm. Meaning you can no longer use your big axe. Not that it matters because you are already dead. You are all already dead. Can't believe you poisoned an Aether Warrior. Oh yeah, they're not poison resistant. Well, there we go, another counter. They won't mind though. They absolutely don't mind. Hey, where's Monkey Man? Where'd he go? This isn't Monkey Man, that's just one of his adepts. Where's the god? I guess he just couldn't handle it. I want to see his death, though. Nothing quite like Hungarian horse salami on sausage with lots of paprika. Of course there's lots of paprika. They drown everything in paprika here. But actually, I've come to embrace that. Is that Rosalina? Rosalina! Damn it, she's going to escape, isn't she? And... where's their god, actually? Damn you, Rosalina the coward. Can we find Rosalina, then? I think that's her. Etherlords, prove your value to me. Hunt down and destroy Rosalina. I would say alone, but I will back you up with Nephili's Fog Warriors and 1 Wraith Lord. That is all you get. Finish the fight. But like I say, next turn we win, because we take Loggy. What I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to save and quit, and I'm going to make a backup of this, because I might... Sometimes I like to just sit down with late game saves and games like this and just, I don't know, do a bit of gardening with it. Make all the provinces either all dead or all as lively as they can be, and play around with different nations. But I'm limited on doing that with the mod set that I'm using, so I'm going to make a backup of this. Where are we? Local, user, Jake, app data, roaming, Dominions 5. Save games, and this is called Zenken 5 free-for-all. Copy that. Find my temp folder, because it's got a link to my backup Dominions 5 saves. There we go, Zenken 5 free-for-all. Now I can load this up in my own time from this point, and play around as much as I want. But we're here to finish the fight, so let's get it done. Nothing really worth worrying about anymore. There's nothing they can do to me, except if they took over Castle Malloy, I'd be in trouble, so I can't end turn yet. I must save Castle Malloy. Hilariously, if I fail to save Castle Malloy, then, well, that's very bad, so let's hope that we're fine. Do they have big tubes of paprika sauce in Hungary? Oh, I've seen those, but I haven't picked them up. We should give it a go. Yasan... Why would Yasan... Oh, Yasan... No, it's Chakar's prophet I'm thinking about. There was a battle in Castle Malloy, so hopefully I'm saving it. I should hope so. This is my army we're looking at. And this was all that was sieging it down. Yeah, down you go. Chakar, Canada, I'm not concerned about this at all. Ponytown? Oh, right, this is us chasing down Rosalina. Is she here? Is she here? There she is. Wait, you're not Rosalina? You're not Rosalina either. That's British tourist in Spain, the flail lord. Where the hell's Rosalina? Typical, hiding behind all of her lackeys. She must have ran off in another direction. Even so, there go the Ether Lords. They just form the core. They slice down everything. Pretty impressive, those guys. And I love how much they kill the Nagas. Okay, I was just checking to see that that was or was not Rosalina. It's actually possible that Rosalina died on the retreat, isn't it? No, I'm pretty sure she was alive on the Hall of Fame. Yeah, well, good luck finding her, but I don't know where she is. On the left you can see Spain, on the right you can see Spain. Yeah. Oh, that's where she ran off to. That's amazing. So, unable to actually take the fight, she ran away over to the death match. So the reason we didn't see in battle was because she was on the astral plane. And I strongly suspect she's going to beat up... Oh, are you gonna beat up this? Yes, you just claimed its life, and you have already won. Good job. Spyro the Bishop Fish drowned in Castle Malloy. That's quite funny. Oh right, speaking of Castle Malloy, yeah, we lifted that siege there. Nothing to worry about, and now... Swedish Pizza, claim me the throne of... Ew, pestilence, I don't want that, but it's mine. Where would Rosalina be there? Does anyone know how that works? Rosalina, I am certain, was in Ponytown. Now she's not. Maybe she's in Chakar. Alright, once more into the Rosalina fraying Bentos. Victory. But first, Chakar. She's still not here? Oh man. Well, credit to Rosalina, she knows how to run. And I know how to kill a god, evidently. Easy money. There we go. So by claiming the 13th or 12th point of Thrones of Ascension, we do it. God, that was a long run. That was like 16 hours or so. And it wasn't even a particularly huge game. It was only 5 nations, but our initial start was dreadfully bad. I'm pretty sure some people thought our goose was cooked with that kind of start, but we held strong, and our decision to go and choke the life out of Chalagi, I'm pretty sure, is the decision that put us on the right foot. Those extra resources were necessary to build up the army and get the paths, and that allowed us to secure. Well done, nonetheless. Nonetheless, indeed. There we go. We reign supreme. We are the Pantocrator. Enemies are cast down. Endless eons pass. But then, something stirs. You perceive something. I wonder if this is something that's going to be touched on in Dominion 6. Because this just feels like a hand-wave way of saying, oh, everything goes back to normal, you know? You're the god, but then you get bored or something, and then, you know, all your old shackles wane, and your former subjects go free, and then that causes another ascension war. What exactly is this that is taking our mind? We're the god. We're the god of everything, and something is beckoning us away? Perhaps something we have to go and fight on the astral plane, God knows. Anyway, let's check out that history. These were all of the starting locations. I'm going to see them all here. Here's us, Zenken. This was our initial foe, Chalage. This was the ultimate foe, though, Yasan. And then there's Chakar, and we didn't actually clash swords with Tonkollamark much. Perhaps this will shed some light as to why. So. Here we go. It's already late summer, and the AIs are notoriously bad at expanding, so this is quite impressive. 4 provinces over here, but over here in Yasan they got 5, and they're spreading out wide. And Jakar already have 5 as well. Not bad. We still have none. Okay, there we go. In fall, we finally secured the big blue blob. We lost in the big blue blob to naked lizards because our slaves were even worse than I thought. And now we have a lot of catching up to do. And even though we only have 3 provinces, we're already butting heads with the crabby people. Our 3 provinces there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like, oh my god. Kind of a miracle that we got out of the early game. We couldn't even properly secure a cap circle because it was thrown over there on Bahia. Tonkollamark are looking quite strong here. I'm surprised they got kicked in so readily. Maybe the nation's really crap, Brelix. I don't know. The AI played beyond the first 12 turns. Anyway, our grand strategy was a bum rush for Alexandria. I knew that we wouldn't be able to sustain ourselves on these crappy swamps. Bob on Battlefield blocked us off over here, and even beyond that it was just Chalage. I did not want to initiate war, so we raced over for Alexandria, cut them off at Shitatsu Show, and then this was our home for a while. Our dominion's feeling very, very choked, without many provinces and not much income. We also couldn't get a lot of temples up. But there were 5 different nations, so all around the place Dominion was fighting, but we had to preach so much around here just to keep our Dominion alive. Piling on the priests. Right, this was the point where I struck out and took Chalage. It wasn't too tough because they were busy with fighting with Yusan. They took Yusan, got kicked back. We took this, and their decision to split their forces ultimately was their undoing. And this is pretty much where we started off today. Expanded out, took their lands, yummy, yummy, yummy. Especially taking enemy capitals is so good, because not only do they have massive populations and income and resources, and a pre-built laboratory, they also have 2 sites, sometimes 1, but usually 2 sites, which give you their national gem income. Just the stuff they start with, but it's usually about 6 gems. And getting it for free, no site searching, is wonderful. And this is where we're just cleaning up house. Our ancient presence is in the water, we're tearing apart the capitals, and we completely win. Felt good. Now tell me about the score graphs, please. Here we go. So provinces first, and this is us. So it wasn't until the late game that we were even in the top 2. So this must have been around the part. Would have been around here where I started taking out Chalage. Tonkollamark are already struggling badly. So yeah, around the center point, this is where the winners are defined and losers cast down. But yeah, it took a long time for us to reach top dog position there. In terms of forts, I put up an unusually large amount of forts for me. Even so, it's hard to keep up with the AI. With their amount of money and their desire to build forts, they were top dog. Income. Now, I'm pretty sure this is before the AI bonus is calculated, so although I look pretty good, I did have great scales and max growth. But realistically, these numbers are like twice as high as shown here. This, though, this is where we got, whatchamacallit, Gift of Nature's Bounty. And one of these other boosts must have been Riches from Beneath. Would have been here or here. Maybe this is where I grabbed the capital. Anyway, life was good for us in terms of income after a while. Gem income. Yeah, we got up the globals. So, what would we have had here? Probably... Did we get up Mother Oak this early? Or was this Mother Oak? I think this is me taking Chaligay's capital. This is Mother Oak. Pass. Anyway, gem income was great, and we didn't actually do much site searching, all things considered. Did it quite early. This surprises me. We were uncontested on research. I'm going to put that down to the owl quills. I will never turn my nose up to owl quills again. Look at that, that's insane. Although I was cranking out a lot of mages, and I was using Magic 3, so that was definitely a good idea. Kept me top dog on research. In terms of our Dominion, boy, we were weak. We were actually bottom of the pile, even worse than the other two losers for a long time. And we never actually became the best at Dominion. Not by a long shot, actually. And surprisingly, actually, Yasan's Dominion was weak. It was actually Chakar. Chakar, the best Dominions the whole game. Lots of temples, probably? I don't know, they certainly ate up Tonkolomark's lands. Army size, this is misleading, because it only counts, as far as I'm aware, it only counts the total literal size of the army, so it counts up 1 for every size 1 unit, 2 for every size 2. We had tons of slaves who were cheap and crap, but, well, not that crap. Their skills were crap, but they had strengths. But once we started really massing up our slaves, that's when we were top dog. And in terms of ascension points, this will have been when we got the throne of giving us loads of free gems. I think it was Destiny, the one that had the ritual bonus on it as well. And from then on, top dog. So good job, us. Excellent job, us. Thank you very much for sending in the pretenders that I'm used here. But actually, I think this is the last time I'm going to be streaming Dominions for quite some time. There were a lot of different units that we saw here today, and I feel like that's kind of it for Dominions. The itch has been scratched pretty heavily. And that's just in time, because I have another new itch that I want to scratch a lot of. And that is Slay the Spire, and maybe any other card games we come across. So I think I'm going to fill up some wild cards, instead of with Dominions. Probably some Slay the Spire. How about a run of Slay the Spire to conclude the stream, says Acronymus. What a brilliant idea! You're full of good ideas. However, I have been streaming all day, and I'm rather tired and hungry, so I'm going to grab some din-dins first, and then boot up some Slay the Spire. So I imagine I will be back in... Well, I don't know what the food situation is through the house. Maybe it'll be 30 minutes, maybe it'll be 60. But I will be back with that, so until that short break is over. So cheers for all the Dominions 5. It'll be back eventually, I'm sure. Maybe with Dominion 6. And also a cheerio.